attack when they had 3 cards left in their deck.
What a game. You said it had to be big. Hello everyone and welcome to the Hearthstone World Championship. We are on day number 2 now, and by the end of the day we're going to decide who is going to become our next world champion. I've been practicing this all night, but hello, I am Raven and joining me is Sottle. We got there in the end and we're going to be bringing you, or kicking off at least, the action for the day. Sottle, welcome. Are you ready for day number 2? Because we had a pretty unexpected series of outcomes in day 1.
We did, and that certainly sets us up very interestingly going into day 2 now. It means that we're doing something we were probably not expecting to do when we got our casting schedule going into day 2. We're kicking off the day casting Gabby, because Gabby was dropped into the lower bracket early on. He did make a recovery. He is now fighting for his life, 1 loss away from being eliminated from the World Championships, of course. But the real positive story of day 1 was just the APAC performance, the Japanese performance, the performance of Possessi and Glory in particular. Possessi, I think, has been one of the most solid players throughout the year so far, very deserving of that spot coming out in winners in Group A. But then Glory continuing that quest to be Hearthstone's first ever repeat world champion would be incredible scenes if that were to come to fruition. But when we look down in the lower bracket, there is some absolute sharks down there swimming around in the deep, waiting to take one more bite at those players once they can get back through to the semi-finals. And we'll be opening it up today with 2 of those sharks, Nalgadan versus Gabby.
Of course, and as you can just see with how the bracket played out yesterday, Tianming did get eliminated by Gabby in that match towards the end of that day, so unfortunately he is knocked out. But you are right, and I think it was always going to be the case, and I feel like we say this every year, and I feel like it's true pretty much every year, but the world setup, the players who have qualified, is incredibly stacked, right? So although we did see Gabby have to fight for his survival in the tournament, that is unexpected, but this is the kind of level of players we have in the tournament. So, it's a shock to the system, but you are right. The first match we are going to have for the day is going to be Nalgadan versus Gabby, and it's going to be a big one because there'll be huge levels of happiness and disappointment regardless of who wins, right? Because, of course, big following for Gabby, and Nalgadan has, a huge following himself as well. So we're going to get to that one, but I believe we can check out what's coming up in Group B, or what's happened, should I say, in Group B so far as well. And you mentioned it, Sottle, but I will just repeat it. Possessi and Glory dominated yesterday. This is obviously not a team event, but continuing to sort of back up their region, back up Japan, really being in the mix. It's not even just one of the best regions, but strictly one of the best countries that we have playing Hearthstone at the moment. So Glory did take back-to-back victories there versus Xiao Bai and then versus McBanterface to be the group winner. He is already through, waiting in the semi-finals, but now we saw Frenetic get knocked out by Xiao Bai yesterday, so he unfortunately is out and done for the tournament. But then we have McBanterface versus Xiao Bai coming up for match 2 of the day to see who makes it through Group B alongside Glory.
Yeah, and I think the lower half of that bracket is a particularly interesting one to look at. McBanterface, I think, was playing like a group winner as he was going through his opening matches, but then he just ran into Glory, and Glory just did enough to get over the line in some very, very tight and tense matchups. I think Banter played extremely well, but just was found a little bit short in the end. So now I think he's in prime position to maybe come out of that in the lower bracket position. But because of Frenetic's elimination, that means that going back to our opening match, it means Gabby has the entire weight of the European region on their shoulders, because I think Frenetic had a little bit of a shaky performance. He did look a little bit out of sorts, maybe just lacking a little bit of confidence, maybe the nerves were getting to him. But as we now go through some of the action that we saw yesterday, I think little moments of nerves, little moments of shakiness were a recurring theme throughout the day, and it was really the players that were able to conquer that the best that put in the strongest performances. And honestly, right? That's just how you expect it to be. It's the World Championships. This isn't your average ladder game. This is playing for the title of Hearthstone World Champion.
Yeah, and I'm sure, as you said, no doubt in the world that everyone is nervous right now, 100%. But you are right, it's how you conquer it. We did see Possessi demolish Gabby in their first match, now Godan taking a victory there, and then here we're checking on Glory doing Druid things as he's wont to do, as we've seen so far in this tournament. Glory did have a bit of a shaky little moment or two, I believe it was in that series, right? Where there was just a bit of a slip up now and again, but he did manage to take the match overall. But then we saw Frenetic versus McBanterface, and again, Frenetic, I think overall, not to say he was particularly playing worse, but he looked stressed, right? I think that's fair to say.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that, but I think Banter has perhaps been the polar opposite. I think he's looked one of the coolest players throughout the tournament so far, which, generally the lack of emotion, the stoic facial expressions from McBanterface has become a bit of a meme in itself. It's come full circle to the point with, how stoic he is has actually made him very endearing to a lot of people, if the Twitter profile picture wars are anything to go by right now. But I think he has really shown that that is a means to an end, right? It's making him very, very calm under pressure in a lot of these high-tension situations, and I think he has navigated a few very, very difficult positions very, very well throughout the tournament so far.
Yeah, and then we saw the elimination match start up where Gabby took on Tian Ming. And Gabby, I think, tweeted after his first match that he wasn't really happy with it. He wasn't feeling it. He's going to shake it off and then just, crack on with how it was meant to be. And
shake off his trousers, apparently. He said he was going to do, yeah.
Gabby's words, not ours, just to confirm. But yeah, and then, he seemed much more Gabby in this particular matchup than he did in the first one, right?
Absolutely.
Both through play and just camera presence, as we're used to from the Gab Jam himself.
Indeed, yeah, much more what we're used to seeing, much more polarizing in terms of the opinions of our dear viewers as well, as to whether they appreciate that sort of behavior or not. But I think Gabby has got well used to dealing with that kind of divisiveness that comes with him at that point. I absolutely love it. I think if that's what makes you feel comfortable and happy playing Hearthstone, then absolutely go for it. And it definitely seemed to make the difference, right? That's the Gabby that we are used to seeing through 8 weeks of Grandmasters, through the Masters Tour before that, through the streams that he puts on, through Rank 1 Legend, permanent fixture Gabby. That is the Gabby that we're used to seeing, not the kind of stern, serious, all-business Gabby that turned up for the first series that did not really seem to be able to get it done.
Yeah, we'll see if you can replicate that success today. But before we do, let's check in on what the prize pool looks like for this tournament. Of course, the World Championships, a lot of money. We talk about the players, of course, playing to become the world champion. That is goal number one. But there's a nice amount of prize money to be earned as well. 25,000 for every player you've seen make it. But then it jumps quite significantly, doesn't it, Sottle? Where each win, especially going on towards or throughout today, ups that prize money by a lot.
It does indeed, yeah, and I know Gabby, who was one of the players that I personally interviewed, said that he found himself struggling a little bit more in maths at school since he'd focused on Hearthstone more. So just to help him out, $200,000, that is a lot of money, okay? Like, that is a life-changing amount of money. It also buys you a lot of katanas if you are Gabby to be able to decorate your wall with. So that is certainly a huge motivation, I'm sure, for these players. But as I always say, I think the real motivation is just that crown, that trophy, that title of being the world's greatest Hearthstone player.
Exactly, yeah. Like, even if those prize pools were doubled or halved, whatever you want to pick, the real victory is just that world champion spot, because you go down in history, right? You get, I'll say you potentially get, because I don't decide this, but normally we've seen cards be included in the game that is paying homage to like the previous winners. That's something a big deal as well. So a lot on the line for these players as usual. And is there any sort of read you can make based on at least yesterday's performance with Nalgodan versus Gabby that we've got coming up for match one?
I mean, I think Nalgodan is playing very, very well. I sort of posted a little bit of a mea culpa on Twitter after Nalgodan qualified for Worlds, where I used to make fun of him quite a lot on Twitter because he was quite well known for making quite famous big blunders on stream while playing, right? Like 11 mana Malagos, that kind of thing, right? Like just total brain farts that just absolutely don't work. I used to make fun of him quite a lot for it, but I think over time he has, matured into a fantastic player. And I, kind of tweeted when he qualified for Worlds, like, yeah, this is absolutely fair. Like the LATAM community rightly got annoyed at me at one point because I was making fun of Nalgadan, and he absolutely doesn't deserve it. He's a phenomenal player, and I think when he is on, he is absolutely on. I would say Gabby is on more consistently than Nalgadan is, but we did mention a little bit earlier that, Worlds does seem to have gotten to Gabby a little bit. I even pushed him on that in the interview a little bit, which is something I don't think actually made it into the edit of the interview, where I said, okay, Gabby, it's just you and me now. This like cocky kid act where you're like, yeah, I'm going to win Worlds, it's free, I'm the best player in the world. How real is that? Are you nervous? And he still wouldn't admit it. He still doubled down again. I gave him the opportunity to back out, and he absolutely would not do it. So, the bravado is there. The portrayed confidence is there for Gabby. But I think we saw just a little bit of a gap, a little bit of the mask slipping in that first match, even if it was a spectacular recovery then going into the second series. So I think it is going to be a very, very tight one indeed.
Yeah, and it is, again, as you mentioned, like kind of the opposite with Nalgadan. Nalgadan's been around for so long now, has been involved in high-pressure tournaments time and time again. So his experience versus Gabby's inexperience will be a potentially deciding factor in this matchup, as well as the lineups themselves, Sottle, right? No Hunter, or Hunter being banned out for Gabby, should I say, and then Gabby going for that Owl Warlock, whereas Nalgadan's going for the Pirate Warrior and the Druid in his, making the general assumption that many of our players are bringing Rogue and Demon Hunter. What do you make of the two different approaches here? Because we've spoke about players need to do something a bit different if they want to sort of get ahead of this tournament meta. We've spoken about the preparation from the APAC players with Hunter, for example, being a key factor. Gabby also has Hunter, but something we've not talked about is Pirate Warrior, which on the surface, if you play ladder, you will notice is a very strong deck right now, but a deck we've not seen much across the board from the world's competitors.
Yeah, and I will say Pirate Warrior did seem a little bit strange for me. It was not really on my radar when I was sort of theory crafting lineups for this tournament. It wasn't something I was thinking about playing. It wasn't really something that entered my mind as like a significant amount of other people will play this, so I should pay attention to it with my lineup as well. Like it didn't really even get into that category for me. So for me, I think Pirate Warrior might be a little bit of a weakness overall in very, very high level Hearthstone. But having spoken to some people whose opinions I do trust on these matters, they have been trying to convince me that I'm wrong, and Pirate Warrior was actually a good bring to this tournament. So since we do have Nalgadan, the Americas representative, with the Pirate Warrior, I'm happy to go for classic Americas style best of one Hearthstone here to decide whether or not Pirate Warrior
sounds good to me.
Good bring. Yeah.
Here that we are going to look at the first queue, which is going to be the Celestial Druid from Nalgadan. And a deck I've, over the course of the past few days mainly, I've gained a lot of respect for. The true power level you can't really understand until you pilot it yourself, I think. But very, very strong deck. You've talked about how much more consistent it becomes with Moonlit Guidance. But with this Hunter banned out from Gabby, what would Gabby be looking at to get a win over this Druid if he needs to?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Rogue can do it with sort of aggressive curves, tactical use of Cult Neophytes, and field contact Divine Shield, right? Stick that to the board. Good chance that Druid is unable to remove that. But even then, those kind of classic traps of just stick a minion that they can't deal with. When I talk about the consistency of Druid, it's consistency in everything that they do or whatever they need to do in a particular matchup. Whether that is ramping, they can ramp more consistently now. Whether it's card draw, they can draw cards more consistently now. Right. Whether it's hitting alignment on time, they can hit alignment more consistently now. Or whether it's getting removal at the right time, because the list is now Gnolls and Owls, and you have different ways to tutor those Gnolls and Owls with Moonlit Guidance. You actually have ways to perhaps deal with minions that would just straight up lose you the game, like field contact, that you wouldn't necessarily have before. So I think Druid has gained a lot of percentage in even some of the other matchups that are available, but I certainly think that in the right situation, Rogue can still do a lot of work against Druid, just because Cult Neophyte is such a brutal card in the matchup. matchup.
Yeah, it is important to know, and you'll see that the more you watch this Druid deck get played against specifically aggro matchups, but I was so used to seeing like the huge combo turns where 2 Gnolls, 2 Owls come down with the buff, and it looks like one crazy board, but you maybe don't respect how much singular removal that is throughout the early game, right? Because if you can play a Gnoll on, 3-4 mana, then play another one or play an Owl soon after, those minions are making likely 2-for-1 trades throughout that game, whether that's 2 minion trades or a minion removal spell from your opponent. So that is actually a lot of removal, even though it only looks like there's like Lunar Eclipse in the deck, right? As spot removal, those minions do make a big impact. But now we're going to check out Gabby's queue for game number 1, and it is going to be that Rogue Subtle. So we are going to see if Gabby can make this work. And do you think that is right? And do you think that's what we're going to see, a much more sort of aggressive, almost like the tempo Rogue style you can play with this deck, just to put as much pressure on Nalgadan as possible?
That's certainly plan A, yeah. With the addition of Shadowcrafter Scabs to the deck, though, there is a plan B, which there didn't really used to be, right? Like, you used to have to play this matchup as Rogue and go max tempo, you land your Neophytes, you try and play as many 2-1s and 3-2s as you can in the early game and just hit your opponent with them, try and beat them up, and you just try and get over the line before the alignment stuff can really have a huge impact on the game. Now, because of Shadowcrafter Scabs, even if they have their alignment pop-off turn, you're actually able to deal with that on a one-off basis with the Vanish effect of Shadowcrafter Scabs, which then gives you 8 more damage in play with the stealth minions, which is almost guaranteed to land. And then even if you have been hit with alignment at that point, having played a 1-mana Scabs at that point and then having access to the hero power can actually still allow you to do multiple things in a turn, even under that Celestial Alignment condition. So you can fight for a little bit longer in this matchup now as Rogue as you used to be. However, as in direct answer to your question, like what's the best chance in this series to beat Druid? It is probably this deck, but I think the right way to reflect on that is the Druids are probably going to get wins in this series.
Sure.
The way things are going to go down. Like, I don't think the Druids are going to be the big problem decks for either player.
Yeah, I mean, just a reminder as well, if you didn't get a chance to tune in yesterday, this is Conquest, of course, which means that each player does need to win with each of their decks to move on and get a win overall in the series. So I was talking about what are good matchups versus the Druid. It's completely fine for Gabby to think, well, Druid's probably going to beat me at some point. I'll beat the Pirate Warrior. I'll beat the Rogue. And if Nalgadan can't win with all 3 decks, he can't win the series. So yeah, you are completely right. Even though it's possible for Gabby to take Druid in this matchup, it's not the end of the world, as always. We've seen comebacks happen. We've seen comebacks nearly happen yesterday from Banterface versus Glory, which was a very tense matchup. So if you didn't get a chance to watch that, when you've got some time, make sure to watch the VOD of that one, definitely. But we do see the players are just about getting ready to go into the first game. Here we go, Subtle. Nalgadan versus Gabby. Druid versus Rogue. Elimination on the line.
Elimination on the line, a spot in the semi-finals of the World Championship on the line as well. Nalgadan staring at Jerry in the opening hand, Gabby staring at Field Contact and a Divine Shield in the opening hand here as well. Gabby choosing to keep on to that. As I was saying, this is one of the ways you can really punish Druid for that lack of removal early on. Nalgadan is just taking his time. He's just going to hold on to Jerry as expected, throw the rest away. Double Brain Freeze, not ideal for follow-ups for Gabby. They do pair nicely with the Field Contact, but I think just 1-drops, Octobot, Cult Neophyte was probably the priorities going into that mulligan, having kept the Field Contact.
Obviously going to choose not to go max tempo turn 1 here for Gabby, as a hero power would deal with them pretty easily. But you are right, I think he's in need of follow-up. Does have the Augur Merchant now if he just wants to snipe the Jerry and then kind of force a turn 3 hero power. Oh, okay. A big question, is this worth the coin, Subtle?
I think he might just dagger here and then go into Field Contact, Divine Shield the turn after, using the coin there. That way he'll be going into his opponent's 4-mana turn. And the ability for like Hero Power plus Gnoll or Hero Power plus Owl or Lunar Eclipse plus either of those cards to deal with a Divine Shielded Field Contact is pretty slim at that point. And then he can pop off a little bit with Cult Neophyte, Prize Plunderer, etc., the turn after. That's how I would be looking at this opening. We'll see what Gabby chooses to go with here.
Yeah, always difficult, isn't it? When you want to be more aggressive, to hold back a turn is hard, even if it's correct. Because you think, well, all I'm doing now is killing a 2-1. I could have done that and had 2 minions on the board this turn, right? Like that's a whole extra turn of potential attacks going forward. But we can see it would have been answered pretty easily here from Nalgadan. And he doesn't even have the overgrowth yet anyway. While Nalgadan's deciding, I do have a question for you, Subtle. Wildheart Guff with Celestial Alignment in hand. Is this almost, I'll say almost always to just cover all bases, a Celestial Alignment first almost no matter what, unless you're literally about to die, I guess, and you need the armor? Or is there any way that Wildheart gets played initially?
It can happen, yeah, I think it can definitely happen, especially if, because Wildheart Guff does naturally ramp you for 1, right? So 5 into 7 actually curves naturally if you want to do it that way, and if you have no other ramp, it might just be a little bit slow to be hanging on until Celestial Alignment. So, Wildheart Guff is a card that you like to use as a luxury, but sometimes you do just have to use it as a wild growth, right, to get you into those later turns. Ah, yes, Gabby entering his Mind Palace. This is a new turn up for the books. I'm very interested. I was just kind of silent, like breaking it down, where Gabby, as expected, took the turn off to dagger up. That's what I expected to happen. However, he also then chose not to dagger the 2-1, which, suggested to me that this was not going to be Field Contact Divine Shield going into the next turn, because if the play was Field Contact Divine Shield, he would definitely be daggering the 2-1, so then doing it last turn just means you're taking 2 extra damage. That wouldn't make any sense. So instead, Gabby diverting here, taking the Cult Neophyte turn, trying to block the overgrowth, hard block the overgrowth, because you can create the argument, right, that Field Contact Divine Shield also blocks overgrowth, because if they're overgrowthing into that, you get a full turn of field contact, so cool. But he's choosing to do it the actual hard way with Cult Neophyte, actually disallowing Nalgadan from being able to play the overgrowth whatsoever.
I do like this because this is like the slower approach, but looking at this from Gabby, he has field contact, he has shadow step, he's got multiple ways to proc the field contact as well, mana allowing of course, so he could even arguably take a field contact shadow step turn if nothing doesn't look great going forward, because right now he just saw the double eclipse as well, so that might make him more okay with leaving a Divine Shield field contact on the board. But for me, maybe I'm too scared, but for me, I'd look at the Shadow Step and be like, well, no matter what happens, you really want to Shadow Step that field contact, right? Oh, yeah, see that as well. Huge.
And this is the difference, right? Like, this is new Druid versus old Druid. Nalgadan used up Lunar Eclipses on the previous turn, so against old Druid, you'd be like, oh, sick, leave my field contact on the board. That just lives. But with Owls and Gnolls in the new build, that is still too dangerous, so you just Shadow Step it back to your hand. Only going to cost you the princely sum of 1 mana on the following turn, and of course the usage of that Shadow Step, which can be relevant in this matchup. This matchup doesn't tend to be defined too often by the actual huge end-of-game burst OTK combos from the Rogue. It tends to be about just sticking boards and annoying chip damage throughout the course of the game. But if it does get to that point, of course, using a Shadow Step is a significant chunk of damage lost.
Looks like Gabby's looking at the contact. I'm going to start popping off. Going to save the Octobots for now for 1 better reductions, but also I imagine there's always that Celestial Alignment on the brain, right? Against this deck, once you start hitting that, 6-7-ish mana, you're worried about being alignment at, like, every single turn for the rest of the game, basically, until it happens. Probably thinking about just saving the Octo for that and just start pushing the threats forward. Now, if he does choose, he has chosen to have the Divine Shield field contact, it says to Nalgadan, well, 9 times out of 10, you have to choose between killing the field contact or playing Celestial Alignment.
Exactly, yeah. There is a very popular play you can make in this kind of situation where if you have at least a strongish, a firmish read on Celestial Alignment from the opponent, you can just put an Octobot on the board, right? And then if they play Alignment, you spend your 1 mana on Penflinger or an Org Merchant and just discount your whole hand straight away. Gabby had half of that play available, but it wasn't good because even if he played an Octobot on board, he didn't at that point have a way to proc it for 1 mana on the following turn if he got hit with Celestial Alignment. So instead chose to continue to draw with the Shroud.
And it's also one of the problems as well, isn't it, where if Alignment comes down, there's a chance that another minion comes down, right, and can just kill the Octo anyway.
Absolutely.
So it's a little bit risky. It's definitely cool when it works, but I think, at least for the point Gabby's at in the game, it is a little bit too much to ask. You can see there the null 0 mana, but Nalgadan choosing to leave the field contact up, going for the alignment. There's Scabs.
This is what I was talking about earlier. Gabby has, I would say, failed to get monstrous pressure through in the early game, which is the plan A. So what you really want to do, Nalgadan's had a very decent defensive draw with Lunar Eclipses and the like, being able to pick this apart. So now he does have to divert back to plan B, and that Scabs is absolutely core to that plan B.
Meanwhile, though, Nalgadan is doing the thing. He's got Guff down now. He's going to be able to effectively double nourish this turn, whichever way he wants to do it. He still has, I believe, the card draw on the left that you can see. I think he hovered then to start cycling heavily through the deck. He has all the options in the world, especially going into next turn. But I think the big deal here is, okay, second null. He can kill the field contact if he wants to. It was very likely draw into something, but, until he does draw into something, that field contact's living.
Yeah, and now I think that Scabs might still just end up being a little bit too little too late for Gabby in this position, because Nalgadan's post-alignment was so powerful just in terms of ramping and gaining resources that we are probably just looking at a straight-up OTK from Nalgadan on the following turn.
Yeah, now there is Octo Procto. If Gabby wants to do something with that, does have the double sort of free, what will be free brain freeze as well. But again, the issue is this newer form of druid can OTK you from hand, which is the big fear, right? It's not like, oh, well, I've got big minions to contend with every turn, but maybe with Scabs I can do it. But no, this is please don't just kill me from hand next turn.
Looking at some weird stuff like Octo, Procto, play the other Octo, and then you have a 0 mana Secret Passage, but the problem at that point is I think you'd already had 0 mana at that point in every world, and then your Secret Passage would be drawing you 1 mana cards. Because at that point, if you still had 1 mana remaining, you could then have the second unprocced Octo on board for your Secret Passage, and then get 4 more 0 mana cards out of the second Secret Passage. But yeah, which was not going to work out. Gabby had to go for something significantly more underwhelming, significantly less whelming. That means Nalgadan has just got all the time in the world here to try and get something going with the Mr. Smite OTK at the end of this. I believe he still has 1 Solar left remaining in the deck for potentially that survival of the fittest, and 1 Jerry, I believe, hanging around in there as well.
I can confirm, yeah. 1 Solar, 1 Jerry. And infinity mana, basically, at this point, right? I wonder if it's even possible for him to spend all of his mana this turn.
Oh, and the Moonlit is in hand, and that means that the Jerry is still in deck as well, right? So he can start duping Pirates for more OTK potential as well.
And guaranteed, right? Because there's only 3 cards left, 2 minions left.
Yep.
Gotta be scrappy with scraps.
Pirate, Solar Survival, Mr. Smite, boom, bap, dead.
Yeah, he started doing the majority of this turn on 6 mana. He is now on 4 mana. Okay, 3 now. But yeah, that is just going to be the game. Nalgadan takes game number 1 with a very convincing Druid victory there. I will say the very early double Lunar Eclipse was a pretty big deal, and I think we even saw an eyebrow raise from Gabby as he saw the double removal turn from Nalgadan, something you generally not expecting, and obviously bought Nalgadan a ton of time in that matchup.
Yeah, and I'm honestly surprised to see Gabby rocking up to this World Championship without a Druid in his lineup himself, to the point where I misspoke earlier, saying, that was ironic, saying that the Druids were going to get out of the series, right? Because I'm just so used to Gabby turning up to Grandmasters or Masters Tour with Celestial Druid, running through people. You know, that clip that is now going to go down in Hearthstone lore forever with the 5 green rags or whatever it was for lethal at the end of the game against Yala. That's just kind of what's become iconic for Gabby at this point. I do find it a little strange that for me, one of the highest raw power level decks in the game has not found its way into Gabby's lineup, and I think yet again it comes out and just shows itself to be a real powerhouse in this metagame, right? Because particularly in the meta we've ended up here in Worlds, which again, I want to reiterate my point from day one, just because this is what these 8 players have submitted to Worlds does not mean this is what the meta is. This is our micro meta for the World Championships, right? Like, this is what people have ended up with. And because it is Garrote Rogue, OTK Demon Hunter, Celestial Druid, those 2 of those decks, OTK Demon Hunter and Celestial Druid, are combo decks that disrupt other combo decks, right? So I think they go up in estimation when you're expecting other people to bring combo decks, because Glide and Celestial Alignment have the power to be disruptive against all of the other decks that are trying to do similar things. And it does feel a little bit like Garrote Rogue is the one that's found wanting, because it can't really disrupt the others. Cult Neophyte is fine, but it's not quite the powerhouse disruption tool that it used to be, because I think a few of these decks have started to lean a little bit more carefully into minions as well, right? Druid with Gnolls and Owls can respond to Neophyte turns in ways that they never really used to be able to do. So Glide and Celestial Alignment are the kings of disruption right now, which is why for me, Druid was a core component of basically any lineup I could see being put together for this tournament. I'm very surprised to see Gabby not going with it.
And it must have been really difficult for all these players as well, because it's not like, oh, it's another week of GM, I'll submit this. If it doesn't work, I think it might work, but if it doesn't work, I'll play again next week. All the pressure to submit one lineup for your chance to become a world championship can actually make you make incorrect or very correct decisions, right? We look at the Hunter and obviously the Owl Warlock, which isn't as widespread as maybe people thought it would have been from Gabby. He may well still think that's the correct decision. That's absolutely fine. But maybe he was thinking of Druid and then got persuaded to go Hunter. We've been saying how good Hunter is. Maybe he was thinking of something else. Like, a lot of pressure has been put on all these players to just submit those 4 decks when currently in the meta, there's actually a lot of options as to where to go, and we see that across the board. So we'll see how Game 2 plays out here as we start it. Now Gadam on the top on that Pirate Warrior, another sort of outside pick based on this micro meta.
Mulligan not bad here, smooth enough curve for Nalgredan. Gabby does hit the Cutlass on 1, which could hit a Swindle, ends up hitting a Shroud, which he will absolutely take in that position as well. I think the only real negative there was if he would tradable into like a Brain Freeze, for example, and discount that instead of the Swindle. But this is a fine outcome with a discounted Shroud of Concealment for sure, especially now having picked up that field contact as well.
Yeah, not a bad start for Nalgredan either, though. He has obviously the quest, but then 2-drop, 3-drop, 2-2-drops, right? Like, that's looking really good. He's got Shiver the Timbers in case he needs to deal with an unprocced Octobot on that odd outcome there. So he's got everything he can possibly need to start ramping this quest, because all you really want to do as Pirate Warrior is get quest completion as fast as possible whilst trying to retain some level of pressure, some level of board sense. But in general, this is looking good, even though it's not the perfect set of opening pirates, right? With the 2-3 just being a 2-3, with the Fogsail Freebooter not having a weapon to push the extra damage. But still, I think as long as you have playable pirates in the early game, you are pretty happy.
Agreed. Tough turn here from Gabby, and I think you see it on his face. He has a couple of options. He can just continue to draw a few more cards with like comboing Swindle this turn, either with the Penflinger or something else, or he can trade away the Rustdrop Viper, or just play a Spider Tank in this position as well, which I suppose is an outside legal play, but I do think Rustdrop Viper is a low-key, somewhat useful card against Pirate Warrior to have in your hand for the early game turns. So no great surprise in the end to see him going with the combo Swindle turn, which was certainly my first instinct going into it.
Now, which 3-dropper does Nalgadan want? You can go for more damage, but I imagine getting Cargo Guard down is better. It's earlier in the game, which means it's less chance that Gabby can cleanly deal with this. And gaining the additional armor isn't to be ignored in this matchup. It's not often that the Rogue can't do the Garrote stuff if they really want to or can get to that point, but gaining the extra armor just gives you a little bit more leeway and makes Gabby have to do like a very good combo as opposed to a passable one.
So many.
Yeah, small amounts of armor are so much more irritating to play against as Garrote Rogue now than they used to be. It used to be a formality, right? As long as they didn't get above 40, like it was rare that you cared how much they picked up. So you had to be straight up like Control Warrior levels of armor gain, right? Solar Cenarian levels of armor gain to be able to stop it. But now, just being irritating, just getting yourself above 36 can be a very, very problematic situation for the nerfed Garrote Rogue to deal with.
I'll be at the point now where he could really do with an Octobot, might start trading away some of these minions. Does have to worry about just taking this 4 damage a turn as well. It's a little bit scary.
Penfling a step contact, yeah. There's a couple of lines that didn't quite work with like field contact, prize plunderer, step the prize plunderer, that kind of thing. That wasn't really a nice break point. There was a very effective clear with the prize plunderer, but I think it used too many resources without putting your field contact in play. Would have left you with a fairly dead hand overall. So I think by process of elimination, Gabby just kind of got rid of all the bad plays and ended up with the only one that made sense.
Here now, I think Harbor Scamp looks like a good start here for Nalgadan. Just get another pirate choice. The 2 pirates he has are fine, but probably not what he's after. Might be looking for a Sword Eater very soon, honestly, just to put another high health minion on the board and actually just say, well, now you need to stack a Plunderer and Shadow Step it, right? To be able to kill like a 4 health and 5 health minion.
Yeah, and let's, not forget the implications of that in the long term as well, because 1 step has already been used on a contact. If you want to shadow step a prize plunderer to deal with a 5 health minion, 6 health minion, whatever might come down here, that's both steps gone. And this is a cargo guard living again. So this is 36, which is now the 6 times 6 interval that is required to get all of that damage through. It is a little bit, overstated sometimes, because in the games where Rogue does very well, they do tend to win board and actually push a little bit of damage here and there, particularly against some of these aggro decks, right? And particularly now, right on time, thank you Hearthstone, scriptwriters on point as always. Now Shadowcrafter Scabs is a factor in the metagame because you can turn basically any board state into net +8 damage for you against most decks, right? Because all their stuff goes back to their hand, you get 2/4 attack stealth minions. So that can make a real mess of any armor setups that your opponent might have.
Yeah, Pirate Warrior does have some level of defense against the 4-2s though, because of cannon shots being a big deal at that point. But Gabby choosing to say enough is enough, let's go, even without an Octobot prop, is pretty huge here, because he's cleaned up a lot of the board, which means he isn't just saying, I'm always going to Scabs next to, well, not next turn, but ASAP, basically, no matter what. He's choosing to try and take control of the board and hopes he can retain it long enough to have maybe a bit more of a tactical Scabs as opposed to an emergency one.
Tactical scabs is an incredibly amusing phrase, Raven.
Now with a lot of that board cleaned up and the pirate frozen for Nalgadan, he's a little bit more limited. He does have Whetstone Hatchet as well as the Fog Sail and Shiver, so he has got enough removal, but it doesn't actually put a lot of presence on board. And if the other option being the Anchorman, and that is just a play it, it's on board, 1 minion, kill 1 thing, and pass, which probably isn't good enough with a field contact with Divine Shield.
Yeah. I think this is good recognition here from Gabby. It's a very awkward field contact to deal with, but I think he knows there's a decent chance that this is not a hugely impactful turn if time has to be spent with the minions on the other side. The cannon shots do hit the field contact though, which is annoying, but honestly, they were 1 health minions all around, right, in the long run, so it didn't really make a huge difference with that 1 attack weapon swing coming through anyway.
was tricky as well, because I think in Pirate Warrior, you were always thinking about the stronger weapons, but the Whetstone Hatchet adds up to a lot of combined damage over time, right? It's pushing for 1 every turn, it's adding attack to the minions in hand as well, so I do wonder if this is just a try and push for board again with maybe the Rustdrop Viper to back it up. Oh, there's Octo. Okay, well now we can talk about literally any other outcome here.
Yep, I think Stealth Octo with 4 health will feel very, very secure here from Gabby's side of things. Cannon shots already went off last turn, of course. We saw the second proc of the quest go. And even Cannoneer or whatever, like very few things are going to be able to have any interaction with this whatsoever. So that's just nicely front-loaded.
Only Shiver Their Timbers could target stealth. The big difference here for Gabby. He managed to get the stealth on that Octo, and it's so much safety. And there's just nothing Nalgadan can do about it. I think just Anchorman continue with the plan.
Wreckage story. Loot.
We like weapon swing time in here. I think at this point in the game, Nalgadan's looking to get as many of those plus attacks onto Smite as possible. Because although Gabby's looking great, he has the Octobot reduction on a full hand, basically. He's got scabs, that's great. But Smite coming out of nowhere ends many, many games of Hearthstone. So it is something Gabby does have to be at least aware of or ready for in some respect.
Yeah, certainly that is the scary part now for Gabby, but again, you know, we've been talking about what a great addition Scabs is to this deck, and you see it once more in this case, right? It's just insane, because even just that little splash of armor can be the difference. That one extra turn you need, you get pretty much 1 whole turn from vanishing your opponent's whole board back to their hand, and you then get a potential additional turn from that little burst of armor that you get as well. It's a huge deal.
Keep your enemies
Actually quite like it. The only thing I would have thought about is, should he have killed? Could he have killed, I guess is my question. He couldn't have, that was his first card, right? So he couldn't have done Brain Freeze. I was looking at whether he could have killed the Fog Sail, because that would mean there wouldn't be a clean quest path for Nalgadan in the next turn, or less likely to be one, should I say.
sizzle.
Just going to play out the Viper here. Yeah, I like this, using the Scab's hero power. This makes a lot of sense to me. 9 cards in hand, Octobot back to hand from the bounce. 8 damage loaded up in play is a big, big deal. Disallows the freebooter that you were talking about with the Brain Freeze just by a different method, dealing with the weapon, and also, of course, that's a couple more procs that could be landing on a Mr. Smite, as from Gabby's perspective, and we can see very much could be landing on a Mr. Smite from Nalgadan's perspective.
And this was why I was looking for this Fog Sail to actually be killed, because this is as clean a quest progression as you can get, right? We can see, if that was killed based on the draws Nalgadan had, he could not even play Captain Bukara this turn, which would have been absolutely huge for Gabby.
But I think you're about to see why Gabby was not too fussed about this situation, right? Because with 4 cards now left in deck, with 5 mana still available, and with an Octobot just about to be procced, alongside 11 damage in play, I think Gabby will be running away with this one quite cleanly from here.
Yep, it is looking good, isn't it? Down to 1 card left, all the options in the world. Got plenty of mana to get the 2 Garots in.
Yep. Board space for Guild Trader, Garrot, and then whatever 40, you like. Yep, tradable, clear the board space, play a minion, whatever, however you want to do it. It all kills at this point.
I think the only way that could have gone wrong is if somehow he cleared the 2 minions first and then was like, wait a minute.
There we go.
Good recovery there from Gabby. Because at the beginning, it looked rough, right? He was under a lot of pressure, but I think the turn he decided to actually go and fight for board was the correct moment to do so. As it was just about time where he could retain enough health to not be worried about, say, Smite plus another Pirate, or just Smite going on top of a small board. I think he was at about 19 before he played Scabs and when he went off, and I think that's probably the range you're looking at to feel safe.
Yeah, and I think the real key to that one, obviously Gabby has a plan from turn one in basically every game of Hearthstone he plays, I'm sure, but I think once he played the Shroud and hit Octobot, that's when you can see the end of the game, right? Because you play your Octobot, it has stealth, that means it probably lives the next turn. If it lives the next turn, you discount your hand once, you play Scabs, you use that essentially as a Shadow Step for your Octobot, and then you have a brand new discount for the next turn, which basically makes your entire hand cost 0, and you're able to do exactly this that you see on your screen now and just turbo everything through using that bonus damage that you get from those 2 extra 4/2 stealths that you do have on board. So I think that was the point where the plan became quite simple from Gabby's perspective, but of course he still had to navigate himself into that position, while, as you were saying, Nalgadan had a very quick and aggressive curve of Pirates himself. It wasn't the dream curve, you know, he didn't get like weapon discount into weapon, into buffs, into just huge amounts of damage going face all the time. South Sea Captain buff it all up, smack you down to 8 by like turn 5. It wasn't that aggressive a Pirate Warrior opening, but you don't get that every game. What you hope to get every game is just being able to play 1 or 2 Pirates every single turn, and that is certainly what Nalgadan was doing. But I think Garrote Rogue certainly has enough in the bag to be able to see off Pirate Warrior. This goes back to my question mark hanging over the head of Pirate Warrior at a high level in World Championship competition. And I don't know whether we specified best of 1 game or best of 1 series as whether Pirate Warrior was a good bring or not, but I might just claim victory already.
Yeah, we'll have to speak to the experts, TJ and Lorinda, in best of ones. So we'll have to see about that. Maybe get some notes on that later on. But for now, we take a look at Big Hoot Warlock from Gabby here. And a deck that I still have a lot of questions about, because I think us especially saw it struggle a lot when we cast yesterday. But that doesn't mean it's bad, because unless we go into this best of 1 thing very deeply here, it doesn't mean it's bad. It's just that it's feels very one-dimensional, right? It does what it does very well, and it hasn't got much leeway to do anything else. The key parts, of course, being the removal. Again, I think versus Pirate Warrior, if that's the matchup, not sure yet, but versus Pirate Warrior, it's definitely got a good plan because it's got built-in removal as part of the deck. But it does need to then find the Owl. If you're spending mana on life taps whilst the Pirate Warrior is piling on pressure with minions, either you get to kill their minions and try and get to the Owl slower, or you try and get to the Owl and the combo faster, and they're just hitting you in the face. So again, it's you sort of in a problem no matter what here, at least in my experience in this matchup.
Armor Vendor on 1 for Gabby. Double spell opener for Nalgadan, which is...
Throw those away.
Yep, far from ideal. Gabby, just keeping the Armor Vendor in the middle, no great surprise there. We'll be shocked if we see anything particularly different from what we're expecting here from Nalgadan.
I would imagine Nalgadan throws away all 3, right? Because Device Cannoneer is not a minion you want to play as part of your I'm trying to prot the quest. It's something you want to play with a weapon, and then you shoot them a lot. So, he's going to keep. I am...
The dream.
Yeah, really wants to just hit a 2-drop and then just have something to play on curve. I would have mulliganed that every single day of the week.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. Particularly when 2 of your bad draws are going back into the deck, so can't be mulliganed into, right? Like, there is a risk when you're mulliganing with Pirate Warrior. It's like, well, this is a pirate, and if I throw it away, I could get a spell, and that's bad, right? But you're literally throwing away 2 spells that can't come back until the first draw after the mulligan. So, personally, I think I would have gone a little bit more aggressively for 1-drops or 2-drops there in Nalgadan's position.
And weirdly enough, Gabby's winning on board. I know it's only turn 2, but that is a lot of presence on board very early in the game, and something a lot of the time this Warlock does not get to do, right? This is a very strong opening against Pirate Warrior. Maybe because of that, Gabby's going to take the opportunity to just backfire, yeah? He's got the double trade if he wants it, draw 3 cards, and stay ahead on board. Now, this was my issue with keeping the cannon, is that it doesn't often feel like an on-curve play, especially not against a deck that has multiple ways to just kill it. It just runs straight up removal. And now, the likelihood of you drawing other cards to play at this point is so high with this deck that I think now Nalgadan's considering whether he coins 2/2s, whether he plays Man the Cannons and a 2-drop, whether he just plays South Sea Captain as a half throwaway pirate to just progress the quest. But I don't think Cannoneer is in any of those thoughts.
Yep, very fair. Now Godan a little slow off the blocks here for sure, giving Gabby plenty of time to get through this early game nice and safely. Blood Mage Touch is able to take care of this captain, and I think you see just an element of despondency creeping into the face of now Godan here, as he is really not gaining a foothold on this board as he would be hoping to early on in this matchup, because if you're not winning board early with this deck, you're going to be in trouble later on.
Yeah, and it's the combined efforts, right, where I think as Pirate Warrior in this matchup, if your minions are getting removed early, yes, that's annoying, but you can just play more minions, right, and try and just keep plowing through. But the fact that his minions are being removed and Gabby is retaining minions on board is such a more of an uphill climb, because now Godan has to factor in not only the removal from hand from Gabby, but the fact that he has just damage on board to help out with trades as well. Even this, the Drained Soul is just a clean kill here with this Thalnos.
So many.
Even just Drained Soul, he could even tap Drained Soul and then just drop some Armor Smiths, right? Or drop an Armor Smith, should I say.
Yeah, he could. I think he's also considering, you know, what a setup for Tamsin next turn looks like, right? Because if he taps this turn, is he still able to draw 3 cards next turn safely? Should he just be dumping more cards this turn and not tapping to create that hand space for Tamsin later on? There's some options.
Okay. Going to take the trade with the Thanos. This gives him more options to just or rip into the best card in the deck, and you see now Godan's response.
That's so perfect. Next turn, he now draws a card up to 8. He plays Tamsin down to 7, draws 3 up to 10, which discounts double Armor Vendor in his hand to be able to dump them out and not overdraw a card. That was the single best draw in his deck off that Blood Mage trade.
Generally speaking, it's the single best draw in his deck in any situation.
Yeah,
the card is so good, but you are right. The fact he could just insta-proc it is huge. Here comes the Defiance Cannoneer at last. The swing is there for the weapons. Now Godan does get to push a lot of damage, but I think the fact that Gabby is trying to show us that he just doesn't really care what now Godan's doing at this point shows how comfortable he seems to be.
Oh, it's such huge B-Rabbit energy coming off Gabby right now. I just cannot handle it.
And he's singing Never Gonna Give You Up.
Yeah, that's exactly as he confirmed for us all.
Well, those combo pieces look pretty cool.
They sure do.
Tamsin reduced. Even Grimoire's there just for the like insta owl kill if he wants it, right? A really good bonus there that you can just play owl no matter, you know, as long as the owl itself is playable. 0 mana destroyer thing is absolutely what you're looking for. And now Godan, yet again, has a board to contend with. It's not a dangerous board, 2 1/3s, but look how slow this feels, right? If he plays Anchorman, it kills a 1/3 and draws a card, and then you can maybe coin out a 2-drop, but looks like he's going to go for the Sword Eater and the Bloodsail Raider to just put on more pressure and try and not give Gabby the chance to just be comfortable and just start spamming card draw this game. Okay, that's a free trade there. Going to buff the amount of minions up. Okay. Okay. There's the Alpha next turn as well.
Yep.
There is the double counter factor here, I guess, where now Godan, I believe, is running a Mutinous, unless I'm going crazy, but Gabby is also running 2 Owls. I think, if anything, it would be more of a problem if now Godan actually managed to Mutinous the Tamsin at this point, right?
Yeah, if he can get like Tamsin plus big board plus some amount of armor, like eat Tamsin plus get a big board of his own and get some amount of armor, maybe he'll be able to resist a single Phylactery combo, but even then it's still a ton of damage.
Yeah.
Especially since Gabby has already traded the same imps twice now, so he can just instantly get the full board of imps off a single card.
Yeah.
In the box?
Instantly.
Pirate stuff.
Instantly, indeed. Very good.
The juggernaut is under
There's Rikara though. And now the wild card's in play, right? Because I know I've talked about this a lot in the past since this quest came into play.
Ding, ding, ding! What's the bingo?
get-
Center square! Yeah.
I get wrecked by Captain Rikara every single time. There's more gore howls and Mr. Smites than you can shake a stick at when I'm against it anyway.
Owl.
Yeah.
Grimoire.
Thank you for your service.
Absolutely disregarding. There was obviously an option there to... Oh, no, actually, I guess it always is going to work out that way, right? Because the AoE is going to take care of the 2-2 before the death rattle goes off.
Yeah.
I always forget that things happen in that order in a lot of situations, so there was no world not to go face in that position. Just free damage picking up from the 3-3.
Loot to the totem!
Yeah, and because that was not Bulwark of Azeroth, even if that would matter, I'm not going to do the quick numbers, but I'm going to guess maybe even no. That looks like the full combo as far as I can see it, Sol.
Sure does. Yeah, I think this was actually lethal through Bulwark as well.
Yeah, I would assume so. I was just talking before I saw all the minions that are on board as well, because that obviously counts too. But with the double effect of the death rattles,
Right. And there's double skull spirits as well, right, with a Moarg, so the minions on the other side just get straight up AoE'd anyway.
yeah, even got the Viper in there as well, because it was a smaller imp generation. But yeah, there we go. And watch as 8 appears on the screen many, many times.
Boom! Dead. 2-1 Gabby, and he is now on the hill to be going through to the semi-finals. Now Gudan started the series strong, picked up the first victory, but it has been that Pirate Warrior now 0-2 against the Garrote Rogue and the Owl Warlock, and now just the OTK Demon Hunter stepping up to bat.
Yeah, and that's a tough one. We've said it a lot. There's a reason OTK Demon Hunter has basically existed in the meta as long as it's been able to, because it's just that good. We've seen some shenanigans with glides going all the way across the matchup in a mirror match, but overall, it's one of those decks that's, unless someone's building a lineup to try and bully OTK Demon Hunter, it's one of those decks that, at least for me, so I cross off as it's probably going to get a win in most series, right?
So, I mean, it's a very, very, very high power level deck for sure, and has been for quite some time at this point.
Yeah.
Multiple iterations. You know, Quest Demon Hunters in general have just been absolutely fantastic powerhouses in the metagame for a number of expansions and mini sets and so on. Continuing to be able to pick up wins. They've been a real favorite deck of Gabby and the other French GMs as well. Blaise as well has been a really big OTK Demon Hunter player. I think hit one of the most ridiculous OTK Demon Hunter lethals I have ever seen, where it was like a turn 5 lethal with 6 mana Il'gynoth, like already nerfed Il'gynoth, where he hit like all the perfect discounts off the first 2 quest procs to get like double discounted Il'gynoth, discounted Moarg, discounted Felsker. It was absolutely absurd. So we've seen the stuff that this deck can do in the hands of strong players, and I think this was a great bring to the tournament overall. Still perhaps not quite performing to its heights on ladder right now, because of the ever-presence of Trogs on the other side. I guess this is one of the very few decks that can't really compete at all with minions if Trogs come down on the other side. Like, they have to rely on clean kills with Moarg or Talented Arcanist. But in this very heavily combo-based meta in the World Championship, the combo deck with Glide just tends to be king, right? And that's the situation we're going to find itself in, because now, even if it gets beaten up by the Pirate Warrior, there's still a rogue on the other side for Nalgadon that has to survive all of those potential glides from the Demon Hunter while trying to get to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, just a reminder, of course, as well, the winner does go on to the semi-finals. The loser is unfortunately done for the World Championship, done for this year, and has to go back and prepare for next year's competitive time. But let's just go in here. Nalgodan on that Pirate Warrior once again. Gabby on this OTK Demon Hunter. And is this just max quest progression? Glide isn't as big of a factor in terms of Gabby affecting Nalgodan with a glide, right, as Pirate Warrior. A lot of the time you're probably happy if your opponent glides you. You get 4 new cards to play with. Pirate Warrior, not something, not really a deck that you hold on to too many cards for anyway. So Gabby going to throw everything away here.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. I think, as we were talking about before, I think Rakara, one of the easier quest rewards to get out of your hand on the same turn that you complete it, just because it can be activated by playing a single cheap pirate on like a turn 7 kind of deal, which is, you know, relatively timely. But if you haven't been getting a lot of aggression through in that time, then, you know, Demon Hunter can get a lot done in the first 6 or 7 turns in the game. So you really have to focus on being as aggressively as possible. Being as aggressive as possible with those early pirates.
And although it's not super common, there are times where you just don't have a 2-drop or a 1-drop pirate in your deck, in your hand, right, to proc and play Captain Rakara. And then the problem is, well, are you supposed to wait, or do you just hope there's not a glide, right? And if there is a glide, well, suddenly you've got no chance, because the deck, once you get to Captain Rakara, is incredibly reliant on that power, right? That quest finish as the way to win games.
Mm-hmm.
Now Nalgodan could start stacking armor. It's probably the best 3-drop out of the 3 options. No weapon equipped to gain that permanent +1 attack with. The Privateer is more aggressive, but okay, he's going to go for it. I did wonder if just forcing Gabby to either, or to try and kill a 4 health minion, or just let Nalgodan gain armor is something to consider over that. But Nalgodan chose aggro as the approach.
He did, and I don't mind it, because I think this matchup and the Rogue one are kind of night and day in terms of how much the combo deck has to care about the armor total from the Warrior. Like, they can certainly, you know, I talk about 36 being kind of a tough breakpoint for Rogue to get to these days. 36 is the basic breakpoint for Demon Hunter to get to. The classic double Moarg +2 spell damage breakpoint that you see activated in the majority of combos these days. So stacking armor I don't think is really a viable win condition. I do think, though, the threat of a quest reward bulwark of Azzinoth can be a big X factor in this matchup if things get down to that point. So I do think generally just maximum aggression, as you were saying, like 4-3 over a 2-4 in that position. Just be as aggressive as possible. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Tempo Cannoneer is going to give him the mana to play the weapon as well, so he does get to swing this and push extra damage. I like it. You know, Gabby, not starved of card draw because he has Rustrot Viper, he has this Sigil going off now. Now there's Acrobatics, but I think he did need something to feel a little bit more confident going forward, and he does get Acrobatics, not even necessarily for this turn, but it is there.
Yeah, I think he was trying to do this without the Acrobatics, ends up having to use it anyway. Does get a double discount by over-completing the quest by 1, but doesn't tend to be a huge factor in most situations. Does have discounted Talented Arcanist plus Fellscream Blast now, which could be very nice if he needs to weave that into a tighter turn later on. Like, he might be able to get quest completion plus board clear now because he's hit that particular discount on the Arcanist.
I was thinking about Coin Viper here. Maybe even Coin I-Beam. Because this Cannoneer, that pushes a lot of damage if that weapon's still equipped.
That is indeed a 7-3 on the other side of the board right now, yes.
And it's a 7-3 he can deal with in multiple ways, right? Whether he plays the Viper to remove the weapon, whether he plays the I-Beam to kill the 3-3, like whatever his choice, he can do it, but it does use the coin, which is something that I think he's, well, clearly decided he wants to retain.
Yeah. I think because he knows he has a cheap Arcanist Fellscream, he feels secure about this, right? If third minion comes down, he can clear up 3 minions plus play Glide next turn, right? Which is a pretty sick turn to be able to have. He'll rebound most of this health damage that he takes by just healing for 9 in that position, feel relatively comfortable. And even if he gets hit with the on-curve play of Ron Burgundy, he has a really nice breakpoint to actually deal 6 AoE as well with the current hand as well, right? So I think he recognizes that he has all bases covered in the current position.
Yeah, definitely at the point where Gabby has to do something about this board, but as you quite rightly broke down, he can do something about this board. Even picks up the Tusk Piercer as well, if he can go for it here, but it looks like it's going to be Coin Rust Drop, was that?
Yep.
Okay,
So,
going to make a strong play for the board, actually, even though these minions don't like the strongest. It's 3 minions versus none right now.
Yeah, I really like this. I think this is strong recognition. We talk about how, you know, the spells are few and far between in Pirate Warrior, and they do tend to get in the way. You do tend to want to throw them away a lot of the time when you face these kinds of matchups. So Moarg as a 2/4 can be very effective indeed. Not as effective as maybe against Paladin, for example, but still, you know, an overstatted minion most of the time against most hands, and just adding a Spider Tank and removing the weapon, I think, takes away a lot of the rebound potential from Nalgadan in this position.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Didn't know whether he was going to go for the man the cannons first, to just clear up the majority of the board and then let the cannons clear, or maybe even go face that way, but did choose to just go for the maximum high roll at that point, I guess.
This will now just be a glide turn. It's just whether Gabby wants to spend the mana now to potentially turn a Illidari Studies into a card draw card that he can draw later, but I think with that I-Beam play instead, he's spotted something just a little bit better. He's able to clear board, win board again, and get that quest completion together with the glide. Very, very nicely done indeed. Only quest step number 2, though. You can see this is a slow quest completion for Gabby by Demon Hunter standards. He has paid a lot of attention to the board in this matchup, but he has been rewarded for that as well. Currently at 30 health and ahead on board against a board-based deck. So yes, he is slow with quest completion. Yes, he is going to be second to complete in this matchup, which is certainly not what you would expect usually, but he has bought himself a ton of time in terms of health and tempo.
But the shenanigans are about to begin, as Nalgadan does have Captain Rokara down, and he'll just be hoping for either decent-sized weapons, big pirate summons, or both, because, again, important to remember, if, say, for example, an Anchorman is summoned from the ship, and he plays Smite, that Anchorman gets to go face. So, always going to keep an eye on what's summoned, what weapon's available, because this burst damage can get very, very silly indeed. For now, though, Gabby's going to try and just get this quest done, but again, he won't be able to and play Kurtrus at the same time, so he's going to be continuing to be a little bit too slow here. Or slower than he wants to be, should I say. Maybe not too slow.
Indeed, too slow does remain to be seen at this point. But it is certainly looking like he will struggle to find the clean turn to land Demon Slayer Kurtrus, right? Like, that's going to be the big problem here.
Yeah.
I think I'd like to see, yes, exactly that attack happen. I'd love to see that, because now he has potential for a big AoE to come down on the same turn, right? Kurtrus, Arcanist, Immolation Aura. Not in that order, ideally, all in the same turn. But now, the Mutinous off the top for Nalgadan can pretty much end this game on the spot. Okay. It's bad, but it's not immediately game-ending.
And in a roundabout way, something we don't say often, the Bulwark of Azeroth was actually probably the best outcome for Gabby.
Yeah, true.
Because he can't OTK this turn, so great, have it now. What's that, 7?
Smite in hand, Pirate about to be spawned. I think Gabby's
Pirate
gonna
probably
find
about to be drawn,
trouble.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Going to quit out this one, and that means we are going to game number 5 as Nalgadan evens it up with that Pirate Warrior. Just too much pressure going on there, and Gabby just not getting that smooth Demon Hunter quest progression that we are used to seeing, which means we are going down to Rogue versus Demon Hunter, and we might, just as a spoiler, be talking about the card Glide in this upcoming matchup.
Yes, the matchup does tend to revolve around that mechanically because, you know, not only can Demon Hunter get hold of Glide, can they set up good glides, can they discover glides, are they dumping cards from one side of their hand in order to make a Glide outcast, but also what the Rogue is doing on the other side is very influenced by playing around Glide as well, right? Like, generally trying to play for tempo by dumping unimportant minions from their hand and trying to reserve card draw cards in hand, reserve card draw cards in deck, so that you know, I tend to use like a blackjack analogy for this. So if you're counting cards in blackjack, you want the deck to be stacked with 10s. That's your goal of it being stacked with card draw cards when you're playing against Demon Hunter. So when they glide you draw a very good recovery hand on average. You draw a Swindle, you draw a Shroud of Concealment, you draw a Field Contact, you draw those cards that are actually able to bounce you back from that position. The worst thing you can do in most situations, if you have any kind of Glide setup read from that position, is just to dump all of your card draw, Swindle, Shroud of Concealment early on in the game, and then just turn 4 Glide, 9 cards turn into 4 cards, and you've already used 3 card draw cards in the early game, right? Because then at that point, you're just not going to recover. You need that bounce back ability in your deck to have it stacked with card draw to be able to continue on past the Glide when it almost inevitably happens to you at some point in the game.
Yeah, you basically play Garrote Rogue in opposite world in this matchup, right? You don't, the normal matchup, you see all the card draw spam to fill the hand. It's completely opposite here, and it is winnable. You know, we talk a lot about Glide being extremely strong against Rogue, and it is, but it doesn't mean that this is just if Gabby draws Glide, the game's over, right? That is not the case, right? We've seen plenty of times various good Rogue players do what you outlined and recover and still win the game, because just because a Glide's been played doesn't mean that Demon Hunter's suddenly super far ahead. It just means a Glide has been played. So we'll see if Nalgadan can fight back. The positive, I guess, in a weird way for both of these players, is that this is a matchup that's been ongoing for a long time now. Yes, there's a, you know, Scabs is in there or whatever, you can talk about that, but in general the core concepts are the same, which means both players will no doubt be very experienced in how to play it. So it's not like anyone's going to get caught off guard by like a new card or anything like that. It is going to be okay. We both know the strategy. Let's see who can execute.
Yes, but I still do think there is an edge to Gabby in this one. I do think, you know, a lot of Rogue's advantages, a lot of the next level stuff that Rogue has gained in the mini set and in the newest expansion, you know, Blackwater Cutlass, Scabs, all that kind of stuff. Blackwater Cutlass in particular is another strategy that kind of gets shut down by Demon Hunter and Glide, because I think the average quicker OTKs that we're seeing from Garrote Rogue has a lot to do with Blackwater Cutlass, right? Because back before Cutlass was a card, the choke point was almost always playing the actual Garrotes, right? Like, that was the real problem that people would run into. It was the option that could be affected by Cult Neophyte. It was the option that people would be looking to save their preps for, yada, yada, yada. But now, because you trade Cutlass so many times over the course of the game, you end up with a 0/1 mana Garrote in your hand or whatever, and then if that gets hit by an Octobot, sweet, there you're playing them for 0 guaranteed. Glide also removes all enchantments when they get shuffled back in the deck. So every time that happens, every Cutlass trade, every Octobot discount, everything that you've been working on to discount your hand for those eventual OTKs is just reset back to 0, and you're going to have to be drawing them again for full cost.
And it's really tricky as well, because it's not as if it's usual to just say, well, just equip the Cutlass then, because then you won't have that issue. It's like, well, but it's a tradable card. It's very strong in itself as like kind of card draw, right? So it's not as if you necessarily want to just delete the card from the deck if you're considering Glide outcomes anyway. But already we are in the game. Sigil is in hand for Gabby, so we'll be happy he's got some very early card draw along with that acrobatics as well. So far for Nalgadan though, bit of a swindle and a dream moment right now. So I imagine we're going to see a secret passage coming up shortly.
Yeah, I mean, this is already decision time, right? Because all of that stuff I talk about playing a bit more heavily for tempo and then falling back on the card draw later once you've got through one or two glides, that's a luxury that you may have, right? Sometimes you just draw a hand like this, where this hand does nothing except draw cards. So you are kind of obligated, if you wish to play this game at all, to just go ahead and activate, combo your Swindle, and draw some cards in that position. So I think Nalgadan doing exactly the right thing.
Yeah, a bit of a lie though there, Sol, in what you were saying. I see a strict tempo play from Nalgadan. There is a 2-1 on board, so, it's...
fair enough. Yep.
Wait for it. And the tempo's gone. Glide gonna come down nice and early. Nalgadan might be happy about that glide at this point in the game. Honestly, he's like, these were all card draw cards, so now I get to put them all back and hopefully, for Nalgadan's sake, draw minions.
He did have an objectively garbage hand. Now picking up Shroud. Does get the Garrote back again. No, the hand did not improve. It did not improve, Raven.
Now he needs to Shroud for the minions he wants to dump, right? Is that where we're at in the plan?
Oh no, this is such a disaster for Nalgadan. That Guild Trader. Oh, no Octo, no contact off the Shroud either.
Another happy guildie.
Tradable Last Hope.
I think the worst part as well is Gabby didn't even, and I hope you understand what I mean, like, he didn't even aim that glide, right? It wasn't like, oh, I've seen him reduce stuff, I'm going to shuffle it back. It was, this glide benefits me, I may as well mess with my opponent as well. And it just, it's gone from bad to worse for Nalgadan.
Decision to be made here. Over completion of the quest versus, efficiency of card draw here. He only technically needs to draw one card, so he could choose to do it with the Guild Trader. But that is a fairly awkward-looking Spectral Sight, I think, if it starts to go mid-hand as well. So yeah, I was about to say I'm a little bit surprised that Gabby seems to be leaning Guild Trader here. Happy to see that he did divert and go with the over completion on the Spectral Sight as well.
Yeah, I like taking it. I know there's all the efficiency of how to do the card draw, but just take an extra card for the 1 mana you spend, right? Seems like it makes...
Yeah, well, so I think the big kicker for me is, like, usually in those spots, I would just like to have a Spectral Sight later, right? Like, that makes sense to me. But when you're doing that, you kind of have to look at the left-hand side of your hand, right? And be like, okay, how quickly am I using an Acrobatics, a Guild Trader, an Immolation, or an Fell Screen Blast? Not very quickly, right? Because that's what you're going to have to do in order to outcast the Spectral Sight on the other side. Sometimes you can be gliding as well, right? You can just say, I'll keep this Spectral Sight because I'm just going to glide, and then I'd rather have a Spectral Sight back in my deck than the extra Guild Trader, which just gets traded back in anyway.
Nalgadan secret passage into the cards he really wanted in the game, actually. Get to play the Octo and the Neophyte, but again, Neophyte probably not going to have too much to say about this turn from Gabby.
And Gabby can now choose to deny discounts here if he really wants to. He can now do it much more simply with the I-Beam draw as well, which is huge. I-Beam, of course, not affected by Cult Neophyte auras. Order of operations, aura effects, cards that reference other cards, cards that reference themselves. I-Beam always wins. There's 3 certainties in life, Raven. Death, taxes, and outcast I-Beam costing 1.
So everyone in chat's making notes about how the Hearthstone rulebook works.
Mm-hmm.
And I do like this because I think Gabby is going to clearly have a sense that the game isn't going the best ever for Nalgadan at this point. So keep it that way, right? Kill the Octobot, don't let any reductions happen. Yeah, it costs you a Moar, it costs you an I-Beam, but it's kind of what some of those cards are there for anyway.
Going to allow the Shadow Step potential on the Neophyte, it looks like here, if he's going to be swinging face.
Why would he do that over the hero power? What's he spending this mana on otherwise?
It's a good question, and one that I certainly could not find a satisfactory answer to, but once again, Gabby does divert.
Chooses not to spend the mana on the tradable, of course, because that isn't going to progress his quest that turn, so don't bother.
Yeah, I think the thinking was if he swung face with 2 mana, he would then draw the card, which would be 3 out of 5, right? And then if he tradable the Peddler into another tradable or double jump. That would give him Kurtrus with the 1 remaining mana at the end.
Sure.
But obviously I think that was like limited outs from that position, so in the end he just chose to deny Shadow Step potential on the other side.
Also, is this Moarg just going to live?
Oh gosh, I hadn't even looked at that.
I'm just sat staring at it because he can't Guardian Dog Merchant it to juice the Pillager. Well, I guess, okay, he strictly could, but it wouldn't quite realistically work the way he wants it. Like, what is happening here?
No. Brain freeze.
Yeah. Okay, that was Step.
Step, yeah. Technically does work, but it's a miserable usage of resources at this point. This is just not the draw.
A whole turn to do it as well.
That is his whole turn.
Oh, the Moarg lives. Lethal?
Seems unlikely, Raven, but I like where your head's at.
Pleasure
Deep breath from Gabby. Things are becoming real for the young Frenchman.
Another happy guildie.
See, if he'd have just done this with his last 2 mana, he'd have Kurtrus by now. What'd he kill a Neophyte for, you dummy?
So there is Scabs here for Nalgadan next turn. Although that's not his only option. Might be the only one that looks any good based on this hand.
It's actually a very important option right now because Gabby currently has 9 cards in hand.
Oh, that's true. That is true.
And if a Moarg gets bounced back, yeah, great recognition from Gabby. Spot on, understands that he cannot risk, with no Il'gynoth in hand, he straight up cannot risk his semi-final position on Scabs, bouncing a Moarg back to his hand for an overdraw.
Okay, Nalgadan going with the field contact, not going to go for the Scabs, but he does have Neophyte, Shadow Step, Guardian Orc Merchant. He has things to do at last. Is this the point where Nalgadan can turn this game around? Because it's been looking grim for the majority of it so far.
It has indeed. Those Neophytes are huge because Neophyte blocks, multiple Neophytes would block Immolation Aura into Kurtrus coming down. A single Neophyte is not going to be enough to do that currently.
I've got a question, so.
Yeah.
Is this Moarg going to live again?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it kind of is.
It's just a world record here at the World Championship. A Moarg living on board for more than a turn.
Oh, you've never seen my Pyroblast Moargs, Raven. Oh, back in the day. Oh, Moarg on 2, hit him for 10. Oh, the dream.
Pyroblast Moarg.
Yeah.
This is a problem, though. You're still alive.
My quest, my revenge.
Kurtrus, no doubt, coming down for Gabby. Gets to I-beam. Guess what? The reign of terror that this Moarg has been on is not ending anytime soon.
It's not. It's interesting to preserve this on board, right? Because you are technically, with your opponent having 2 Brain Freeze left in deck, you know pretty for certain that they don't have Brain Freeze in their hand currently.
Right.
But it's interesting that with the Moarg on board, you kind of make killing the Kurtrus a lot easier, which I think is the setup that Nalgadan is going for here with the initial ping to turn the 7/7 into a 7/6.
Is it like weirdly fair to say Gabby might just not care at this point in the game?
True.
Because if Nalgadan's doing a good job, right? Gabby knows he has the Shadow Step field contact that he's obviously replayed now. He's doing a good job of recovering. He's getting towards the bottom of the deck, setting up for a combo. But with the reduction here, with the right draw or two, Gabby isn't far away from just gliding anyway, which will sort of reset a lot of this work that Nalgadan's managed to do this turn.
Yeah, that's very fair.
Choose soon.
It is starting to become a lot closer than it looked when those first few opening turns from Nalgadan came about, though. Shadow Step on field contact. Again, though, this is the biggest invitation to be Glidden that I have ever seen in my damn life, Raven. 9-card hand, Shadow Stepped field contact.
Oh, was that Il'gynoth?
Okay. Currently only Moarg in hand costs 2, though, which probably makes this prohibitively expensive from this point.
And the problem as well is he now can't get to that glide, right?
He can't, no.
And no matter what, he cannot make that glide outcast.
Double jump does nothing.
You look like you love a good deed.
Peddler coming down on board with draw 2 more to activate the acrobatics. Illidari studies. Doesn't find it. Misses on the glide. Guild Trader now costs 1. The Ilganoth now cannot be played this turn. Glide again. Still doesn't find it.
Oh, is that just likely to be it, Sol?
I think it is. I think it is.
The fact he couldn't get to a glide is huge. I think it became fairly simple this turn. Gabby either had to draw X for lethal to win the game, or he had to glide this hand away from Nalgodan. And you can see relief for Nalgodan. I think he just spent that whole turn scared of a glide. It's not happened, and now he has all of the tools required to finish this game. Except, wait, how much spell damage does he actually need here?
It's quiet.
He needs to do 5 damage per, so he needs 3 spell damage if he's going to be getting all 6 procs off. He does have the swing of the weapon as well, but it very rarely affects a breakpoint when it's at 30.
Just because it's important to remember, double Shadow Step gone. He also used one of the Augur Merchants earlier in the game, right?
Yes, he needs the Guild Trader now, which he does find. 4 mana Guild Trader can come down. He does have Prep to discount the remaining Garrote by 1, which leaves him with 1 mana free, but still 3 cards remaining in the deck from this point. Oh,
wait,
Raven!
Is this just... Does he have to just risk it? It's not guaranteed, right?
I don't think it is.
Because he can prep Garrote, and then he just brain freeze.
Brain freezes.
And he either gets it or he doesn't. You see now, Godan.
Oh, no! No! No, not like this, Raven. Absolutely under no circumstances like this.
Oh, what is going on? Someone get someone that needs it. Good internet or something, because that was literally the turn to outline it. Nalgodan had to go for the combo. He had the amount of damage required available, but the problem was 3 cards out of what will it be, the 9 that would be in the deck after the bleeds aren't bleeds, which means if he doesn't draw enough bleeds to kill him without hitting one of those like blank cards, then that's
3 out of the 7,
over.
Raven. 3 out of the 7. There's only 2 per going in there at that point. Like the Garrotes themselves accounting for that damage, and after having used the prep, whether he uses the prep to play a Garrote or prep to play Brain Freeze, I believe he then still only has 1 mana left. So he'll have Brain Freeze and Pen Fling in his hand, but he'll only be able to play one of them in that position to be able to get there. I think that's the situation. I hope it's the situation. Both players, I'm sure, massively frustrated. Emotions will be at an all-time high here in this situation. But as you can see, this is what we are looking at.
Well, now Godan has no other choice, right? He has to do Garrote, Brain Freeze, or Flinger, whatever you want. It's all going to be how these bleeds are drawn. This is to make it to the semi-finals of the World Championship. The loser goes home. Did Nalgodan miss? He's shaking his head.
Nalgodan looks disappointed. The first draw! That was 0 bleeds! That was 0 bleeds, Raven, in one of the most ridiculous endings to a Hearthstone series I have ever seen. The plot armor is too powerful. Gabby is in the semi-finals. Commiseration to Nalgodan, commiserations to Latin America. He put up a huge fight. No one wanted to see that series end that way, we promise you. But in the end, the result speaks for itself. Even, I suppose, with the extra time that Nalgodan arguably got in that position, the result was the same. you can fairly confidently say that the didn't affect the outcome of proceedings, and Gabby was able to get over the line there in the end with what was a far closer ending to that series than it was looking like as things kicked off for Nalgadan in that road game.
Yeah, important to note, just to go on top of what you were saying, is, obviously someone lost connection for a second, but Nalgadan had one single possible turn to realistically make to win the game. He did the turn, it didn't pay off, game over. Huge congratulations there to Gabby making it through to these semi-finals. Commiserations to Nalgadan, of course, but I will just say for Nalgadan, I think he played very, very well. I think that this series, as you mentioned, was a lot closer up until the last second of the match than it may have looked at points. I think Nalgadan did his best and got very, very close to making it to those semi-finals. That last turn could have gone either way, and that's how close it was. But you can see there, Gabby is joining Possessi as the players making it out of Group A. What a match, Sol. I'm glad we're not casting next, because I need to recover.
I know, I need a lie down. I need a lie down and a nice cup of cocoa. That's what I need right now. Oh my goodness, what a way to kick off the day indeed. Gabby, Possessi, Glory, +1. That will be our semi-finals now at that point, and that +1 is still yet to be decided in our very next series. But whoever out of the two remaining is to join those three players in the semi-final, we will have a phenomenal semi-final to round out our World Championship.
It is going to be huge, and just to remind you guys, we are of course crowning our World Champion today, so we're going to be online till we are done with all of the matches, so make sure to stay tuned no matter what. We've got McBanterface versus Xiao Bai coming up after the break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh, come on!
It should be Rogue. It's not Patron Warrior days anymore.
It is, though. That's the thing. That's why I had to take a second. I had to check, because most of my Warrior is Patron Warrior, and all the classes are slowly overtaking it. But yeah, it is still Warrior. You suck. Easy.
Wasn't even a question. And one, believe it or not, I think any of the other casters would have got as well.
Or basically anyone that watches Hearthstone would probably get. How far ahead is it at this point?
It's probably like 4,000 games difference or something right now between second place.
Problem is, you have to break through all the ones that I claim are my favourite player, like the character Sotto on the TV show Hearthstone.
If I am wrong, I am actually right, and Sottle is in fact wrong about his own favourite player.
I think you got this right.
Okay. Yes! Stanudachi, 100%. Oh, yeah. Easy. These are the ones we can get. None of this remembering dates rubbish.
This is just free elo at this point now. We're farming. We're farming.
Yep. Are we doing constructed?
I am answering the literal question that.
Okay.
Oh yes!
Oh, we're so good. Oh, okay. I was gonna put it as well, Sol.
Come on!
I was gonna put Lope, but I was like, Sol's never playing Lope. I thought we were gonna go for the EU crew.
The big boys, yeah.
I hate that I had to even write that as an answer. Okay.
I thought you might be too stubborn.
Just put it myself.
Yeah. Loving this round. We can keep this going.
He pushed me so far.
Yes.
I feel like these are very personal questions aimed at making me look stupid, and I think Sottle wrote them.
Oh.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone World Championships, where it's time for our second decider match of the day. We are but a few short series away from crowning our world champion. But first of all, we have to find out who our one remaining semi-finalist will be. And Gia, it's going to be a face-off between McBanterface, representing the last player from the Americas in the tournament, and Xiao Bai, representing the last player from China, still in the tournament. And any predictions, anything to say about these classes, the players? Sorry, wrong word, bad word. Any thoughts on how this series might go?
I do have thoughts. Thank you very much, Derek. Certain words just should not be mentioned in my presence, I think. Some people get very unlucky, but McBanterface and Xiao Bai, I'm actually really glad that we got this particular matchup because I firmly believe that these two players are severely underrated. If you look at the entire pool of our World Championship competitors, I think not a lot of people would have rated McBanterface and Xiao Bai towards the top of their lists. Like Xiao Bai, maybe that's kind of the misfortune of him winning an MT so early on in the year and then kind of fading out of the global scene, even though he has been very active still in China, and that's how he qualified through to Worlds. Whereas McBanterface is definitely one of the new kids on the block, just qualified to Grandmasters rather recently, won his season, but I still don't think he gets the respect on his name that he necessarily deserves. But only one of our two underdogs of the tournament can progress further, and based on the lineups and remaining classes after the bans have gone, I have to say I'm leaning slightly towards Xiao Bai because I'm worried about McBanterface's handlock.
Yeah, it's a real contentious deck at the moment. It's one of the few archetypes that was brought by only one player this tournament, if not the only one. I think all others were shared by at least two players. And it's a bold choice indeed, because at first glance, it does feel like handlock is maybe a little bit weak to combo decks, because it's one of these archetypes that relies on just playing big minions and beating up your opponent that way. The actual quest completion Tamsin fatigue win condition very rarely comes up anymore in this metagame. However, I know that a few players have had a lot of success with it recently, namely Fury Hunter, I think, who has just been doing very well in yet more tournaments in addition to his Masters Tour, in which handlock has been doing very well for him. When you tech it correctly and you have the disruption, the card burning from Altar of Fire, I do think it can stand up against the combo decks, but I do really like that you bring it up still, because that is going to be, whether it wins, whether it loses, the turning point in the series for McBanterface.
Yeah, absolutely. If you are going to bring Handlock, I completely agree with the text that McBanterface has gone for, but he is going to start off the series with his Garrote Rogue. Nothing out of the ordinary with this list. We only really take a look at whether you're running a Viper in there or both Cutlasses, and for the purpose of this matchup, I do think that not having a Viper is the right way to go about it, because McBanterface has banned away the Paladin, and that's really the only deck remaining here. That I think benefits a lot from there being no Vipers on the other side. That being said, there's also still the Owl Warlock for Xiaobai, where a Viper could come in handy, but generally in that matchup as Garrote Rogue, I would like to just turbo out your own win condition. A lot of the time you might not necessarily even have the freedom to just spend your turn deleting their weapon when that turn could be drawing further towards your own win condition. We are going to see the Garrote Rogue go up against the Bolner OTK Shaman though, and I generally feel like the Rogue should get to their own win condition a lot faster.
Yes, yeah, I do agree with that. The Bolner Shaman, the OTK Shaman, is going to be a real sticking point, or a turning point, I suppose is a good way of saying it, for Xiaobai, as the Warlock is going to be for McBanterface, I believe. It looked pretty good for him yesterday. We saw him get that win over Frenetic, right, where he was able to take down the Druid in a matchup that I really did not expect to go in that way. But what that showed to me is, I think, the real key to Xiaobai's success so far. It hasn't necessarily been overly fancy decks or overly fancy plays. It's just been a very, very well-constructed, in-depth knowledge of the metagame. His mulligans all throughout that 3-0 sweep for Frenetic felt like he knew exactly what to do against Druid, which is a very counterintuitive matchup for a lot of decks. You don't want your generally good cards against Druid because Celestial Alignment plays such havoc with most decks' traditional game plan. And here for Xiaobai, I think against Rogue, it's a little bit more simple, I will say, in terms of your game plan. However, Mutinous was very important against the Druid, and it can be a turning point against Rogue as well, to turn an unfavorable into a favorable.
For sure, the Mutinous timing, generally you can sense when the Rogue has done their entire setup and they're about to kill you with Garrotes on the next turn, and if they need a field contact still to do that, or an Octobot, having the Mutinous saved for that crucial timing can put a wrench in the works. A lot of the time you don't necessarily have the freedom to make that snipe. Sometimes if the Rogue is too far ahead in getting to their combo, they can hold on to some minions that aren't spell damage and aren't card draw just to disrupt the power of Mutinous a little bit later on, but it's also tough to get in that position because it's not like the Shaman is doing nothing in the early game. They still have some pressure they can put forward with the Snowfall Guardians and the copied effects from the Macaw. I still lean towards this being a Rogue favorable, but I think the whole reason for bringing Shaman in the first place is that it does have those multiple win conditions, right? It has the Bolner OTK as the go-to, but it has the consecutive freeze effects for some decks. It has the Mutinous for others, so definitely still has game here for Xiaobai.
And one of the really interesting inclusion for Xiaobai that I haven't actually seen before the deck list was submitted for this tournament in this version of OTK Freeze Shaman is the Frostbites, a new card that was introduced that allows you to increase the cost of the next spell your opponent plays. Given that Disruption is so powerful against Rogue, generally in the form of a Cult Neophyte when it comes down to spells, do you think Frostbite could be enough to change the scales in this matchup, or at least affect the way that Xiaobai will be playing his Shaman?
Certainly, if he does get in a position where he can delay the Garrote OTK towards the late game by playing a Frostbite, then you should absolutely go for that. By that point, the Rogue will probably have used their other spells like Preps, and even if they do have remaining spells that are not Garrote, it often means that they have to take a whole turn off to get rid of the debuff aura from the Frostbite before they end up going for their OTK. It's worth saying though that the Scabs, if it's in play, can counteract the debuff quite a bit because of the hero powers. So there's really a lot of moving parts in the matchup, and first and foremost, I'm really interested to see what Xiaobai will go for in the mulligan, right? Because you brought up that yesterday he was very considered and specific in keeping Mutinous and Lightning Bloom, but I wonder if the likes of the usual, say, Bloom plus Wildpaw Cavern will be good enough for him, because that's, in a lot of other matchups, something that is considered a great opener for the Shaman.
I think it's definitely something you'd still be looking for in these starting hands. Like, as we saw in the previous series against Frenetic, where I said he kept, Bloom and Mutinous as the two cards in hand. I don't necessarily think this is the kind of matchup where holding on to Mutinous is necessarily the way to go, because whereas Druid does almost nothing in terms of actual board development in the starting turns. Rogue can do a lot. You do need to be prepared for that, and this is very different to Shamans of old. Like, Quest Shaman has plenty of AoE with the Perpetual Flame. This deck can freeze, but it kind of struggles with actually killing minions, which is a very important thing to do against Rogue. If you just freeze a field contact rather than killing it, the Rogue is going to be over the moon, and you're going to be dead on the following turn. And so looking for cards like the Gavel to be able to clear off key early game plays, the Wild Paw Cavern coming out early, as you said, just to buy you some extra tempo so that you can afford to play a bit more greedy in the later turns, and really just any way to keep up in these starting turns whilst you're also setting up your late game combo will be very, very important indeed. But although I suppose we should talk about the Shaman not only in terms of this particular game, but also in terms of the series in general, because at the start of the tournament, I think it was no secret that the casters, or some of us at least, weren't the biggest fan of OTK Shaman, thought it would struggle in this combo-heavy meta. Against McBanterface, with his slightly different lineup, with the handlock in there as well, do you think the Shaman will really struggle if it can't get the win here? Or is this not the most devastating of losses and it will be expected to get a win?
Well, I think that it could still have a shot later on versus other decks from McBanterface, a better shot than versus the Garrote Rogue in particular. But as I was going through ladder stats, I was actually pretty surprised to see that Handlock, though, still actually had a favorable versus the Shaman, because on paper I kind of thought that, okay, Handlock wants to play giants, big threats. Those are very vulnerable to freezes, and by the time it gets to 10 mana or even earlier, the Shaman can go for their own OTK with the Bolner. But the exact list from McBanterface has the Mutinous in there, and that can still be effective versus Shaman, right? We often talk about Mutinous in the context of the Shaman using it to delete their opponent's win condition, but the Shaman themselves can also be vulnerable to that if they're relying on having Yasharge, having Bolner still intact. And then on top of that, there's the double Alterafiers from McBanterface, which can delete some very crucial win conditions on either side. So while I have said that the Handlock might struggle from McBanterface, it could say very similar things about the Shaman from Xiaobai. I will say though, Xiaobai has played the Shaman to a level that's a lot higher than any of us are really used to here on the casting deck. Yes. I think we have underrated its power level because we haven't really seen all the different strategies you can go for it. And one of the things I was happiest about with the broadcast yesterday is how some specific lines and turns actually generated a lot of debate on social media recently. And one of those was the line that Xiaobai took versus Pirate Warrior. I think it was Nalgidan at the time, where he went for a super early double bloom Bolner into Mutinous play, and I was telling Sottle that I really liked it, but he was on the fence about it. And it's still something that I think a lot of players are diving into and dissecting.
Absolutely. There's been a furious debate on Twitter as to various plays in the tournament. Gabby even throwing some shade at Nalgadan over some of the plays that he made in previous series, which in the end he was vindicated for, heading through to the semi-finals. But here we are, ready to jump into our first game of the series, the second decider match to find who our fourth and final semi-finalist will be, alongside Gabby, Possessi, and Glory. How are we feeling about both of these starting hands, Gia?
Xiaobai, I love this Sleep Breaker keep. It's just a great minion to play on curve, which gets you the Wind Chill. Probably the more important part of the card is that Wind Chill to keep the cycle going. And he does have, if he wants, just a decent curve. The Macaw for a Wind Chill probably feels a little bit low value, but again, as you mentioned, there is not necessarily just the win condition of consecutively freezing boards versus Garrote Rogue, because they can generally freeze one of your threats as well with a Brain Freeze, and then if a field contact is on that frozen board, they don't care at all that they're not able to attack because they still have to spell damage later.
Okay, well, respectable stuff happening for both players here, of course. Xiaobai's got this weird kind of hand that you often end up with in these kind of matchups where you've got a whole bunch of wind chills, but it feels like nothing to actually target these with. But I wouldn't be all too surprised to see hero power, maybe even freezing his own 3-2 here, because cycling through your deck as quickly as possible, I think, is that little bit more important with how useful or how necessary that win condition is to get as soon as possible. Because again, if he can keep these lightning blooms in hand, it's theoretically possible that he can get down the OTK as early as turn 8. Doesn't even need to wait for the full turn 10. And that is something that can be doable against a mediocre rogue draw.
But this is, I wouldn't say mediocre from McBanderface, but awkward. Like, he's got double contact, double octo, which is normally amazing, but he doesn't have any proc effects for the octo right now. Nor does he have a card that he particularly wants to play to activate the Swindle. So it ends up becoming a secret passage turn instead, and hoping to get, I guess, a Cutlass or any tradable card to return things to the original hand, or the Swindle itself. Have to confess, I'm not sure how many cards were in the original hand though, because if that Swindle brings him up to 10 on the original hand, he'll overdraw 1 off the top.
I'm going to say, less than 8 if we're going for the Swindle.
Okay.
As I trust him to not be overdrawing cards. And there we go, the perfect 9 cards. Really just needs an Octobot activator, as you were saying, to make this hand start popping. But even in the meanwhile, everything he's doing is fine, right? Like, he could just keep drawing cards with the Swindle, trading with the Guild Trader, and then just make sure that he finds himself one of those Orc Merchants or the Brain Freeze or the Prize Plunder or the Pen Flinger. There's a million different ways to proc your own Octobots in this deck. And he should have plenty of time to do it, because while Xiaobai is drawing through his own deck reasonably well, he's not applying that much pressure on nothing that the Rogue can't deal with.
It was an interesting decision from Xiaobai as well, because if he wanted, he could have played the Bloom to add another spell school and thus draw 2 from the multicaster. And if he is prioritizing card draw, you could say that you can then follow up with the Macaw on the next turn for another 2 draws. But the way that Xiaobai has deliberately held on to both the Macaw and the Lightning Bloom, I think he has bigger plans for these cards, right? There is still card draw in the form of the 2 Wind Chills that were in the original hand, now augmented by the second multicaster that he's drawn, and the Macaw can copy a Mutinous Battlecry later on, which could be way more impactful in the matchup. Banterface gonna go ahead and proc his Octo after going Swindle now with the draw of the Ethereal Aug Merchant, and he has got an amazing hand to pop off with on the next turn.
Yeah, this is looking super, super powerful on the following turn. How afraid are we of damage at this point? Because it's worth bringing up that although the deck, ideally, the Shaman functions as an OTK, it can just function as a burn deck, right? If you start pointing the dunk tanks and the medic's face. And so is it necessary to go for a Brain Freeze here just to stem some of the bleeding?
I would say not necessary, but I'm glad you bring up the point, because the 7 damage will bring McBanderface down to 17, which you could technically say 2 Dunk Tanks and a Circus Medic and 2 Frostbites can deal that 17, but it takes a long time to get to that point. So I like that McBanderface is just holding on to his resources, has the Brain Freeze to complement the field contact. He is going to be still relatively healthy after this turn, but now this is a super interesting draw from Xiaobai. That's the Mutinous, which can be played as early as now and followed up by the Macaw. However, he doesn't have a read. I guess he has a soft read on there being at least a field contact if the Octoprot has gone off, but there's got to be way more minions to kind of not guarantee that the Mutinous gets the ideal target, so he's going to move away from that game plan.
Yeah, there are a few things going on here on this turn. Like, he finishes the play with just the Gavel, which makes sense. He's setting up for some strong plays with the Mutinous, as we were talking about. But even just Bloom Multicaster at the end of that with the remaining 2 mana felt very tempting to me, just to disrupt your opponent and keep applying pressure. These 3/4s are not insubstantial in terms of how this game is going to be shaping out, especially when any kind of response through a Brain Freeze or a Shadow Step is quite a lot more expensive now.
Felt like Xiaobai was prioritizing the honorable kill on the Frostbite, leading up into a field contact turn. It is a big deal, right? It's just not necessarily a free spell for McBanterface, but he's gotten enough discounts that he's still able to draw quite a lot here. And now the question is whether he wants to commit the second Shadow Step or the Brain Freeze, or nothing at all here. Okay. Gonna head in with the Gavel here for Xiaobai, see what he discounts first before continuing the turn. This multicaster still only has the 1 spell school in it, right?
That's true, yeah. Still no nature spell. I have to shift over from the Quest Shaman casting, where it's just always nature spell has been cast 100% of the time. But here, yeah, it's a little bit tougher. And I mean, do you think that Xiaobai should be setting up for the Mutinous play on the following turn with a Bloom as well? Or is it just about trying to maximize his card draw with, say, I don't know, Bloom Multicaster plus Macaw on this turn, just to have maximum draw?
Really close one. I mean, he could still go for Mutinous this turn with the Bloom and then follow up with Macaw and just say, I'm going to chomp 2 times in a row. But he has just seen a Contact and an Octobot, so it's not very likely that the Mutinous hits one of those ideal targets. So he is going to hold back and go for the Wild Proc Cavern. Make no mistake, I don't think he's happy about it. He's very much far behind, but he is focused now on, instead of trying to hit a very unlikely chance to delete one of McVanderface's best minions, going for the slightly more likely, in my opinion, chance of winning the game by getting to the Bullner OTK. Well, another Contact turn looks pretty clean here. Double Brain Freezes for 0, and then the Octobot, after those are cycled, can discount whatever's drawn from those 2.
Yeah, it's just looking like the cleanest setup of McBanterface's life, right? He's done this a million times before, I'm sure, as every pro Hearthstone player has at this point. In Garrote Rogue's life cycle, you just draw through your entire deck, probably end up shadow stepping the field contact, because I think it would be nice to have that just for the lethal turn. It's not strictly necessary anymore, as I've said a couple times, but it just makes it a little bit easier. There's less to worry about, and you can then just very easily get the win on turn 7 here. A nice quick lethal, as it's looking to be.
Yeah, I would argue in this situation, it is pretty much strictly necessary to step it because he doesn't have enough card draw outside of field contact and the remaining hand to empty the deck, right? With 6 cards still remaining, I do think that it's better to get the field contact back rather than just rely on the cutlasses to get the Garrotes out of the deck. Xiaobai, though, knowing that the field contact is in hand, is just going to let her rip with the Mutinous and misses. And that is, you know, a big relief for McBanterface.
For now, but then the Macaw swoops in, copying the Mutinous effect, hoping to chomp up the field contact, but misses again, which is just a disaster for Xiaobai. He misses pretty much all the relevant minions.
Yeah, he missed both the spell damage as well. I would say that eating the Guild Trader also would have made things quite complicated for McBanterface. Like, obviously, wouldn't have ended the game on the spot because McBanterface still gets to push minion damage. But in terms of worst possible combination, I think that's pretty much what Xiaobai hit. So for McBanterface, the question is, does he have lethal this turn? He has 7 on board, so technically he only needs 15 damage to kill Xiaobai here. It doesn't feel guaranteed with 5 cards left in the deck and only this amount of discounts, so I think it's fine for McBanterface to... Okay, maybe not deviate. Yeah.
Pretty guaranteed, right? You have double... well, I guess running out of Battle Cries is maybe the one scary thing, but with Prep and basically having 2 0-mana Garrotes and the bouncing Penflinger, I very much like his chances of getting there, trading the Cutlass as well if necessary, and all the minion damage. As you were saying, it feels very, very likely indeed.
Yeah, indeed. I'm not even sure if there was an order the deck could have been stacked where McBanterface didn't hit 15 damage, so on retrospect, that was definitely the turn to go off. Also, since I just didn't notice Xiaobai was kind of threatening lethal on his own board the other way. So McBanterface really couldn't afford to wait there unless he was going for a Scabs play, which just didn't seem worth it whatsoever. So that's going to be a clean first game to McBanterface. Nothing out of the ordinary, I would say. That's the expected outcome in the matchup. Just got a little bit scary with the back-to-back Mutinous chomps, and you can clearly see Xiaobai was holding on to that Macaw for so long to pair it with the Mutinous back-to-back, and I think it's a bit of a clever timing as well to not play Mutinous and then Macaw the next turn. It seems a lot scarier if they both happen at once when the Rogue has had less time to kind of curate how many minions they're diluting their hand with.
Yeah, agreed completely. It's just the best shot you have in what is an unfavorable matchup overall. But it does mean that Xiaobai, despite taking in the last series, as I was saying, against Frenetic, an unexpected win with the Shaman, now it's a little bit more what we were expecting, right? Shaman against all these combo decks, really unable to get its teeth into these games. Everything it's doing is just the wrong tool for the job in terms of how you interact with Rogue, both in terms of development and disruption. So he's going to be queuing up once again now, it looks like, just trying to get this over the finish line before he moves on to the remaining remainder of his decks. And this time it's once again against the Druid for McBanterface, a matchup that, as I've said, Xiaobai clearly understands, but that should, I think, still leave McBanterface in a good position. Especially if you know what you're doing in this matchup. It's a matchup that when I've played it on ladder, I felt very favored as the Druid, but there's a lot of tricks you have to learn to be able to actually maximize your win percentage.
Right. I do agree that on my ladder experience as well, and if looking at ladder stats, the Druid seems to be a runaway favorite, but I've heard whisperings that Shaman can actually get the matchup done pretty simply as long as you mulligan for a hand that is good into alignment, which is very similar to what Xiaobai did yesterday, right? He just kept the Mutinous, and the Lightning Bloom also, not necessarily to play before alignment, but it means that if there is an alignment, straight away you can go Lightning Bloom, Mutinous, and if by that point you've drawn the Macaw and eat, once again, two things on the same turn. It's all about condensing your meals into one turn, and that's truly what's punishing for the Druid, because a lot of the time if they align, they haven't also had the time to set up with a ton of minions in hand as well, and if they lose just one Mr. Smite, or of course Anaconda itself, things can start to get scary.
They can, yeah, and while you're absolutely right, the Shaman has a lot of tricks to pull off to boost their win percentage. Some of the things I've realized on the Druid side that I will be looking out for is specifically post-alignment, how you try to play around the freeze effects, because while ideally in this matchup you go for the Mr. Smite plus Survival of the Fittest combo to deal lethal damage, giving both Mr. Smite and your Jerry-Rig Carpenter's charge, sometimes the Mutinous can put an end to that. I've seen Mr. Smite get chomped a lot of times because there's not all too many minions to chomp in the Druid deck. And so very often you have to go for a board-based approach. And so playing around freezes is a very important asset. You want to often hold back your Owls, your Gnolls to be able to answer these big Snowfall Guardians that will freeze the board and get a huge amount of stats on the same turn. You really, really don't want to leave yourself board-locked is, I guess, the essence of what I'm trying to say. And so for McBanterface, I expect he will know that very well, of course. But if it gets to that point, which I hope it does, I'll be keeping a close eye on how he meters out all his resources.
That's a great point. Holding back the rush minions and not being overzealous with board development is both good to play around the Snowfall, like you said, and also Mutinous, just by having cards that are minions that are not Anaconda, not Mr. Smite, that can be eaten instead, is a very big deal here. But that is definitely towards the late game. For now, Xiaobai has only got a Sleet Breaker that's worth mentioning in the opening hand, and McBanterface has a Jerry-Rig and Moonlit Guidance, which are nice cycle cards, but still lacking the ramp and of course the alignment itself.
Yeah, Jerry-Rig is one of those really weird cards that when I started playing the deck a few days ago with this most recent build, I was ecstatic to see Jerry-Rig in my starting hand. It draws a card, it's a stat on board, and sometimes that's absolutely true. But a lot of the time I've started to realize that having Nourish in my hand isn't actually something I really want. I rarely use it for ramp. The draw can be very inefficient as well. And so while I fully agree with him playing it here, generally in this matchup I am still more looking for Overgrowth, Guff, and of course the Celestial alignment as well.
Xiaobai, though, with the pickup of the second Sleet Breaker, actually just deviates from the kind of reserved post-alignment play he had yesterday and goes for a very aggressive approach. Just playing down 2/3/2s is generally very effective against Druid, especially if in this matchup I'd say they're less likely to hold on to Lunar Eclipse than they would be versus, of course, the Hunters of the world. So it's a big deal that McBanterface has picked up one of them to stem this bleeding, but Xiaobai still has some decent follow-up in the multicaster and then an early Mutinous if he wants, because he has second Bloom in hand.
That's right, yeah, it's going to be a big facet in the game plan, as you were saying, both pre-survival of the, pre-Celestial alignment and post-Celestial alignment as well. McBanterface just doing everything he can to stop this stem this aggression, whilst also ramping up at the same time. And it just means he's got himself a very solid game plan. I expect to see either the draw from the Nourish or maybe Moonlit Guidance in order to give himself the highest chance of alignment on the following turn. Whereas Xiaobai, in his own right, is just following on with the draw as much as possible, right? He just wants to get max value out of this multicaster and also max value from the Mutinous.
Yeah, the Wind Chill adds another spell school to the caster, of course, but also it's just protecting the Sleep Breaker and letting it push even more damage because the Jerry Rig can't just snipe it down by itself. Xiaobai, I am really curious as to whether he will go for an early Mutinous because starting next turn, alignment will be available for McBanterface's mana, and playing Lightning Bloom into that is kind of a disaster because it deletes your next turn with the Overload. McBanterface for now, though, just gonna go for the draw and hits Anaconda. So really, it's just the alignment that's the missing piece of the puzzle right now. And until he gets there, he has to survive against these minions.
I've heard of it.
Okay, gets the double draw. Devolving Missiles can be an important facet in the matchup if they have a kind of mediocre post-alignment hand where they just make 1 or 2 big minions. But generally, I find later on in the game, it's just not all too powerful, and you're just using that to juice up your multicasters a little bit more. McBanterface, however, on the other side, still with no Celestial alignment. So what are we doing to try and salvage this hand?
It's still a turn off from going for Bloom Solar Cenarion as well, so it feels like this could end up being a Null plus Moonlit Guidance turn, starting with the Moonlit, of course. Oh wow, he can get extra Nulls, or sorry, I didn't see what his health total is at, but the Localar could be active here as well, potentially.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's above 15. I don't think Xiaobai has been quite that aggressive.
Okay, so it's probably just Nulls, right? I mean, you can play all of them.
Yeah. It's a lot of board
Oh.
control. It's kind of inefficient.
Wait, sorry, maybe you can't play all... After you draw this one, they both cost 1, right? And then the second costs 2 and the third will cost 3. So maybe you can only play 2.
Burning again.
No, if you draw this one, it will cost 1, 1, and then 2, right? So it is all just playable.
Oh yeah, my bad. Yeah, works out great.
Yeah, 5-4 into a 4-2 is nothing to write home about, but it's at least some way to keep the pressure rolling and stem some of this aggression again, as now Xiaobai is in this really weird spot where none of his cards are cards that he wants to play. Like Snowfall Guardian is so crucial later on in the game to stop your opponent from killing you with their massive survival of the fittest boards. But he wants to play Snowfall to corrupt his 4-cost cards. Mutinous, I think, is too valuable. You want to save that to go with Bolner or a Macaw later on. But if he doesn't play that, then he's also not corrupting his 4-cost cards. So it's just all the most awkward combo pieces coming together in a way that is really not well suited to Xiaobai's situation.
Also worth noting that once alignment comes into play, it's just so hard to corrupt your cards because they all cost 1, right? So I would like to see potentially the Guardian corruption happen before an alignment, but Xiaobai, of course, hasn't had a read on it thus far. Because of all the reasons you mentioned, he went for the Wind Chill first to cycle and then deviates to the Wild Claw Cavern. And now he'll be happy that the Snowfall is still in hand because he can freeze these Cenarion Ward minions pretty easily.
And now we're at a big crossroads for Xiaobai because he's got himself the Mutinous and the Macaw, which is fantastic, as we've said many times, for these high levels of disruption. But it may actually be the point where he can try and win on board. His opponent hasn't found Celestial alignment until now, that is. And he could try and get there by just freezing the board a few turns in a row and then sending Dunk Tanks and Circus Medics face.
And this alignment is big for both players, like with Banterface just hoping there isn't another freeze effect, but the Macaw can chain and get the Snowfall Guardian effect. And that looks pretty nice here, but with the Frostbite draw, that's also super tempting to maybe delay any big setup that McBanterface has with spells.
I wonder.
Oh, you just want to do everything at once. Like, using the Macaw first is valid as well, just to freeze this entire board. Like, maybe even Bloom, Macaw, and then Mutinous. I don't know if that's insane to go with the freeze first and then the Mutinous. But what if you go Mutinous, Macaw, and they only have 1 minion in hand? You'd feel like a fool for going for a double battle cry effect of the Mutinous instead of freezing the board.
Honestly, I mean, there's still argument for Macaw just for the other battle cry, the Snowfall battle cry, because we could see Xiaobai push this 13 face, develop another huge minion with the Macaw copying the Snowfall battle cry, and then just go for 12 burst damage from hand the next turn because he can play Circus Medic Dunk Tank. and all of that's possible with the Lightning Bloom. It's all super close here, but in the end, he goes for the Frostbite honorable kill, which makes McBanterface's spells just not playable unless there is Anaconda, and even then, yeah, the nature spells still go down to 1, right? So he still has to wait one more turn.
Just doesn't cut it, and I think Jerry Rig Carpenter alone is not something you want to be doing for the obvious reason of there's a survival of the fittest in hand, and you can get much more value out of that once you find Mr. Smite. But also you do still have to be cognizant of Mutinous from your opponent. Giving them a 50-50 to hit Anaconda is a lot better than giving them 100% to hit Lady Anaconda.
And I'm just not seeing a way out for McBanterface because of this, right? Jerry Rig, I don't even know if there's a Nourish left, and if there were, it wouldn't do anything here. Anaconda doesn't make anything playable because of the honorable kill, and the most damage that McBanterface can remove from Xiaobai's board is 3. So there's going to be 16 staying, 3 plus the Taunt Totem, I guess. So there's still going to be 16 that can go face, and then the Dunk Tanks or Circus Medic can close the game. You can get the 7 drop to see what's in there, but that doesn't seem particularly helpful either. And so Xiaobai can close it just with the Dunk Tanks.
Yeah, not even necessary. I was getting excited over some Mutinous nonsense, but he has 12 burst damage from hand, which will very easily be able to close things out. And I have to say, I swear my stats as Druid are favored versus Shaman. I know it hasn't been going that way on stream. And so the obvious conclusions are either all my opponents suck or I'm just the best Druid player in the world, which I think we both know what the answer to that is. Step it up, EU ladder players. But with the Shaman taking the win there, it's a huge victory for Xiaobai. As we've been saying many times, the Shaman can be the weak spot in these players' lineups. But so far, I think Xiaobai, with his build, with his play in particular, and his knowledge of the metagame, I think has shown that Shaman arguably does deserve a spot in this metagame. And at the very least, is far from a blunder of a bring, as I think we were close to calling it before the tournament began.
Oh, for sure. I just want to go back and dissect that last decision before the lethal turn from Xiaobai as well, because there are worlds where you say freezing the board and trying to win with that board is more important than disrupting spells if you think that McBanterface has a more minion-heavy hand, but because of the specific situation where a few turns prior, McBanterface played out both his Knolls, right? That's already 2 of the most impactful minions that's crossed out from Xiaobai's list. So I think based on that, he kind of deduced that the hand is probably spells, and it could have Anaconda, but if you just play the Frostbite, then for the honorable kill, then even Anaconda on that very first post-alignment turn is not enough to make everything pop. It's just really genius now that I look back on it, and you love to see it for sure. Xiaobai, though, only still tied in the series, and he's going to move on to the Garrote Rogue of his own, which does feature a Viper.
It does, yeah, which could be a big deal in some of the matchups. But again, no Paladin for McBanterface. His Warlock is the Handlock variant, which I haven't actually checked before if he is running the weapon in there as well, which he's not, right? It doesn't even have the Ruined Mithril Rod, and so the Snake will be almost completely useless in this series for Xiaobai, which I think we can argue, no, the Shaman we were maybe a bit too critical of, but Rustrock Viper was, for the most part, a bit of a misread of the metagame, much more anticipating more Owl Warlocks, which there were not that many of, more Paladins, which there were not that many of, and it does put Xiaobai in a slightly worse position. However, I will say, weirdly enough against Druid, playing a 3-mana 3/4 is actually just not that bad a lot of the time in these starting turns. It can very easily hit for 9 or even 12 over the course of a game.
That is right. McBanterface queuing up the Druid once again into the Garrote Rogue this time, and I feel that the matchup has gotten a lot harder for Rogue. Celestial alignment just being so much more consistent for Druid now in the early game with their draw effects, and of course the rushing minions able to push back against the tempo-heavy starts from Rogue makes it a lot harder. But Rogue definitely still has game, and Xiaobai straight away shows that he knows what's up in this matchup with his full keep, right? Prize Plunder just just acting as a Murloc Raider on turn 1, pretty good against Druid. And then the Cult Neophyte, as follow-up, we're just playing Bloodfin Raptor as well, with the upside of also sometimes denying a spell on curve from McBanterface. And then he has Secret Passage to be the pseudo card draw, because if you are playing all these battle cries on curve, that sort of neuters the power of your field contacts.
Okay, this hand from McBanterface is doing work. Overgrowth into the Celestial alignment is the absolute dream. Oxabot is even better than Neophyte on 2 because there's essentially 0 spells that you would like to disrupt on this turn. It's really only like if they discovered exactly Wild Growth that it would be relevant. But here, disrupting the Overgrowth on turn 3 is much more impactful. So for both players, it's a rip-roaring start to the game.
Yeah, not only is it just giving yourself a better timing to play Neophyte, there's just no good way for McBanterface to one-shot the Octobot either, so he can proc it here and play down all the minions, a protected Neophyte as well. I'd imagine the shield is going to go on there, and he can start to chip away at McBanterface's health total with the follow-up of Secret Passage. This is exactly the type of tempo start you want as Garrote Rogue in this matchup. It is not about getting the bleeds for lethal, it's about punishing the slow early game from the Druid and getting ahead on board.
I've got to say, I'm a little disappointed in Xiaobai that he floated mana here instead of just starting with the Neophyte. That does hurt me a little bit, but I respect the play nonetheless, and it means that McBanterface is in a tough spot now. He, even with the Bloom, with the Bloom, he could play the Overgrowth on this turn, right, for 5 mana, which feels like a waste, but I suppose the Overload does kind of flow well into a Goldshire Null, I suppose, on the following turn.
It could be. How bad is it to just play the Null this turn, though? And then he could hold on to just Bloom to go straight into alignment. That's super scary, of course, because you are going to delete your next turn if you overload into alignment, but maybe McBanterface just doesn't feel like he has the time to wait to get it naturally.
Insta Secret Passage here. We are looking for card draw, but almost more than that. We're just looking for big tempo options. We want ways to make this hand start popping. And with Field Contact plus Shadow Step on this turn, Xiaobai makes the choice to spend his mana a little inefficiently, but have a monstrously disruptive turn here. It's going to take a lot to be killing off this Field Contact on this turn.
It's huge. He's seen a Lunar Eclipse. He has seen a Knoll. So McBanterface needs an Owl or another Knoll here, or just a very specific removal spell, of which there are not many remaining. The Field Contact is gonna live. However, the only battle cry for Xiaobai right now is pretty expensive, so he needs some big money off the top. That's pretty good money.
Oh, do you just go Rustrot Viper, though? Like, I know you're getting more card draw with that, but it's still a battle cry. You draw a card, you get a 3-4 down.
It's so close. I mean, I'd really like the chance to find the other Guardian Og Merchant to protect the Field Contact. Oh my goodness. Or the other Neophyte. That's even better. Hello? Oh
that
my goodness.
Completely illegal. McBanterface, again, while he can play... Oh no, he can't even with the... he can't even play the alignment with the Bloom because that's more expensive as well. There is nothing, essentially, that he can do on this turn, which means his best bet is going to be probably skipping the alignment entirely and just leading up into Bloom Solar Cenarion just to try and get some of the big 8 drops.
Unbelievable. I mean, he could align here, but then he dies over 2 turns because he has to overload to play it. So, yeah. There is 10 on board. There is the Garrote with the spell damage intact. The 1-off lethal, if I might count. Including Dagger. But, you know, Xiaobai can just draw more damage or get some bleeds going. It's so easy for him to find the lethal here. And even if it isn't the lethal, McBanterface still needs a miracle to come back.
Oh, Shadow Step as well means that even if he can't hit lethal, he can just replay another Neophyte here. Just the... nothing that McBanterface can do whatsoever. That was the one thing he didn't want to see, and that is the one thing that he is going to get. Xiaobai is just almost guaranteed to be going up 2-1 in his deciding match and being that much closer to his spot in the semi-finals of the World Championship.
And how are your Druid stats versus Rogue, Dark? Mine are pretty good, but I've never faced Xiao Bai on ladder.
Mine are not great. My stats for Druid versus everything are terrible. I'm just being carried by 14-1 versus Shaman. Like, that is how everything else I'm just inting every single game, it feels like. But try as McBanterface might to get this one done, he is left with a reasonable minion in a big taunt, but absolutely no chance in this game whatsoever.
Brutes can be cleared by the Brain Freezes, and the remaining minions on board can push the lethal. That was just an absolute clinic on how to play the matchup. I honestly think that my stats on ladder as Druid versus Rogue are only decent because, sometimes Rogue players don't know how to play the matchup in particular. They might be mulliganing the way they would versus any other matchup, keeping things like Shroud of Concealment, Swindle, but we saw there from Xiao Bai, he kept the 1-2 curve, obviously improved by the fact that he drew the Octobot, but really the stroke of genius is keeping Secret Passage, which is not something you see a lot of players do, but if you are going to empty your opening hand very quickly, it just makes a lot of sense, and it worked out perfectly for him here.
Exactly, it's just the cornerstone of a good rogue player is using the secret passage weirdly. I don't even know if it necessarily has to be good, but I'll be impressed with it, and I'll think you're a good player if you just use it differently to how I would, which probably is an indication that you are a good player, to be fair. Like Possessy the other day.
For Possess you now.
Exactly, yeah, he loves a weird secret passage. It's almost like emblematic of his entire strategy, like throwing them down on turn 2, at the end of his turn when he has no mana left over. He's always playing very liberally with them. And honestly, I do believe that's one of his biggest strengths on the Rogue, is why he's had such a good performance with it, both in the World Championship and in GM previously this year as well. But for Xiao Bai, with the Shaman and the Rogue out of the way, it's just the Warlock left over, Gia. A deck that was taking ladder by storm at the start of the Fractured in Alterac Valley meta, but seems for the most part to have dwindled in popularity quite drastically, with only Gabby and Xiao Bai bringing it to this tournament. However, with Gabby through to the semi-finals and Xiao Bai one game behind him if he can get the win here, does it mean that it was just a great bring with both of them getting through to the semis?
With this huge sample size, I'm going to go ahead and say, yes, it is, if you're playing it as well as Xiao Bai and Gabby, because this is a deck that, on paper is very slow against other OTK decks. I definitely think it's unfavored versus Garrote Rogue, but versus Druid in particular, you can say that you get completely destroyed by alignment, but there is that footnote there of, if you have Rune Mithril Rod, you have so much game to fight back against this, and this is exactly what we saw from Xiao Bai versus Frenetic yesterday. Frenetic also, paying respect and credence to the Rune Mithril Rod and not necessarily just handing a zero-cost hand to Xiao Bai on the other side with his timing of the alignment. But a lot of the time, the Druid can't afford to just not play alignment. That's their win condition. So if Xiao Bai manages to accrue a big enough hand into alignment, plus the Rune Mithril Rod primed to discount it all, he could just fight back with the huge Owl OTK of his own.
Well, let's see what the starting hands offer up to both of our players. No Ruined Mithril Rod for Xiao Bai, which, as you were saying, is exactly the key card that allows you to fight back against Celestial Alignment, which should be a death sentence for this combo deck. But for McBanterface, it's starting to come together with the alignment off the top, overgrowth from the studies as well. This looks like it's going to be a very, very clean curve for him.
Yeah. Looking nice on turn 3, the overgrowth, and on turn 4, the coin alignment. So it's on Xiao Bai to find the Rune Mithril Rod before that. And currently he can cycle towards it relatively quickly with the backfire, but ideally you would like to save the backfire for after you have the rod equipped to immediately proc it. But in this instance, no chance to get greedy, right? He needs to find the rod.
I do fully agree with the backfire on this turn. Like, one of the things I brought up before is the idea that you can't have your hand too full leading up into a Celestial Alignment turn. Otherwise, it's very difficult to discount your hand, even if you draw the Ruined Mithril Rod. But in this instance, for Xiao Bai, his hand was doing literally nothing. Like, none of these cards interact with this game in any way whatsoever. And so he needs to just draw through to the other card draw effects, Tamsin, or hero card Tamsin, I suppose, and then also the Ruined Mithril Rod, most importantly.
Overgrowth here for McBanterface is the obvious play, and he can lead up into an insta alignment, although it's not an instantly game-winning alignment with this hand, right? He lacks card draw to follow it up. McBanterface, though, with the hand gestures, I'm sure he's just saying, okay, there's not a Rune Mithril Rod this turn, we're fine. Xiaobai is just gonna cycle as aggressively as he can to find it, though, while also dumping cards from the hand because of what you mentioned of you need to leave space in hand for the Rune Mithril Rod, but in the first place, it's not made itself known to him right now, so McBanterface now can go for a pretty safe alignment if he wants, but maybe he wants to wait for Nourish, Jerry Rig, Malagos, that type of thing before he pops off.
Yeah, like, generally against this Owl Warlock, you think to yourself there's not really a punish to Celestial alignment because it's not like the Handlock where there's Neophytes, there's Giants, there's Gnolls, there's all these huge minions that they can cheat out for 0 mana. But this version for Xiaobai does still have some teeth. Like, playing Humongous Owl is a little bit scary. Mutinous is the really big one that can mess you up quite heavily. And for McBanterface, if he gets his Lock Alarm munched, right, and he's left with a 12/12 on the other side of the board, he can't necessarily kill that quite so easily.
Yeah, the Mutinous is really the tech of Xiaobai that makes this list stand out from Gabby's and gives it so much game against these decks that it might normally struggle against. McBanterface, though, after heavy debate, is just going to go in with the alignment and immediately dumps his 2 minions that will cost 0 from the hand, trying to preload his pressure as well and neuter the effect of a not really neuter because he still has the Lock Alarm, but maybe he thought it would disincentivize Xiaobai from playing a Mutinous if he had just seen 2 minions played, but now that is just a 12/12.
Well, McBanterface is pretty all in here, right? With Bloom, Solus, and Ari, and he's trying to get some really nice big 8-drops. And he gets himself some very, very nice 8-drops indeed. 2 Primordial Drakes are nigh on impossible for this Warlock to clear. And with Xiaobai still left with no Runed Mithril Rod, his hand is just unplayable. It costs like 5 times the amount of mana he has right now, which is not a ratio that you can make work.
Alright, so we're already looking for miracles here. Plague Proto Drake, if that drops like a Baron Geddon and then use School Spirits, that can blow up the 4 health minion. I don't know. But
that's true.
Small. And now he also just has Tamsin School Spirits, but that is also going to kill off his own Mutinous. So he's still very far behind here, looking at 13 damage on the other side. Very little time to get back in the game, but he has a decent amount of healing. Is there a way that this could work?
Rod into Backfire into Tamsin, like, there are potentially worlds where he can do it, but this does not look to me like one of them. Like, if he has to start off with Backfire, that makes the chances of drawing and discounting off the Runed Mithril Rod in one turn that much harder. And so I guess the name of the game for him here isn't trying to go for some kind of miraculous OTK on this turn. It's actually just clearing up the board, because now that he has 3 mana to work with instead of 2, it's a little bit more reasonable, right? He can at the very least survive what's on board.
Yeah, he can go Drain and then touch on the Plague Proto Drake to see what it drops. Okay, he's gonna go double Drain here instead. I'm not sure if I like the order. I don't know if there's any 7-drop that allows you to kill it off with just a second Drain Soul, but maybe not. But in the end, Xiaobai is actually deviating here and playing Owl instead, or he was debating it at the last second. But I think removing the 8 attack is too important here, right? The whole point of this play is to give you survivability on the next turn. Guardian of Kings is huge though, and that's a Mr. Smite. Oh. Studies for like Power of the Wild at this point? I don't know, just anything to push more damage, I think is fine.
Mark of the Wild or Mark of Nature, whatever the buff spell that Orange deems mandatory to play in this deck is called.
I mean, he could also just be thinking about weaving in the 1 with the hero power, but I do like committing these studies here, and Moonlit Guidance is big money indeed. He can get more guidances.
Is that the plays? It just has to be Nourish, right? You draw a Nourish, then you draw another Nourish. That's insane.
But is it not just drop the Mr. Smite this turn? Because, like, I agree it's Nourish, but I'm not even sure if you play it this turn.
But if you don't draw another Nourish. Like, I'm not 100% certain, but I feel like you're just giving yourself almost a guaranteed winning play next turn if you just pick and play Nourish. Wow! Okay.
Oh, very clever. This is just setting up the 2-turn by making sure that you can, push 10 with the Guardian of Kings over 2 turns, and then the Mr. Smite for the last 6 mana. I don't know if there's any singular card that can deal with the 5/7 because this isn't running like Cascading Disaster or anything. That was a super clever play at the end. Look at us dum-dums thinking about which card draw to go for. Just align them.
That is that spark of genius I've been looking for from McBanterface. Like, to be perfectly honest, I just think McBanterface played better than his opponent in that series. That was such an ingenious way to close out the game. He'd seen both Drain Souls. The only card that could even stop him from just having the 11 damage lethal next turn, I think, was exactly Tamsin for the 5 health, the 5 armor, sorry, to be able to get a little bit out of range. So it was an excellent realization that Xiaobai hadn't been representing that in hand. If he had, he probably would have played it already when the backfire had been played instead. And so I think it was just excellent reading from McBanterface at all points along the way. And for Xiaobai, if we think back to the games he's played so far, if nothing else, he's felt confident in his choices, right? He's been decisive, making his plays in time, hasn't been roping, playing well, but playing confidently as well. Whereas here, there were a few points where he was picking up a card, putting it back down. He felt unsure about what his overall matchup approach should be. And even though I don't think he did anything disastrously wrong by any stretch, the cracks were definitely starting to show compared to what has been an almost exemplary performance thus far.
For sure. To be completely fair, he was put in quite the tough corner to be in without seeing a Rune Mithril Rod for the entirety of the game. But the decisiveness definitely took a hit there. However, there is still one more chance for either player. We have the Battle of the Warlocks here, Derek. The classic handlock, now featuring Dreadlich Tamsin. I was going to say Deadlich because she is dead. Faced off versus the Owl TK Warlock, which, on paper, I feel like the Owl Warlock should be favored because they have that burst damage a lot faster than what the handlock can represent. But then we have to look at the specific list from McBanterface. He has Altar of Fire ×2. He has Mutinous. I guess there's Mutinous on either side, but I feel that the Mutinous going against the Owl TK Warlock can be way more impactful because there are specific minions that they need to deal the lethal damage.
That's right, yeah, and Xiaobai does have a little bit of buffering against that. He has 2 copies of Humongous Owl in the list, so if one of them is munched by Mutinous, that's okay. He can still go for the true combo. But weirdly enough, I think the bigger one is actual Tamsin Roam, right? 3 mana Tamsin that allows you to play double Phylactery on the same turn and get up to those really, really high amounts of damage, because otherwise I think it's very possible actually for the handlock to get into a position where it has so many minions on board, so much health in play, that a single activation of Owl plus Phylactery won't necessarily get there. Once you start introducing Moarg Artificers and of course all the multiplicative damage that they do with the School Spirits to clear off the board along the way, things get a little more complicated. But for Xiaobai, like you say, that Mutinous could still be a very disruptive part of this game in stopping him from going for the Owl TK combo. But with all of that aside, Gia, it does all come down to this for our decider match. One game to get through to the semi-finals, be the top 4 players of this year, and one loss to send you home to try again next year.
Oh, it's too tense, Dirk. Armor Vendor in the starting hand, just as cards to dump, right? I think it's very important to note also that if you are looking to turbo draw, you also need to make sure you are getting rid of cards in your hand as efficiently as possible, especially for the Rune Mithril Rod later, making sure you have the room to actually draw to get those discounts. Banterface already with an Altar of Fire in hand. I honestly have no idea how you're supposed to time this, but my instinct says pretty similar to Garrote Rogue. If you just have the spare mana, let her rip, because who knows if your opponent has drawn the combo pieces or if they're still in the deck. You have no control over the order in which things are done. So we could see it as early as now, but he's going to hold.
Yeah, I think the difference here is that he has Null in hand, so every card in hand allows him to go for slightly higher tempo options. But in essence, I absolutely agree with you. When it has very little disruption to his own game plan, McBanterface will just be letting rip with the Altar of Fire and praying to all the gods that he will be able to come out on top of that one. Xiaobai left again in a bit of a weird spot, right, where he could go for something like coin backfire and end with a tour guide, which is okay. Like, just drawing through your deck is what you're trying to do most of the time in this matchup.
Yeah, I think so. The other play I was looking at is like Tour Guide tap Mana Feeder Panthera, but that actually fills up your hand so much that the backfire becomes awkward on the following turn, especially since you don't necessarily have like a good complement to coin on that turn alongside it because you've played the Tour Guide. So I like the line from Xiaobai. Vanderface here hits the Anatheron, the best and highest pressure minion for this stage of the game, and Xiaobai has ways to clear it off, but it's quite expensive.
Exactly, and we're starting to see the point in the game where McBanterface can, with any reasonable draws, start applying pressure every single turn from here on in. Raised Dead just became pretty much the best card in his deck from here on in after the Null hits the board. Neophyte, Flesh Giant, all of these cards become priority draws that Xiaobai will really struggle to deal with. But for now, this is answerable, this is okay. He just needs to make sure that he has contingency plans afterwards as well.
Interesting play from Xiaobai, not prioritizing the tap and not prioritizing dealing with the Anatheron. He says, it's okay if I tank 8 here. I think what you brought up about Raised Dead is a very big deal. A lot of the time, just killing it off for your opponent, they can play it again alongside something else, and then you are faced with the same problem, but your opponent is also just getting deeper through their deck by that point. So I think Xiaobai is looking to be more efficient with his clears, maybe saving the Drain Soul and Touch to go alongside Tamsin, or setting up for a Moar Grimoire play, which can deal with everything all at once. Okay. Just dumping cards seems very attractive here. I am always looking at this Altar of Fire just to play alongside one of the 1-cost spells, but McBanterface is just going to go for Drain Soul instead. The Altar didn't give him any big breakpoint just yet with 16 cards in deck, so it's fine as well.
Yeah, that's right. It's like if he gets himself another Null or a Raised Dead off the top, assuming that these minions are going to die, then he just wants to, I would guess, have the most mana to work with in playing them, because it's approaching the point where he could go Flesh Giant plus a Netheron on the same turn, perhaps, if he has enough cards in hand as well. So we will have to see. Xiaobai clearly didn't want to clear these minions on the previous turn because he was cognizant of Raised Dead. But at this point, when there is the Battleground Battlemaster coming into effect on turn 6, you do, I think, have to start clearing off at least one of these minions. But again, he's clearing off one, leaving the other one up to make a Raised Dead that little bit weaker, which is exactly what has come into play here for McBanterface. Xiaobai has drastically weakened his response.
Yeah, Xiaobai deliberately killed the Null instead of like targeting both Drain Souls into another round. He's held on to the second one, I think specifically because of Raised Dead, and that does make the turn for McBanterface a lot more awkward. You could see it from his expression. It can still end up being a Raised Dead for just a Null because that cheapens his Giant. Also, just for 0 mana, it could be a maximum pressure turn in that regard. I don't hate that whatsoever, but Xiaobai does have a pretty good response loaded in hand with that 0-cost Drain Soul and the Moar Grimoire.
Oh, okay, he's just starting off with the Altar of Fire. Let's see what he can get rid of with this.
Shipment is a big one.
That's a very big one. He's got Phylactery, he's got Owl, so that was the only other real key combo piece. I suppose Key is a little bit strong because you can still get there with other minions, but that for Xiaobai completely changes how he can approach this matchup now, because that was the one and only copy of Shipment.
with less guaranteed cheap targets to put the phylactery death rattles on. I was going to say he really needs a rod to get his OTK online, and that is probably the last turn that he could have gone about it relatively safely. It was an insta play, and he can still get rid of the Anetheron with the Drain Soul trade and the touch of the Nathrism, but that means not tapping this turn. Oh, sorry, he has Tour Guide. It worked out pretty nicely then, right?
Yep, I think you just take the very nice clean clear on this turn, as you said, and weave in the card draw as well. Does mean that McBanterface can now start making some real powerhouse plays. Like, this is going to get bananas in the next turn or two with Flesh Giant, 2 1-mana scavengers as well. It's really only Neophyte that's the missing piece right now that may be able to disrupt Xiaobai from answering that board.
Right. Oh man, he could commit a gazillion stats to this board, but he has to think about what is Xiaobai's capability of dealing with everything if there is a Moar Grimoire play, right? Even if things have up to 8 health, if you have like enough stacking effects that can get there. Currently only 1 Moarg for Xiaobai, so the Flesh Giants will survive if they're played alongside that, but I think he can deal the 6 health breakpoint with Moar Grimoire and then School Spirits.
Right. And McBanterface will absolutely be aware of that, isn't going to want to overextend too heavily. Does find himself Neophyte off the top, though, which is a very spicy little piece to this puzzle. Because all of a sudden, if he is calculating things, as you said, like Moar Grimoire School Spirits, Moar Grimoire, Minion Grimoire, I don't know, there's a million ways you can go about it. A lot of those start to get shut down. So it's arguable overextension could be something he's considering now on this turn.
Yeah, it is going to be 2 threats and a Neophyte, which I like this middle ground. The Neophyte makes it super hard to deal with the board. He's still threatening lethal very much with this, and even if the board does manage to get cleared, he's held onto a 6/6 and to some extent the Knoll, which can follow up.
And Xiaobai, as it currently stands, has nothing, right? There is no way to clear this board. He has to try and draw to discount his hand with the rod, but 2 mana from the tap is so much of his turn used up. He can go Moarg, Coil,
the Neophyte, but even then, only thing you can play after that is 1 Grimoire, and that is only dealing 4 to the board. Not enough to kill the high attack threats. It's looking like McBanterface is moving on to our top 4, but let's just see what comes off the draw first. You cannot target the Anetheron and hope to deal with the board because you have no mana after that.
Oh, Moarg for 1! It's 1 mana off being able to do something. He'll be able to clear off this entire board if he had just 1 more mana to work with. But that 1 single point of difference, I think, is going to be what sends Xiaobai home and McBanterface through to the semi-finals in an incredible performance. He turned things around and is going to be going through to be our 4th player in the semi-finals. The hopes and the dreams of China are no longer for this year in the World Championships, but for Americas, for North America specifically, they have that chance, of getting a player through to being their world champion once again.
You're trying to make enemies here. I want no part of that narrative. Congratulations to McBanterface, though. That was incredibly well played, continuing what I believe was an amazing performance from yesterday. And of course, all my shout outs to Xiaobai as well, because I think he played some lights out Hearthstone, just very cool lines with leaving up the Anetheron. We could see it took McBanterface a long time to really get that big insurmountable board rolling, because the Raise Dead took a long time to get that full value. It just seemed like the Rune Mithril Rods in these 2 games of the Owl Warlock we saw came a little bit too late for Xiaobai, although he still made the best of what he could with those plays. Holding on to the Moarg for so long when it could have been used to deal with a singular Anetheron, I think was very clever to deal with this type of board state. But McBanterface, realizing that the Neophyte was the check to that check, completely cleaned up there, and he will be joining Glory from Group B in our top 4.
And for Xiaobai, it's weirdly enough not the Shaman that seemed to be the weak point for him here, but the Warlock in the end, the Owl Warlock that just looked a little bit unable to clear, couldn't go for the combo quite quickly enough. If you don't find the Rod in time, it's just so inflexible in terms of the mana it can spend. But I'll stop beating on him here. He's already out of the tournament. And I think, as I said earlier on, Xiaobai played fantastically over the course of this tournament. He clearly understood every matchup he was playing inside and out, in my opinion. But he is not the main story here. It is now moving on to our top 4 players, Possessi versus McBanterface and Glory versus Gabby for our 2 semi-final matches. Before we find who our world champion is going to be, could it be Glory for the first back-to-back 2-time world champion? McBanterface finally getting another America's player to be the champion. Possessi getting a 2-time Japanese champion and also backing up what has been one of the most dominant years of APAC play we've ever seen. Or could it be Gabby going down 0-3 versus Possessi in the first match of this tournament, getting himself a Hunter Race style Wunderkind victory for going from almost unknown as a Hearthstone player a couple years ago, outside the most devout of Hearthstone players, to now one of the most well-known, most well-respected Hearthstone players in history. It's going to be so exciting to find out, and I cannot wait to jump into the rest of the games.
Eric, I need to pinch myself. Looking at that bracket, just the top half of it, it's kind of like, oh, it's another week of APAC GM. Possessi and Glory have made it to the top 4. Wait, where's Alutame? Wait, this is the World Championship. The stakes are higher than ever. I am so excited to watch and cast the rest of these matches, and I truly believe any of these top 4 would be an incredibly worthy winner. And again, just like we mentioned at the end of the show yesterday, there's an element of sentimentality knowing that Grandmasters will start to be phased out next year. We can see, I would say, just more opportunities for people like Gabby and McBanterface, who came out of nowhere, qualified to Grandmasters this year, and just made it all the way to the World Championship with our open circuit. I think stories like that will abound in years to come.
Cannot wait to see what Hearthstone has to bring, and more specifically to this tournament, I cannot wait to see what the 2021 Hearthstone World Championship will have to bring. When we come back from this break, the first of our semi-finals will commence.
Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs. Yep, dinosaurs is correct.
You love those
Most
dinosaurs,
wins.
Siege. I've seen you talk about dinosaurs and play with dinosaurs. And
I can't stop winning with dinosaurs.
Yep.
All right.
Formula One racing.
Formula One racing. That's right. Wow.
I'm just the classiest Formula One racing driver there is. So
we're in sync. We're in sync.
Spaghetti Bolognese.
The Spaghetti Bolognese tournament. You're right.
I remember it so well, like all that spaghetti and the bolognese. Just more proof. I don't know why it's all backwards.
Yeah.
There you go.
My favorite part of that event, though, is they actually paid me in spaghetti bolognese.
Did they really? Oh no.
Yeah.
Was it like spicy, or was it just kind of dull spag bog?
It was really cold because you know how esports payments work. Like it takes a while.
Took you a while.
So they had to post it. I think it got to my house like 6 months later. But it was really the experience that I valued more so in that tournament than anything else.
Did you use a fork or a spoon? I don't know how Americans work, even though I am one.
I just went right in, honestly. No utensils, just with my face.
Just opened it from the packing, cold.
Yep.
Bam. Love
That's
it.
right. Yep. All right.
Sottle.
Oh, Sottle!
Yeah. Remember that Sottle tournament? The one that Sottle was in?
I do, yeah. He cast and played.
Yep. Absolutely. It's Lorinda.
It's Lorinda.
Definitely my favourite player.
Yep.
No one else will do, I'm afraid.
There's no one else that Lorinda would ever root for. Other
The
than
whole of
himself.
Hearthstone. There's a few, but I think overall, it has to be me.
Yep. It's Lorinda.
Me.
That's right.
Yeah. He talks about
Lorinda's
it all
my
the
favorite
time.
streamer.
Lorinda's stream is just the best stream according to TJ. I mean, I don't like to brag, but it's a pretty good stream. You should check it out after Worlds. Yes.
Lorinda.
Me.
I mean, that's pretty easy to guess.
Yep.
Favorite Hearthstone players, Lorinda. Likes to stream BGs. Lorinda streams BGs. So who's Lorinda's favorite Hearthstone streamer? Lorinda.
Lorinda.
Easy peasy. Lorinda.
Yes. What's the asterisk?
I'm definitely not just using the same paper, but changing one thing. It's a star, by the way. It's not an asterisk.
Yep.
Asterisk would be up here.
Just to prove, I do have a
It's a
TJ
star
one
because it's
written,
down.
but I haven't had use for it. Lorinda. Smiley. What's the animal?
That's a cat. It's one of your cats.
Oh, that's one of my cats. Amazing. Love it. It looks just like both of them. You captured the likeness in such succinct fashion.
Everybody, and welcome back to the 2021 Hearthstone World Championship. My name is TJ, and joining me to kick off the top four on this lovely Sunday is Neil Lorinda Bond. Neil, are you pumped?
I am absolutely pumped, both for this semi-final and for the fact we obviously won the game in that segment by getting every question correct. Wasn't suspicious at all in any way, but back to the Hearthstone. Glory versus Gabby. What a match this should be.
Yeah, and I before we start talking about Glory versus Gabby, I do want to take a step back here and say how proud I am of the Americas region for getting a player into the top four. Yes, I'm using this soapbox of an Asia Pacific versus Europe semifinal to talk about the Americas region. But they put America's casters up here, right? So what do they expect? But yeah, not much faith in the region as a whole, but whatever. All right, let's move on. Semifinal, Glory versus Gabby. This one is very cool. The stories coming into this match are immense. Glory, reigning world champion, has the time to go back-to-back for the first time in Hearthstone's history versus Gabby, often touted as being the best player in the world currently. Both of these players are, I don't think it's even arguable, the best players in their respective region, being results-based thinking over the past year. So this is an incredible showdown. This is 100% worthy of a final, and it's in the semifinals.
Yeah, and Gabby already had to beat Tianming, which is kind of one of the projected finals, asking around people before the tournament. Did that. He beat Yala to get into the World Championships, last year's finalist. So all he has left is to beat last year's winner and then to win the final. And then if he does win the whole thing after beating Yala, beating Glory, he'll be totally undisputable, right? He'll have beaten everybody who had a claim to the throne. So yeah, it's going to be a big one for Gabby, but Glory is not going to lie down and just lose. He's been playing really well this tournament. I think Gabby got off to a little bit of a shaky start, but seems to have settled down just in terms of, it's easy to say that he lost, then he won twice, but not just that. His first match, he seemed a little bit off. He tweeted that he needs to think less and play more. And I don't know. We think less and just talk more. It works for us. So, yeah, I like Gabby's thinking on that one.
Yeah, why wouldn't it work for playing Hearthstone as well, and not just for casting? But talking about the actual match going in there, if we take a look at the bans, Demon Hunter banned away from Glory, Warlock banned away from Gabby, which is pretty interesting. That Owl Warlock, Glory does not want to play against that, and OTK Demon Hunter for Gabby, which seems to be pretty consistent in what he's been doing. Both players have Hunter up in the series, which could be quite interesting, right? Hunter has changed a little bit. You play more of these buff cards, which I've highlighted because of the Trog. If you can run Trog into Doggy Biscuit, into Raiming Mount with maybe an Adorable Infestation thrown in along the way, against a lot of these spell-heavy combo decks in the metagame, you're going to win.
Yeah, absolutely, and he has been winning. I don't know if he's done the actual trogging of anybody yet. I don't believe he has, but I could be wrong on that. But does look decent at least. And the matchup overall, a lot of the matchups we've cast so far in Worlds, you look at the matchup chart beforehand and you think, okay, I think so-and-so is favoured. But this one is all over the place. There's some very one-sided matches on some of the decks, and some of the others are 50-50s, and it's going to be a mess. It's going to be an exciting one. I do expect this to go to 3-2, just looking at the matchup lineup.
Yeah, it's very interesting, right? Because we have very similar lineups for many players in the field, especially, narrowing it down and taking out, the Chinese players who had Shaman, which was unique. And we end up with 5 unique archetypes across 6 classes that are left up in this series, bans aside. So with the only one they share being Face Hunter, which was not that popular of a bring. So it's a very unique series overall for how this World Championship has played out thus far, which just adds to the drama. And Gabby going to be opening with the Garrote Rogue, and we've seen different variations of it, right? We've seen more board-based ones with animated broomstick. Gabby has decided to include a Rustrot Viper in his list, and with Libram Paladin left up on the other side, that actually could be a pretty big tech card in the matchup, because once the Cariel's actually played the hero, if you don't have a Viper in your Garrote Rogue list, you're not winning the game. It's as simple as that. Unless you've had so much tempo up until that point, and they're incredibly low. You've held on to every spell damage you could possibly hold on to. You're not winning that game. So could be an important tech card, but maybe he'll just take a win right off the bat against his Face Hunter. We shall see. Semifinal 1 underway here, Neil.
It's going to be good. And this matchup is pretty close to 50-50 as well, just this exact Hunter versus Rogue match. And so a massive one to start with. Gabby's feeling it, you can see. He's back. The nerves of day one are either hidden or gone. And Glory, he's the champion. He's been here before. He doesn't feel nerves anymore, I doubt.
Nope. This is just another trip around the block for Glory. And another thing to point out, too, for what's at stake, this is a $50,000 match of Hearthstone.
That's 100 GM wins.
That's insane.
You can play GM.
How many weeks it takes you to get 100 GM wins?
If you're Gabby, 100. But yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
Both got decent starts, and neither of them have got terrifying starts. Gabby's is looking pretty powerful. Got to decide how wide he wants to go, how much reduction he wants to get, because the Hunter does have that inevitability of the hero power, no matter what you do as the opposition.
Yes. There's been so much debate in the Twitter sphere on a specific sequence of plays involving both Octobot and Cold Neophyte that I can't shake it out of my head. Octobot, really the only punish here would be... Actually, there's quite a few. Doggy Biscuit would also... Oh, Doggy Biscuit! Hi-ya! Off the top 2, it is just good. And now Cold Neophyte doesn't even check... Oh, okay.
Okay.
Muzzle their magic.
You're going to say it doesn't check the board, right? But with the pickup of the brain freeze, it checks the board
it does.
and slows everything down and was urgently required there.
Yeah. But, this is not really the the biggest threat, right? The biggest threat comes with just the consistent damage that Glory's going to be able to put out. And, Gabby going to be kind of a step behind, having to use all these cards just to be defensive in the early game. I feel like the Secret Passage is going to be pretty huge if that can pick up some tempo tools, but having a Garrote in hand that's early on, not great.
Yep, absolutely. I tend to watch with Rogue. If the amount of mana, if the turn counter gets up to about 7, they tend to be in a great spot. But that's not quite true against Hunter because they're burning resources as they go.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh, Shadow Step. Okay. But not going to be able to use it. Instead, it's just going to go for maximum draw, but doesn't really pick up anything, and it's going to take another at least 6 damage going into this turn, and his hand is very mediocre.
Glory went to play the War Song, and I'm wondering if the only thing to not play it is because then Gabby knows you have a Rhino, and he's already got a Rhino. If Gabby leaves a minion up and gets Rhinoed, the game's kind of going to end. But yeah, Glory just going for the sensible play in the end.
Yeah. You could try and get fancy, but to be honest, Gabby's not going to win the game without playing small minions.
Right.
And just having 2 Rhinos in your hand, especially with a True Aim Crescent already equipped, it's just the best way to end the game, to be quite honest. Because now Gabby just doesn't even want to play any of this stuff. But he has to, because he's got to win. So...
I feel like we might see a weird play where he throws the Garrotes out there, draws some cards, and hopes somehow to get there with like 15 cards in his deck. He's going to kill this, play the field contact, and then step? Or is he just going to start Garroting now? Yeah.
Yeah, just not leave anything up for the Rhino until he absolutely has to. I don't know. This is a difficult situation. Yeah, he has to. Oh, no, he's not. Okay, with the Shadow Step on the Prize Plunder, he's going to be able to keep the board clean.
So just setting up the Garrote. Next turn he can draw some cards if he gets a bit of spell damage maybe. He might have a turn after this as well by keeping the board clear. Yeah, he knows this is massively unlikely.
Yep.
He just passes next turn, like unless he has an amazing pickup and just tries to win on turn 7.
Honestly, it's going to have to be that, right? He can't leave multiple minions on the board.
Yep. He's going for just the cheeky get lucky.
Okay. So, like, he's got 2 bleeds in the deck.
Uh-huh.
So it's 5 Garrote cast maximum. He needs 3 spell damage though.
Yeah. Or yeah, that's basically. I'm trying to work out if there's any world where he gets another turn, but surely not.
Yeah, because if he just has +2 spell damage, it'd be 20. Because the original Garrote has already been cast, so you can't add that. So it's only a multiple of 5.
Mm-hmm. And that's in the world where he hits them. He's not going to draw his whole deck. So yeah. But as it happens, we can see that it currently is not lethal next turn.
Yeah, so he's just got to wait? Like what? He just got to pass the turn? And Gabby can't attack here?
Just pass. It's
quiet.
Because of explosive?
Quiet.
Oh no.
Muzzle their magic.
The whole game is just shooting his own minions so he doesn't die horribly.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, there's no play, right? He's given it
Yeah.
shot of the outside chance there.
I give up.
Yep. There's a concede. And just a solid start from Glory. The killing the Octobot in the early game, which stalled a lot of Gabby's ability to go for a tempo play. Even if that Secret Passage was reduced, like imagine what he could have done. He would have had 1 extra mana, he would have been able to take out the 5/1 as well as Shroud, if things had panned out similarly. That was pretty much the turning point in the game. And then, just the threat of the Rhinos, they ended up not even being needed at that point, but just the Warsong Wrangler being played, forcing Gabby to keep the board clean because he couldn't take that much damage. Just a pretty cut and dry game of Face Hunter versus Grow Rogue, with Gabby not being able to get there. So, Glory 1-0.
Yeah, and as you said, it could have been so different if that Octobot actually doesn't get killed with the top deck pickup, gets to trade, reduce some cards. It was quite a decent looking hand. Maybe Gabby could have got some board, but that's just the game. That's the risk he took. He knew when he played the card, there's a good chance Glory just kills it anyway. He was already sort of, I suppose I've got to. He wasn't keen, but he made the right play. Glory made his right play, and it's 1-0. And the Hunter is out of the way.
Yep, Hunter's out of the way. So that leaves Druid and Paladin for Glory still left in the series. And Gabby has his own Hunter, as well as the Groat Rogue that we just saw, and OTK Demon Hunter. So if we look at that, it does feel like OTK Demon Hunter probably is the weak spot here for Gabby. Just because you're looking at Paladin, which can be super aggressive, right? They have Trogs plus buffs. And oh man, I'm super excited. Look how blurry I'm getting already.
Wow.
Just talking about Trogs just gets me all giddy. And then even if you look at the Druid, right? OTK Demon Hunter can sometimes struggle against the Druid because, massive armor gain, Celestial Alignment, which, delays their combo by, quite a lot. It's just a lot to kind of get through in order to win that matchup. So Glory's just going to throw out the Druid here. I imagine Gabby's either going to go for the Rogue or the Hunter in this instance.
And the more this tournament's gone by, when I first saw Glory's lineup, it was like, ha, noob, you didn't bring Rogue. Why wouldn't you bring Rogue? Everyone brought Rogue. But it's just starting to look like that was a good idea. Of course, everyone's bringing Rogue. Everyone was able to take Rogue. Not take it down. It's not the sort of deck where you can just murder it. It's just too good. But he just didn't want to face all of the hate that Rogue was likely to get in this tournament. Just built his own lineup. And it's working for him so far and looking really good not having it in the deck. Which is weird, right? Because we used to talk in terms of how Rogue won every world championship. Okay.
Insta 3 keep. I'm pretty sure he insta 3 kept.
Just hit the button, play these 3 good cards, and get on with your life.
Yep.
Oh, and Gabby's going for the board. Look at this keep. He's just going to go for tempo.
Yep.
Which makes sense, because when you get aligned as Rogue, you can basically do very little. So Neophyte makes that a little bit more sensible, if that makes sense to you.
Yep.
It fits nicely into the curve.
Job done.
Okay, looks like he's going to, Neophyte Aug Merchant? Oh, maybe not. Look at that.
Wow, decision time.
This is insane.
Like, he wants to Neophyte next turn just to stop down Overgrowth. Obviously, that's why he's waited, but... And he'll probably still do that, because if you hit and you stop an Overgrowth, it's just such a big deal.
You gotta be scrappy with scraps.
But wow, has he got options available now.
Oh, yeah.
How do you think he'll use these Shadow Steps? Like, there's the option to just keep Shadow Stepping Neophytes kind of forever at this point.
He's just going to go for the ultimate draw turn next turn before... it looks like he's might be expecting Overgrowth this turn. And then, so that means next turn, Neophyte's going to fit into the Field Contact chain, which will block the Celestial Alignment. So far, things working quite... Is he going to double Bloom Celestial?
He's got the Bloom lurking in the middle of the board. You can see the shadow there. It's hovering like a
He's going to double Bloom Celestial. He's going to alignment right now. This is sick!
Oh!
Because Gabby had this all planned out, right? He's like, okay, I don't need to neophyte going into the overgrowth turn. If he overgrows this turn, then I can neophyte going into the alignment turn. And so basically that's Gabby's entire last turn, plus just his overall game plan, essentially ruined. That's a Shadow Step gone. The reductions from the Octobot gone.
Well,
and even though Glory's not going to have a turn here, because Double Bloom, he gets all the Overload out right away. He could still play an Owl, because it's 0 mana.
But next turn, Gabby gets to Octobot and reduce everything in his hand to 0.
Yes, but then everything he draws is still going to be full cost. So
Sure.
yes, he can draw a ton of cards. Actually, getting the Cold Neophyte down here could be pretty impactful. It's actually not really, because there's
Look at the board.
Contra.
He's making a huge board. I'm not saying he's favoured. I'm saying that this is nowhere as over as it looked from a turn, whatever it was, 3 or 4 Celestial, because he is going to get some board. But yeah, Anaconda in hand on the other side. Pretty terrifying. Yeah, okay. I actually can't find a way how the rogue gets a good result out of this now I've looked at it more.
Initiating overdrive.
Double field contact action.
Yeah, just do you load up the second field contact? Like,
All right, how does he actually win from here?
everything lives, but nothing's gonna live. Everything's dead. Even with the Neophyte, the Nature Spell still costs 0.
And this must really hurt Gabby, not just because obviously he's likely to go 2-0 down, but this is kind of the deck that he got through the whole of GM with, the Druid in particular. And he didn't bring it himself, and it's been destroying him over and over again this tournament.
Yep. Yep, those are great. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. All right. Okay. Yep.
All right, how do I find an excuse for Gabby winning now, TJ? I'm running out of excuses.
Nope, this is over.
How about... I need Raven. I can't think of a way this can possibly be won.
Not even Raven can.
Sub in Raven. Time out. I need Raven to come up with some mysterious way that this can work. So many cards. Alright, we've got 3 mana.
Cool.
Draw a lot of cards with double field contact.
Cool.
Cool story, yeah?
Yeah.
I've run out of story. I'm not quite sure how Gabby can do this, strangely enough. Scabs.
Scabs, okay. Scabs.
Story's back on.
Yep. Still a lot to get through, though, and Gabby has used a lot of resources.
Got to do
It's 51 health. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, everything's really expensive, but he also just has another alignment. He's got some owls. He's got survival of the fittest.
He can also just get to 8 mana for next turn if he wants to as well. So much good stuff going on. So he can take 8, right? He'll still, in the world where Gabby, you wake up in the morning, you found out that somehow Gabby won this game. Glory taking 8 next turn isn't part of that loss.
We are all connected, from humble seed to heavenly star.
I mean, Gabby's got to at least put enough on the board to race. I mean, that's not going to work, but... He needs to buy time, doesn't he? I mean, he hasn't got time. He knows what's in the opposing hand. That's the problem. He knows he's in so much trouble. He's got to find a route to victory that's going to be incredibly unlikely.
Yeah, just going to stall some damage here with the Scab's hero power. Not really much else to be done in that situation. Because he effectively needs all of these cards in order to win. All right, there's Smite. It was only a single Celestial alignment played, but Glory here can just play down a massive Brass Wing. It looks like he's going to hold on to it. I don't think there's a reason. Instead, play the Tormentor. But no matter what he does in that instance, right, he's incredibly favored to win. And Glory's like laughing to himself. He's like, okay, yeah, that was a cool game. 3 keep into the juice and take a dub. So Glory 2-0 up now. And this was the kind of situation just reversed that Gabby found himself in and is on his path to get to these semifinals. But we'll see if he can have a different fate. And the beanie went over the eyes. That's when you knew it was over.
Yeah, is that when the brain starts to leak out of the beanie? We decided that's where he keeps his enormous brain.
Yep.
Just the
honestly, I liked Gabby's game plan there. I really did. It's almost impossible to expect double bloom Celestial alignment because he did have a chance to not lock out the game, but do a ton on the next turn. He would have drawn through, I would say, most of his deck at that point because he had a 0-cost Octobot, the 2-cost Field Contact. He would have thrown a Cult Neophyte in there in that draw sequence, right, to block the Celestial alignment from coming down from the side of Glory because he would have been at 7 mana. If Overgrowth was the expected play, which he thought that it could be because it was a 3-keep, right, from Glory's side. So he probably thought it was the Jerry Reed Carpenter, Overgrowth, and Celestial alignment. So his plan made sense. Glory just had the ultimate punish to it with the double bloom into Celestial alignment, skipping Overgrowth completely. He didn't even have it in his hand, but not even needing it in that instance. So, like you said, Paladin, last deck remaining here.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of this in the tournament. We have seen a lot of this on ladder. So most people know how this goes. Obviously, the Trog is the focal point, as you've got in those key cards there, because it's the newer card. But really, the whole thing put together, the Carryall, the Trog, just the Libram package was already reasonably strong. The Stonehearth Vindicator, again, you've highlighted good cards, TJ. What's going on? All of this stuff has just made Libram Paladin have so much relentless damage and survivability all in one package that it's a really good deck for ladder. Obviously, we've criticized it, I would say, for this tournament to some degree because there's so much combo who just go, yeah, nice minions, and ignores them. But
yeah,
it seems to be working out okay, and it can do enough damage against the combo decks to get it done as well. It's not just a sitting duck. So interesting bring, one that I gotta confess I didn't like at the start, but the more I see of all the lineups, the more I see these matches panning out, the more I'm starting to understand it.
Yep, and the biggest thing here is just to get those kind of unbeatable Trog starts, or in a lot of cases against Garrote Rogue, just to get the Carryall hero and, limit the maximum amount of damage they can do. And like I said at the very beginning of this match, the Rushrock Viper in Gabby's list could be quite crucial at a later part of this game.
Mm-hmm.
And Gabby's starting on the play, which is going to end up being quite good, which means, this first threat, this Night of Anointment that Glory is going to play, he could just dagger down. Thinking about playing the Octobot in this case, because it's such a good hand, and there's really not much punish for it on the other side, even a Hand of a Doll, but I think it's going to take a little bit slower. Just get the dagger loaded up.
Dagger's really nice against Divine Shield Trog. Just proc the shield, you've got the Brain Feast to finish it off.
Reporting for duty.
If that was to be a thing that occurred from Glory next turn. I quite like just playing it a little bit slow, and obviously the longer you delay the Octobot, the more stuff you get from it, but the harder it is to get that stuff. Mana doesn't work out how he wants here. I think he's trying to work out if he can just kill this and reload. That's way too greedy, surely.
You're talking about like augmentation?
Yeah.
Oh, just re-dagger. Okay.
I don't think he will.
What's the play the following turn then?
Octobot Swindle?
Okay. Then you're entering territory where it can be punished.
Yes.
Because Glory plays a minion here and then any sort of like double buff, right?
Reporting for duty.
But Glory's hand is a whole lot of nothing, right? He's got a great play next turn. Finally get these Librams essentially activated with the True Seeker.
You see how quickly Gabby just wedged that neophyte onto the board? I think that confirms what I was thinking, that he was going to play the Octobot, but what you said, he didn't want to play the Octobot. The second he got the neophyte, he just jammed it onto the board because that solved all those problems.
Yep. Now the world is his oyster.
Absolutely. Could be as greedy as he likes now. He's going to be mega greedy by the look of it. Because he's got the Shadow Step. He's just holding on to this Octobot forever. This dagger's done so much work over the first 3 or 4 turns because of the nature of Glory's hand.
Yeah, I think I did mess up on the key cards, actually.
Just dagger?
Yeah, it should have just been dagger.
Amazing. Can you find a way to do that one day, TJ? I want to see it. Just all the hero powers in somebody's cards.
I'll do my best.
Cool.
Okay. But this is
turn.
what Gabby was waiting for. Holy moly.
Efficient is sufficient.
That
Gonna be
is
messy.
stuff.
There's a lot of stuff here, TJ. How much stuff would you like? All of the stuff. He's going to draw, what, 7, 8 cards here? Next turn?
Yep. Waiting for the right moment. I mean, and this hand from Glory is... There's just no minions, right? It's double Broomstick, plus all buff cards and a Lord Barav, which, you know, Lord Barav can be good sometimes in this matchup, but everything's already low enough health as it is. Like, Blade Master Samuro ends up being that better type of removal card at many stages. Glory does pick up a Trog.
Going to be a big Trog.
Yeah. But, you know, at this point, with Gabby having drawn through half of his deck, and with a lot of the, you know, draw sequence from field contact coming from minions and a brain freeze like already seen, it's hard to imagine that this Trog is going to live. Prize Plunder would be sort of the bane of its existence.
Yeah.
Move quickly.
Got to admit, TJ, when I saw submissions, or just before I saw submissions, I was hoping in some weird world that every single deck was just Trog decks, just so I could hear you talk about Trogs relentlessly for the whole, 2 days. Because I know you were dying to do that.
Yeah, they didn't end up being as impactful as I thought they were going to be.
I mean, yeah,
Players a little bit of time to get used to it.
because we weren't playing minions at the start of the Trogs. It's like, how do you deal with this card? Oh yeah, I can play a 2/2.
I could just
Forgot about those.
play a minion. Yeah.
Give me that. Look what I want.
Right, he's done with that prize plunder. It's just in the way, filling up hand space now. He's got enough card draw. Everything else, he's got the second field contact, the second Octo. He's not dying next turn. This is looking fantastic for Gabby fans. At least,
Yeah, Scab's picked up, and with 7 mana will be online next turn. So if Glory were to just, you know, go pretty big here, he would have a way to answer it. Effectively get rid of all the Librams too if they were to be loaded up.
Okay.
Also has Rushraw Viper in case Carol does come down to be able to answer that. Feels like everything's checked here from Gabby's perspective.
I mean, Glory just drew one. I mean, Paladins are known for having these hands that sometimes get all minions or all spells, but this is one of the worst I've ever seen in that regard. Like, just not a single, not even an out to play towards for most of this game.
Yeah.
Which is fair, because he did play turn 4 alignment last game, and then draw Anaconda.
Sufficient is sufficient.
On balance, you know. Nobody tell Gabby that they think that Glory got an unlucky hand in game 3.
And this is such a good sequence for Gabby as well, because he gets the discount on his hand, but then also gets the Octobot and the Ethereal Augmentation back. Glory didn't go all in on the Trog, knowing that Scabs was a possibility with how many cards Gabby had left, but needed to at least present a threat in case it wasn't there. So I think just smart play overall. And for now, Glory's just going through the motions, but he should know that this game is essentially done. Yep.
Gabby
It would take a colossal mess up for Gabby here, but he's already got a hand discounted. He also has the Scab's hero power to discount it even further. He's got minions on the board to trade in these 4-2s, which, you know, he doesn't need the damage from the 4-2. He needs the board space more than anything.
Yeah, he's going to get through his whole deck. He's going to play the Gurots. You all know the drill by now. And if you don't, where have you been? Welcome back.
Yeah. Welcome back. This deck's been around for like 6 months.
Yep. Do you remember when we started with this deck, TJ? We had sharks and coins, and it all looked kind of awkward and difficult to play.
It was very hard. Like, and you had so much for your deck that was just terrible. You would pass your turn with like 6 coins and an auctioneer in hand. You had no way to gain tempo from anything. You're like, well, my opponent has minions, so I guess I'm just going to play this 3-4 that gives my opponent a coin so they can get even more tempo. But yeah, nice clean game of Gurorogue for Gabby there, to at least put him on the board in the series, right? Still could be tough for him, all things considered. Paladin, you know, maybe not the strongest deck in the field. It's been drawing bans from a lot of players, but I think a lot of players also have had decks lineups filled with combo decks, but with no Rust-Rot Viper. So they're like, okay, well, if Carol does come down, I lose the game. But Gabby does have the Rust-Rot Vipers ready to go, so he's okay with leaving it up. But again, I do feel like Glory's still in a good spot here, even though Gabby was able to get himself on the board.
Yeah, the Demon Hunter in particular going to be a tough time for Gabby. I've got myself thinking back now, TJ, like, you came to me before one of the Americas broadcasts, like, hey, have you seen this new Rogue deck? It's not got sharks anymore, it's got all these stupid 1-drops, and it's really good fun, but both was like, is it any good? We're like, you'd been winning with it. I was like, well, how can this be good? It's just a meme deck, surely. Here we are.
If I'm winning with it, you know it's not a meme deck, right? Or it's the ultimate meme deck. Those are the only two.
Your own built, homebrewed meme deck, TJ Sanders special.
It's literally a full meme deck, like unplayable except for, you know, by me, or it's an actually good meta deck. Like, if it's a tier 2 deck or a tier 3 deck, then I can't win with it. So, all right. Gabby moving on to Face Hunter. So Face Hunter, it's a Trog deck versus Trog deck. This is what we've been waiting the entire tournament to see, is Trog versus Trog.
Someone's going to get trogged for sure in this one. It's got to happen.
Yeah. And the ideal situation is both are trogged at the same time. That's when it gets cool.
What's so cool about it?
It's because, like, if you try and buff your Trog, you summon more Trogs for your opponent, and then if they try and buff their Trog, then they summon more Trogs. And then before you know it, you have a board full of Trogs. Or you're looking at two, like, aggressive decks that are doing nothing because they don't want to give their opponent more Trogs. It can sometimes be a little bit awkward, and I'm excited to see how, you know, two good players would navigate that situation. But there's a chance that we may not see Trog versus Trog, right? The decks aren't 100% reliant on that card in order to win. It's just a nice little benefit. Okay, we got a Trog on one side, and it's on the play.
He who trogs first, trogs longest. Or something. I'm sure that's a phrase.
You know, I think that's pretty accurate.
Obviously, there's a slight favour. I mean, I think the Hunter's a slight underdog in the matchup, but in terms of the actual the trogging, I think it gets the early advantage because the Hunter can actually remove the opposing trog, whereas the Paladin has to sort of look at it. Oh, it's there! We've got trogs.
Okay, here we go. Who has the better trog follow-up? Now is the biggest question.
So, Gabby can give Divine Shield, but no buff right now, and Glory does have the.
Well,
mount.
he can kill it with the Aug Merchant instead, which seems like a better plan.
Sure. Yep. Now it's one trog versus no trogs.
Oh, now the trog is protected. Blade Master Shamro could be a big deal here, though.
Cannot wait to read these.
How many buff cards does Gabby actually have? It's a few, right? 2.
He's got Adorable Infestation, Doggy Biscuit, and Ramming Mount.
Yeah, it's 6. A
Yeah.
1 in 4 chance to make this trog not game-winningly big, but terrifying all the same.
Thought that was a Ramming Mount for a second.
So did I.
No, I did.
All right. I made this. How's he going to protect the trog now? If from Samuro, he's not, is the answer.
Yeah.
That's an upgrade. Probably.
Oh, this Samuro's going to be so good.
Yep,
Glory
Glory sits up.
readjust.
He's like, okay, yes, I dealt with the trog.
And all the other cards, whilst on 25.
Yep, and Gabby's got to know. Yep. I mean, the way his hand was panning out, like, there really wasn't an option for him to play around that in any meaningful way. So now the game plan is switch to, all right, gotta kill him. Oh, Ice Trap, okay.
No meaningful follow-up here. I mean, there's some damage, obviously, but that's not meaningful against the Hunter in particular.
Yeah.
So Gabby's going to get to Rhino something. That's nice. Glory actually doesn't have anything really meaningful next turn either.
Yeah, but if this gets, later in the game, right? He's got the power, but he only has the 1 Libram discount at the moment. Night of Anointment's not that great of a draw. Right now, he doesn't even have a way to deal with this Rhino, and Gabby's got just damage for days in hand with Aim Shot, Quick Shot. On 7, that's 10 damage. So next turn, if you just think Rhino connects face with a hero power, unless Glory heals, that's lethal on turn 7 for Gabby.
Yep, Ice Trap number 2. Played around a little, best you can. There's a lot of damage from Gabby.
Yep.
So Gabby's got lethal in at most 3 turns, even if we assume that the damage from the board just stops at that point when the taunts go up.
I must move quickly.
Ice Trap again.
Put it back. An extra point of damage can be worked in here from the Adorable. Is it a relevant point?
No, he's got enough damage next turn. He knows that Libram Pope can't come down because there's only 1 Libram reduction, right? If I'm remembering correctly, it was just a single Aldor Attendant that was played. And so he's just going to load up the damage, Quick Shot, and Hero Power next turn. Gabby's clapping already. I think he knows that there are 0 outs here for Glory. And I think that means, Neil, we're going to a Game 5.
Game 5. Told you. Start of the show. This is going to Game 5. It's no other way. I have no idea who's going to win it, though. I haven't looked that far ahead in the script.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the ultimate battle of the scripts, right? Because it's Gabby, who everybody's like, yeah, he's going to be a world champion someday. Best results out of any individual player over the course of the year, and versus Glory, who also has some of the best individual results for a player over the course of the last year, and is the reigning world champion. Yeah. So it's like, which script do I choose? And even Blizzard is still deciding, right? Because
A-Bar's just there juggling scripts.
Yeah, he's got 2 buttons in front of him. He's got Gabby, Glory, right?
He's sweating.
And he's just like he's just like, I don't know. I'll pull this one this game. I'll pull this one this game. Not to take away, right? We're obviously joking around, but just at the expense of these players are actually really good, and there's a lot that goes into these games. There's no magic lever that makes you a good Hearthstone player. It takes time and work, and both these players have quite obviously put that in. And I think it's only fitting that with players of this caliber that we go to a Game 5 in a semifinal of the World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to take at least a few seconds to go, hey, let's be serious for a minute. All right, done. Back to normal.
Yeah. That's my one serious statement for this match, okay? I'm done.
That's it. We're back to it's only Game 5. I do remember in one tournament you and I, some years ago now, got to an important Game 5 and didn't mention the game once. We won't do that today. We'll talk about the game a little bit.
Yeah. That's why they don't put us on finals, Neil. Except for our own region, because we have to. But even then, they were reluctant. They're like, we're going to bring in 2 other casters to cast America's finals. But last matchup is going to be the Paladin versus the OTK Demon Hunter. So this one is quite interesting. Let me just take a look real quick. I imagine there is one there. Yep, there's a Rushrot Viper in the list for Gabby. So that's a necessity, I feel like, in this matchup.
Yeah.
Trog is going to be a big deal, right? Or potentially a big deal. OTK Demon Hunter is one of the decks that can, just wait a couple turns and then, blow it up with Moarg plus things or Talented Arcanist plus things. But Glide, not really as useful in this particular matchup as we've seen in many of the other matchups throughout the tournament.
And the pressure's on, right? We talked about this back in Grandmasters, but the Paladin just starts off putting down, forgetting the Trog for now, but the normal build, it puts down fairly meaningless threats, but they're irritating, you want them to go away. And if you deal with those, it just puts down something bigger next time and something even bigger the turn after that. So at some point, Gabby's going to have to say, you know what? This is my clock. I've got 2 turns to kill you. Hit me for 12. I don't care because the early game went okay. So going to be interesting to see how he uses a slight measured response at the start into closing his eyes and just trying to combo out.
Yeah, and I think that last game sort of showed kind of the weaknesses of Libram Paladin as a whole, right? It's a deck that can do a lot of things. It can have early aggressive starts and be an aggro deck. It can play these super long games where it uses the Librams continuously going back in hand to grind their opponent out. And it can play anti-combo in the form of the Carial Hero and the weapon, which can block a lot of damage. But it needs to draw the correct side of the deck. Oh, he do Trog plus buffs! It's just every buff! He has every buff imaginable!
Like, he had nothing and Gabby had everything, and that just changed around with one pickup. Now, like you say, he's got all the buffs. Gabby's going to have to just take this apart very slowly. And
okay, he's going to deal with it on turn 1. This is smart. Yep. Whew, okay.
Oh. And not only is it smart, TJ, it could be absolutely ruinous for Glory here.
Yeah, because he's got nothing. And Gabby's follow-up is actually good. He's got Quest into Sigil with a Spectral Sight in Outcast position, picks up second Sigil, so he's got 2 turns of Quest completion just with that, right? Just needs like a single extra draw to go alongside the Rushrot Viper tradable, and he's looking good, so...
Okay.
Trog thwarted.
Pressure's going to come in, though. There's now only 1 Fell Scream left. You don't beat this Paladin with minions, you're going to have to use that Fell Scream, so Going to be very low on health gain. Going to have those 2 immolation auras somewhere in the deck. It's going to be a
Tusk Piercer. Picks up Tusk Piercer as well. Just like ideal quest completion status here for Gabby. Il'gynoth is going to be a little awkward.
It's going to get in the way of the glide, so if Gabby wants to glide later, he's going to have to do it from the right-hand side, which... It's just so difficult. It seems like, oh, why don't you just play the card you draw? Well, then it usually puts another card there.
It's Libram Paladin, right? So, like, there's no... there's not a huge incentive to glide your opponent as well. You're normally just worried about your own game plan, unless you have a heavy read or there's a bunch of Librams in hand. So, like, maybe he just even glides right now. To just kind of reset.
Needs to plan what he wants to do with his Spectral Sight. There is the incentive to glide, obviously. Keep the Spectral going.
Pleasure doing
Let's take
this.
a look at what he picks up this turn first. Down to 17 is ready. All right, don't worry about the 17. That's changed.
Yep. Going to be able to contest this, and he's dumping a lot of cards from his hand, so it looks like Glide is going to be the final quest line completion tool for Gabby going into the next turn. At 22, only 1 power on board. I mean, it's looking okay for him at the moment. The biggest thing is how much power can Glory load up over the next 2 turns, right? The biggest thing about these sort of aggro mid-range decks in order to stop OTK Demon Hunter is, can you load up enough power going into the turn where Kurtrus is going to be played in order to disincentivize the Demon Hunter from actually playing Kurtrus, because that's the most awkward turn. The one awkward part for Gabby is, like you mentioned, there is only 1 Fellscream Blast left. There is the Immolation Auras, though. So that plus, you know, a redundant Moarg or Guild Trader that's in the deck could be enough to deal with a big board in order to buy more time before the combo is complete. This is a good amount of power, right? Power on board is going to get to push 3. So power over 2 turns is the name of the game here to try and prevent the Kurtrus.
And something we have learned, like you're saying now, is preventing the Kurtrus, because if there's any glimmer at all that you might not die, you just play the Kurtrus. Something we've learned time and time again. Delaying it usually just means things get worse, not better. So if you can't play it, if Glory can prevent him from playing it on the next turn because of the threats of damage, actually it just never gets played.
Yeah.
Double checking any creative plays. Just always got to be able to keep an eye as Demon Hunter, not so much against Paladin, but do I play my Il'gynoth? Again, against Paladin, not so much, because they'll just put down an 8/8 and then you've lost. But
can't see the results here of the Illidari studies. I'm curious. Gnark?
What's he cooking up?
He can't. He's going to shuffle a Gnarg into his deck?
Huh. Did he miscount or something? Did he think he could kill something? I don't think so, but maybe they were just all garbage. If they're all garbage, maybe he just had to take the cheapest garbage.
Yeah. Because he gets into Gnarg back. So now Gabby's got 7 power loaded up. He's going to bring Gabby down to 12. So he needs to put 5 more power on board, which he can.
He can indeed. And does it stick? It sticks, right? There's no way of taking enough damage off the board for Gabby.
Yeah.
To be able to play Kurtrus.
He's going to have to Fellscream Blast?
My revenge!
Alright, that's the last Fellscream Blast.
Wow. So 3 damage needed. Won't be...
Wait.
Am I counting this wrong?
Yeah, he's got 13 right now.
That's what I thought.
Okay. Well, there it is.
Good luck, Gabby. You've got to find the play of your life, and it's going to involve a course of leeches somewhere along the way.
Yeah, so he's got an I-beam left, but that's it. Like, that's the healing. He could discover another one with the Illidari studies.
Any leech?
Chaos Leech. Okay. Yep.
Potions, flasks, BOE, I got it all.
Relation over? So he can aura away.
Did he?
I grow impatient.
So I don't think that was the plan for Gabby. He just drew. I think he didn't realize that the Guild Trader was part of the acrobatic sequence.
Right.
He thought that he was just going to be able to play Guild Trader. Or, I guess? I don't know. But now has to go for something a little bit different, and that's I-beam used. This is... this is not looking good, to be quite honest.
It's looking better than it was 2 cards ago. Let's go with that. 2 cards ago, he was dead, and now he's alive.
Yeah, but this is where Glory can just kind of grind him out of the game. He knows it's going to be very difficult for Gabby to actually piece together enough damage. He's going to stay at 30 health. Gabby's only got 7 cards remaining.
And not only has he got to deal with not dying every turn, he's actually got to find a way to win the Hearthstone game, which is looking... It's looking impossible, but it's Gabby, so maybe he'll find something I can't see. A measured annoyance there.
6 cards left. Talented Arcanist, Moarg. So if he can get Talented Arcanist, Moarg, Guild Trader with Chaos Leech. I mean, right now he's going to die.
Yep.
So that's like the biggest thing. And Chaos Leech is the only lifesteal card he has remaining.
The Gnarg. He's drawn it 3
and
times or something.
He's dead. He's just going to throw away his cards. I think that's it.
Pleasure doing business.
Looking like it, TJ.
He's got nothing left. Yeah, he's just going to deck himself out. Spend as much time, and there it is. The plot armor not strong enough because Glory's plot armor is thicker. He's moving on to the finals. 2nd finals in a row for Glory, our reigning world champion. He's 1 match away from being the first player in Hearthstone's history to win back-to-back world championship finals. Insane run so far.
And to be fair, that means he's the first player in Hearthstone history to get to back-to-back finals. He's just got to do the last bit to make it sound even better, but already a remarkable achievement, and looking good for it as well, to be fair. This isn't some sort of crazy hot streak. He's been playing as well as anyone in the tournament. I think that Banterface has also been playing incredibly well, but he is looking good for it. He's come right at the right time. And he's got one more match to win to repeat champion. I don't think we ever thought that would happen in Hearthstone. I really don't.
No, I mean, it is like you have to be a fantastic player, and you know, to be quite honest, even then, the odds are still astronomically low because there's going to be other great players in the world, and Gabby is one of them. And I think that Gabby, like, it's tough to say goodbye at this stage. I feel like Glory versus Gabby felt like 2 names that you'd put in the finals for players like ideal finals for the World Championship just because of how strong both players have been over the past year. And we can't stress that enough. Gabby has had an incredible year. One of the best, if not the best year for a single player that we've ever seen. And the hype is real, and it's deserved for him as a player. He's very young. Very young. So I think, it's going to be a tough loss for him, but he has to realize that this is only just the beginning. His first real year, kind of going all in the competitive ecosystem. And such a great amount of pride that he should show in that performance. But for now, it's Glory moving on. So I'm going to be Incredibly nervous watching the next semifinal, obviously, because there's an America's player, and we have a ton riding on that, me and you.
As
watching that finals.
It's also really, we
Us
don't
Americans,
want
yeah.
the all APAC final. Gia and Derek, we've got to work with them.
Oh, jeez.
Like, if Gia and Derek get an all APAC final, absolutely nothing against Possessi. Possessi absolutely deserving to be there if he gets there. But no, I can't have Derek and Gia APACing it up for another 12 months. No. So, Banterface, save the Americas region, please.
Yeah, Derek's head is already big enough. I think we all know that. But that is just our first semifinal in the books. We still have 2 more matches left to go before we crown a world champion. Coming up next is going to be semifinal number 2, which is Possessi versus McBanterface. Americas versus Asia Pacific as far as regional pride goes. But before we jump into that match, we are going to have to go to a quick break. But don't go anywhere. Plenty more Hearthstone action to come right after this.
Lorinda.
I can't draw, but that's a dog saying woof. I thought I'd pay you the compliment.
I drew your other cat.
That's amazing. It looks, honestly, it just looks just like them. Now it looks like just like both of them.
I mean, that looks just like my dog. Like,
that's
one of my
definitely
dogs.
your dog, right?
One of them. Yeah, I have 3 dogs.
You have 3 dogs. That's
I do.
interesting. I wonder if that will be useful information going forwards.
It's Lorinda again.
I've only got 2 cats, but I say Lorinda as well. Absolutely the best memes. Look at those dogs at the top. One looks like an AT-AT.
No, trust me, this looks exactly like my dogs. Is that a portrait? That's your 3rd cat if you were to get a 3rd cat.
We will probably get a 3rd cat. That's a good point. Five cats.
Actually, no. Those are actually your cats,
Right.
but they gained weight.
Okay, they're definitely my cats then.
Yeah. Oh, okay, these are your cats. This is what your cats would look like if they got more exercise. And that is a 3rd cat if you ever got it.
Okay, it's getting complicated, but I'm still with this story. I like the cat story. So many. Are they cats? Are they baby cats? Are they mice?
This is if your cats had babies.
All right. We would have 6 cats that could have been 3 thin cats.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Hearthstone World Championship. Today has truly been a roller coaster of emotions watching these matches so far, and we've got a few more left to go. I'm Raven, joining me is Sottle, and we're going to bring you the second semi-final of the day and see who's going to face Glory in that finals. The fact I'm even saying those words is insane, Sottle.
It is absurd, yes. I did not think we would be here. It has to be said. The odds of it happening, narrowed a little bit because of the way that Grandmasters works, and you have a smaller pool of players to begin with. But the chance of someone making it back to a World Championships final for the opportunity to defend that title is incredible. And I'm sure I am not the only one who was on the edge of my seat during that last series because, either way it went, we'd be talking about what an awesome culmination to the year this is going to end up being just based on one side of the bracket, because Glory making finals is incredible. Gabby making finals would have been incredible as well. And now we move over to the other side of the bracket to see, essentially which of these two players is going to play the dark horse in that final, right? Like that's what is this going to come down to? Because I think the favorite was going to come from that side of the bracket either way. But how long can we keep underselling Banterface as he tears through this bracket? I think that is the big question that we have to ask, Raven.
Yeah, and I agree, and I think I'll just reframe it slightly in that they'll be facing they'll be the dark horse in the story aspect of Hearthstone Esports, because as you said, the Gabby story, the Glory story is absolutely huge, but for me, play-wise, Possessi has looked like a terror all year. Banterface not only has obviously been strong within his region in Grandmasters, but has received praise, I think, just across the board from how well he has played and approached Worlds at the moment. So I think this is going to be just another great semi-final. And honestly, I don't even know who I would personally even like as a favorite here, because we have the key differences as we see a double Druid ban. We have the Face Hunter versus the Handlock. In terms of decks, that's like the real story of this series. And even at this point, I think we started out casting the day and we were both saying in testing, we were both surprised at Handlock's actual ability to win games, which might sound a bit silly as such a popular archetype in the past, but it gets the job done in this meta as well.
Yeah, I was certainly surprised when I started testing it, but by the time we got to the tournament, I was already like, okay, Banterface might be onto something here, right? Like I managed to come around and be convinced by it, because particularly with the Altar of Fire on top of everything else, not only do you have the ability to just pressure these other decks too hard to allow them to do their off-board stuff, you just by dropping an Etheron Giants, all that kind of stuff, putting too much pressure on too quickly, you also just have that scam potential with Altar of Fire as well, which is a huge deal on top of which, and that is a card that could have an impact against this very deck, the OTK Demon Hunter coming out from Possessi, picking up exactly where we left off in the last series, an absolute nail-biter of a Demon Hunter game in Gabby versus Glory, and we're going to pick right up with, hopefully for the sake of drama, a nail-biting game of OTK Demon Hunter at the start of this series as well.
Yeah, no doubt at all. Again, Possessi has looked strong not only so far this tournament, but throughout the year in the Asia Pacific Grandmasters. And they're looking to just has basically rounded out the triple threat team. That is Glory, Alutimu, Possessi as well. They've all looked dangerous all year. But I do think this OTK Demon Hunter, we've seen the highs and lows of this deck already in this tournament, right? We've seen when it can just grab wins out of nowhere or just obliterate health pools when you've been saying, well, yeah, in some matchups, armor's important. In Demon Hunter, it just isn't, because they can do so much damage. But also we see the drawbacks, where sometimes the draws don't quite work out. Sometimes they have to respond to certain threats, and in doing so, massively reduce their own power, because as we saw in the previous game, because Gabby had to respond to obviously a few threats that were put in front of him, he's not cycling every turn. He's not getting that quest progressed. And so much of the deck revolves around, okay, you will get Kurtrus by turn 5/turn 6, right? And that's the general game plan. And then you go from there. So there are ways to mess around with that. Hey. And we are going to get it facing against this Handlock Sottle. So Ultra Fire, huge deal. Tam's in there to keep the card draw rolling. But also not only 2 Ultra Fires, but the Mutinous in there as well.
Yeah, scam potential, as I was talking about. I mentioned the Ultra of Fire. I did not mention the Mutinous. You're absolutely right to pick up on that as well, because that is very much a part of it. This is not a Rod version. It's certainly not the Owl OTK deck. It's not even the Turbo Draw Quest, Tammy 2, Hand of Gul'dan, Rod, that deck that just fatigues you at the end, the straight-up delete Warlock. This is just classic play threats and hit you with them handlock, and I really do think it is a smart bring to this tournament. And this, Raven, is that rare moment where I have to hold my hands up and say that I was wrong, because people might think that I'm stubborn and I'll never admit my mistakes, but don't confuse the fact with that I don't make many mistakes is that I don't admit them when they happen. Because on an episode of Hot Takes many moons ago, TJ brought up the idea that the league table in each region was actually perfectly representative of the skill of all the players among the existing Grandmasters. And I looked at the Americas one, and I said that would mean that McBanterface is the 5th best player in Americas, and I don't believe that's true. And obviously, that is now a statement that has been made to look very stupid, because if I can defend that and say, well, I don't think he's the 5th best player in Americas, it would be because he's clearly better than that, not worse than that, which is the implication that was clear in the first place. So Banterface from Season 1 to Season 2 impressed me with just how he grew into his role as Grandmaster. He's impressed me throughout this tournament. I think he's played probably the best mechanical Hearthstone out of everyone in this tournament so far up until this point. I think he's made very few mistakes, like no outright blatant mistakes that I've seen, very few debatable mistakes, and he's made some, I think, outside of the box inspired plays on top of that as well. And going back to something that I was giving Glory a ton of credit for early on, I think he's also done very well on the lineup side and things, because the more and more things come through, the more impressed I am with this handlock bring coming out from Banterface. So yeah, I'll absolutely hold my hands up. That was undeserved shade thrown at Banterface on Hot Takes, but annoying people's kind of that show, right?
And it's even just a brave play in itself of the lineup, and I've said this about a few of the players so far in this tournament, is when you have got a pretty solid 3 decks, it's always that 4th deck that is the big question mark in Conquest lineups, and McBanterface has just decided that this is the best option, and no one else really has. We have heard, of course, in other tournaments that have been going on throughout the week and weekend, that handlock has been doing well as well. So I think this is a hidden gem, at least of the current meta. So let's see how it goes as we dive into game number 1 here. We are in the second semi-final. The winner goes on to the finals to face Glory. Is it going to be Possessi or is it going to be McBanterface? Let's find out.
Yeah, and just to pick up where you left off, Fury Hunter, new European GM Fury Hunter, has just won his seemingly weekly tournament that he just wins all the time now these days. For you, winning a tournament was the best day of your life. For Fury Hunter, it was Tuesday. Doing so, again, with a very similar idea to what Banterface is doing here. And he put a lot of stock in how handlock was performing. So maybe these players are onto something.
Looking already at Possessi just not having the best opening in the world for this turn 2 play. No sigil, no weapon. Looks like he's considering just throwing away Immolation Aura, which is a tough call, right? He will want to make space. He will want to have that freedom in his hand, but it's not like he's playing against a deck that doesn't play minions. So although Immolation Aura doesn't really clear up many Warlock boards, it can definitely help with the many types of spell damage you can get in this deck, along with maybe even a Moarg if required.
Yeah, I'd say it's a very medium card in the matchup. It can work on specific boards. If it's like a Netheron and Baron Scavenger or whatever, then suddenly your classic Arcanist Immolation Aura clear is perfect for that situation. But it's rare that the interval doesn't get higher than that, right? Normally, if there's 6 health minions, there's also 8 health minions to support that. So Immolation Aura does tend to be a little bit sketchy here and there. Dumping it from hand does make sense just to keep things nice and compact moving forward.
Oh, that's probably, I was going to say, if he's hovering that coin, that was a tradable, more than likely. So he did get hold of the Guild Trader, can activate that first proc of the quest, get this game cooking. McBanterface now with double Neophyte in hand. Are there any specific timings that you're looking for Neophyte, or is it just drop them early when your opponent's trying to progress quest, and when you can afford to, meaning not like sacrifice a life tap to drop one?
There are, but it takes some knowledge of the cues that you're receiving from the Demon Hunter. Like, for example, if we go back to the Gabby game, I was very excited because there was Quest Coin Sigil in hand turn 1, right? And if you see a Demon Hunter play Quest Coin Sigil, that usually means they either have 2 tradables in hand or they have Outcast Spectral Sight in hand. So just tempoing out Cult Neophyte on that turn can potentially block a quest completion. But the TLDR version is whenever your information gathered from the way your opponent has played tells you that Neophyte will stop a quest completion, right? Like, that is generally the way to do it in the early game. If it progresses beyond that, then you kind of flip that on its head and say, well, will this Neophyte make this board live, right? Like, this board that I'm sticking here, will this Neophyte protect this? Does it change a breakpoint on, like, Arcanist, Moarg plus Immolation Aura or something like that? So timing Neophytes is a very, very difficult skill to learn in this matchup, I would say. And this is a very old school matchup at this point. You know, a couple of metas old at this point. This matchup was all the rave at one point before some of the new kids on the block came along and took control of the metagame.
Now, the Neophyte being dropped down from Banterface, pushing a reasonable chunk of damage, actually. Important to keep an eye on that Battleground Battlemaster, because we're so used to seeing it with Flesh Giants. It's like, well, there's no Flesh Giant, so it's not going to get played. Not necessarily true. That is an extra 6 damage if it was played next turn, even on this board. So although not quite setting up lethal yet, a lot of the times you do just sneak out the extra damage that's required, even with a less threatening looking board, right? Especially if you can chain it, in which that, you know, when Banterface has a bit more mana to do so, he can, for example, if it's smaller minions, either attack and then drain soul something away, and so on. So keep an eye on that Battleground Battlemaster going forward, but it did look like Possessi was initially hovering the Glide, but looks like he's bailed out of that plan, or at least is a little bit unsure of where to go here. That's 3 different cards he's hovered now for 3 different, completely different players.
Yeah, indecisive this turn for sure, but for good reason, because with the Neophyte coming down, obviously Glide looks great just in a vacuum on this turn, because it does do what you want it to do against Handlock, really shrink that hand size down. But it would mean sacrificing yourself to a lot of potential damage with all of this coming straight back through the other way. But at the same time, what Possessi's ended up doing is put him right back in the same spot, right? So we go all the way back to throwing away that Immolation Aura, which I said was a very medium card in the matchup. You can see it would be a little bit stronger than medium right now in terms of the amount of damage it would stop Possessi from taking through this mid-game.
What's really interesting about this, that face attack looked like it was, I'll clear your board next turn, it's fine. But there's no way to do that in Possessi's hands, so it's a reasonable bluff here, but suddenly there's a Flesh Giant able to come down from Banterface. Maybe he will hold off on the Flesh Giant because Possessi's kind of told McBanterface that he's going to clear the board next turn.
Oh, it changes the breakpoint by so much, though. Like 3 to 8 being the AoE that you need. Like, it has to be worth getting this down, I think.
Oh, I think it does come down, but I do think it makes McBanter think about it, right? Because the Possessi could have just killed a Neophyte with that swing. He hero powered. The big ask, Possessi would have 6 mana, and he's held a lot of cards here, but it does look like he's just going to drop the Giant. I do like this, though, like I said. I think there's reasons for Bance's slowness to act on the Giant, but I think in the end he came to the right conclusion. Just drop it, because you know what? The second it doesn't die, you just Battleground Battlemaster them.
And honestly, I think he was also just looking at various ways he might be able to cheat, right? Because honestly, the more I watch Banterface play, I get real Orange vibes from him. He feels like Lorinda made a comment earlier when we were just hanging out watching the games, that with infinite turn timer, Banterface might be the best player in the world, right? Because he always feels like there's more data that he can bring into the play that he's making. He is one of the slower players that we've had in the World Championship, and I think that is working to his advantage right now. So I think, because he had 3 mana left, 3 mana Giant in hand, but he had Lifesteal in play, he had a Raised Dead in hand, he had a Life Tap available, and he had Touch of the Nathrazin available. I think most of that turn was just spent looking for ways to do something better than this. Like maybe kill a Neophyte, Raised Dead, play another Neophyte, still get the Giant down, stuff like that. But yeah, in the end, just ended up with Vanilla Giant.
I've got a theory, though. In his interview, Banterface said he's never met Orange. I've never seen them together. He reminds you of Orange.
Yo!
Think about it.
Orange found some excuse, like, oh, he was busy editing a video to not stream today while Banterface is playing in the World Championship. Hang on a minute.
Hang on a minute anyway, because that is just going to be game. Possessi just didn't have any removal that game whatsoever. What a rough one there. I think overall, Possessi, he had the glides, he had, good card draw, good quest progression, but in the face of just some minions, a giant helping, of course, but like in the face of just a normal size, small kind of board, there was just no removal drawn. That was huge, and weirdly enough, the Immolation Aura would have actually been pretty key in that matchup, just with the way the game is played. And you broke down quite rightly why it is a dumpable card, but it's just kind of weird that it worked out that way, right? With like, 2/2 health minions just on board that you could have cleaned up no problem and saved a ton of health.
It's something that I've really, really struggled with because, genuinely I played quite a lot of OTK Demon Hunter sort of in that meta that we were just watching, right? When that was the matchup, like before a bunch of those nerfs that came in for both decks. I played a lot of it back then and was really interested in the deck and, spoke to a few of the, rank 1 legend hitters with OTK Demon Hunter. And from opposite sides of good players in what I would view as very similar situations. When I was spectating games, when I was like looking at screenshots and talking about stuff, I'd had two incredibly good Demon Hunter players. One saying, "Yeah, you absolutely dump Immolation Aura here," and one saying, "No, Immolation Aura is good in this matchup. You keep it." And I'm like, "Well, now I don't know," because I was already on the fence to begin with, which is, immediately when challenged with that at the start of this game, when you left it to me, I'm like, it's a very medium card because that's the conclusion I can come to, right? Sometimes it saves the game as it would have done there. Arcanist, Moarg, Immolation Aura could have been 3 cards in Possessi's hand throughout the later stages of that game, which could have saved him upwards of, 20 health over the course of the game, depending on what combination he was going to use them in. But still, getting rid of it, dumping it, making hand space, making your glides more compact, making your deck more dense with card draw, all of that stuff does make sense as well when you are just racing to end the game. So it's a decision that looks very similar when you look at it through the lens of that one game sample size, but it is a much more complex debate than it might seem.
So we are going to be moving on to Garrote Rogue from Banterface here. And again, I think at least in this mini meta we have for Worlds, a lot of the deck lists do look similar. And again, I think with Garrote Rogue, yes, it's gained Scabs, it's gained the Blackwater Cutlass recently as well. But I think overall, there are so many players that value this deck and this archetype that I think it was always going to be the first deck to kind of get solved in this new meta, because there are so many players who like the deck, so many players who are good at the deck and respect the power level. I think it wasn't a far stretch to say that those players were going to jump straight away on this archetype and see if it can be improved with the cards from Alterac.
Yeah, and I think there was a lot of ifs, buts, and maybes about some of the Alterac Valley cards that came out. I think when everyone saw Scabs, we all went, uh-oh, that's a good card. Like, Vanish on a Stick, +5 armor, get a broken hero power, put 2/4/2 stealths in play. Like, yeah, sometimes you just list everything a card does and it's Ultimate Infestation, right? Like, there are certain cards that just sound like that. Like the hero Tamsin is kind of the same thing, right? It just does too much in one card to ever be a bad card. And I think we certainly all saw that coming with Scabs as well. And it was no surprise to anyone, I'm sure, that it just fit in so perfectly into the existing archetype.
Trog. It's in the opening hand for Possessi. Just thought I'd let you know.
It's actually unbelievable. Like, how many games in a row have the Japanese players between them drawn Trog on 1?
Well, we all know why they brought Hunter. Makes sense.
I mean, yeah, it's true.
Also, just a little bit more serious, Trog with Orc Merchant and Adorable Infestation, and then Cult Neophyte the turn after at worst. Wow, this is a good opening.
I do enjoy these puzzles, though. I don't enjoy when they don't work and you just die to the Trog, but I do enjoy this moment where you're like, okay, I need like a 3-turn plan to deal with this problem. And he decides step 1 is to duplicate the Trog once in order to get this Octobot on board. And I think this is sensible, right? Because it will give him some options going forward where he can maybe get enough value out of Prize Plunderer to get himself back on this board and pick up a bit of tempo.
And also reduce scabs, right? As long as this doesn't die in any way, reducing scabs down, that 1 turn sooner could be the difference. I think it still looks the same to me. Adorable, Og Merchant, one of the Trogs. To work out whether it's worth a trade, and probably is. I guess ordering is very difficult here. Like, I mean, I guess it won't matter too much, but does Possessor want a Divine Shield after the fact? I would imagine so. Oh, he's going to kill it. Okay.
Interesting. Yeah, I was still on board with everything he did in the order that he did it. I liked buffing the Trog, or at least this was my instinct. Buff the Trog, trade with the buff Trog, then put the Divine Shield on the buff Trog after that, and then carry on with the turn. But I guess the fear here is Shadow Step specifically, right? And then he's a little bit afraid of what can happen in that spot. Or he's protecting his 1/1 Trog from there being a 1/2 Octobot or something like that on board, just making sure the equation is as difficult as possible with maximum Trogs on the board and nothing to contest them.
And there's a best case scenario, right, where McBandface has to just pay 2 mana for a dagger and kill the small Trog, which is perfect then, right? We can see, of course, that there's Neophyte, there's Og Merchant, there's Prize Plunderer, but there is a world in which there's nothing actually clean to do this turn for Banter. Okay, 1 Trog lives.
Yep, kills a 2/1 instead of a 1/1 here, knowing that he's playing a Neophyte, which makes some buffs impossible, other buffs inefficient. Just having a 2/1 on the board already challenges his Neophyte, right? Whereas even if a buff were to come down, the Neophyte would still challenge it in most situations. Yep. Doggy Biscuit is the one concern, but even then, I think he's fine, right?
He would win that fight, right? Because the 1/1 can only kill a 2/1.
Yep.
The Biscuit is the whole turn. And then there's enough damage already on board. So well set up from a Banterface here. Great. Obviously, he had the cards to do so, but a great way to just defend against this. Because I don't think, I'm talking worldwide here, but I don't think that many players would have coined Octo there. I think they would have maybe even just played the Plunderer route, tried to contest it in that way.
Yeah, I think a lot of people wouldn't have coined Octo. I think a lot of people also would have just said, well, there's 2 Trogs and I'm killing 2 things, so I'm going to kill the 2 Trogs, right? And not really going through the mechanics of you can't really get punished for leaving up the other Trog there in that spot. So yeah, nicely done overall for Banter. But second Prize Plunderer with no other cards really to set it off here is not a good draw.
Yeah, this is where Banterface is about to step into the comfortable home of Face Hunter, in which over in our house we used to just having to draw off the top and hope for the best for a large portion of the game, whereas Banterface might not be ready for it with Rogue, because with Scabs, which is good once he gets to turn 6, of course, but with Garrote, Prize Plunderer, no card draw, he is going to be relying on those top decks, and with Possessi able to weave in those hero powers every turn as an absolute worst case scenario, the damage will start flying like thick and fast.
Choose soon.
This is what I mean, right? Absorb data, output play. This is just how he seems to go through every single turn.
Dagger, kill, go. Okay. Keep the damage relatively even. Make Possessi use up the Divine Shield for the minion if he wants to. We can see that's not necessarily going to be the case. And wow. Biscuit, quick shot. This is not simple either. Doggy Biscuit, fantastic card as a buff, but also tradable for something better in terms of like continuing the game. With only these cards in hand, he could go Doggy Biscuit, like Marsul Cub, and trade, still have a decently health minion on board but lose a Divine Shield, and let the quick shot have a higher chance of drawing an additional card. So there's actually weirdly a lot of options with just these 3 cards for Possessi right now.
There are, yeah. I think I definitely like using the Doggy Biscuit as Doggy Biscuit because when you're in this position with an empty hand and quick shot in your hand already, one of two things happens, right? Like either you continue to draw cheap stuff and then your quick shot works, cool, that's fine, you'll take that extra draw and extra damage all day long. Or if you draw expensive cards, cool, you know, you're drawing expensive cards, so you're drawing things that are going to spend your mana each turn anyway. So I think I like what Possessi ended up on here. I think using Doggy Biscuit to push damage, and now, you know, if he draws Rhinos or Barak off the top, great. You know, those are high resource, high tempo cards, depending on which one he draws. If he picks up more 1-drops, well, fine. He already has a quick shot to fall back on. So I think this is the right way to go about it.
Here, though, Octo Prize Plunderer the Octo and just go face? Set up for Scabs next turn? That looks very powerful.
Yes.
The Neophyte, if left alone, will lose Divine Shield, lose the Doggy Biscuit buff, will be replayable if he chooses not to kill it, but at that point in the game, playing a Neophyte into a Scabs turn is not, after a Scabs turn, should I say, is not that strong anymore, because Scabs can just reduce a card down by 2 mana anyway.
Agreed. Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm on board with it sounds very powerful, but it sounds like a plan. And outside of that, I don't think this hand from Banterface has any plan whatsoever. So, yeah, I would be fully on board with the Tempo Scabs line.
It was powerful in regards to this specific game of Hearthstone right now.
Yeah. Relatively speaking, very powerful.
Like having a card that does anything versus no cards at all is just powerful. And now choices, choices, choices. There's 2 cards that Banterface has had in hand for the majority of the game. They've been reduced by 2 mana, and Possessi has to think, what would they be? Because Banterface, even though did a great job of dealing with the Trog turns, has not had a smooth game. There's been no card draw. So what is in McBanterface's hand?
Oh, Shroud is a great pickup to build upon this now as well. Banter will take his time here because there are, of course, some options as to if you want to deny any of these cards going back to your opponent's hand or whether you would value the extra face damage that you get in a potential race situation, since you are just about to put 8 damage in play from the 2 4/2s that will appear.
I think the Wrangler probably goes, if anything.
I think you smack them.
Keep your enemies close.
Yeah, I like this. I think Banter's just going to try and set up the race from this position. So now he gets to reload more damage on board with the hero power. And even just with that 1 Garrote in hand, with how little damage that represents, it might just be one of those games where you just put them in the deck and just start getting scrappy.
I actually quite like the hero power into Octobot this turn. Oh, he's not going to do it.
Oh.
Because
Rhino?
If there's a Rhino, the Rhino goes into an Octo, which, yeah, it's annoying, but it's not as much damage as you would take it going into other things, right? So I did wonder whether he was going to go for it that way. I guess here the Rhino can't go into anything, which is a added bonus, but it just gives Possessi potential time to just fill the board up. Like Warsong now into double Wolpertinger, because he does have the other one still in the deck, is strong, which is when you mentioned, you know, he's working out whether he wants to kill anything. That's why I was like, well, if he's going to pick something, I think it should be Warsong because of this potential turn.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it needs to be said, however, that the Wolpertinger off the top was the absolute nuts draw.
Of course.
Outside of that, Banterface has an incredible amount of information as to what was actually in hand and knows that this play is not very likely. He knows that 3/4 plus 3/2 plus 3/2 was very likely, and then probably a Marshall Cub would be rounding that out as opposed to 2 more 3/2s, which seems inherently more manageable with the way that things have gone. So I still think this is absolutely fine, and I do think denying the Rhino doing any damage might actually be important in the clock that Banterface was considering, right? Because essentially what he's done in a race situation against Face Hunter by playing no minion is pretty much guarantee a turn where he took 0 damage, right? Or 2 damage from a hero power maybe, right? Which is a really, really big deal when he's trying to set up this race situation.
This is probably the moment in the game, right? Where Banter has to decide whether to attack face with these 4/2s. trade with these and try and clear up the board and play a longer game. My only worry is outside of the guild trader, he's not got a guaranteed way to play a longer game, right? Because then he's back on just drawing off the top again.
Yeah, this is more stealth minions as well, crucially, if he does want to get some of them in play, though, which he could be treating more as some guaranteed damage later on.
The worry is he knows there's a Rhino, so if he gets this prize plunderer, that is getting destroyed.
Yes.
What's got face? What's that? 3, 6, 9, 12?
12, 17,
9?
19. 19 with Rhino Hero Power, I believe, which is not enough. So Possessi has to trade. McBanterface asserting dominance and doing so very, very well.
That's still not horrible, right? In trade 2, Rhino the other 4-2, or I guess the 3-2, obviously. Look a hero power in. Maybe he puts a neophyte in instead of the hero power. What do you think about that?
It's interesting, right? Because if McBanterface is being this aggressive, what does he actually have in... if Bookmanterface is being this aggressive, what does he have in his hand that is giving him the confidence to be this aggressive against Face Hunter? You might be getting some kind of read that there's a spell damage Garrot, maybe try and draw 1 or 2 bleeds kind of setup in his hand right now. So Cult Neophyte does seem quite attractive, I have to admit.
Also, very likely now Possessi will be able to draw off that quick shot next turn. There aren't that many draws in the deck that would allow him not to do so on 8 mana, and only having to spend, what, 4 plus whatever card's drawn. Down to 10. Possessi's effectively on 6 health now.
Oh boy.
Get hold of a Swindle. Is this it, Sol? Guild Trader, Garrot, Hero Power Swindle. Or, you know, whatever order you want with a Hero Power, as long as it's not in the Garrot.
It's a lethal out, right?
What should I order?
And I don't see a way to clear the board, put it that way. And if you aren't clearing the board, you're dying.
Yep. The problem is the Neophyte is so crucial here because that then messes with Secret Passage, with the other Garrot being drawn, right, to also be potential outs.
It would just be game, right?
The Swindle being ripped, hit Shroud. Oh.
Hear that sizzle?
Doesn't look good enough to me.
Possessi throwing out the hands, and that Cult Neophyte was crucial, right? Because think of all the different outs you can get without that Neophyte being there. He could have just straight up drawn the other Garrot. That would have been lethal straight up, as you were saying. But even off the Swindle, if the spell he drew were Secret Passage, that would be playable with no Cult Neophyte, and then he could just still play a bleed from hand. Still, if there was no Cult Neophyte. If he drew the other Garrot off the Swindle with no Cult Neophyte, he would have the mana to just play a 2-mana Garrot to just straight up be lethal. Like, there were so many extra outs that could have been relevant if that Cult Neophyte didn't come down on the other side. As it happens, Shroud, not actually relevant in any of those worlds whatsoever, but there were certainly more outs without a Neophyte coming down. Very, very tense game of Hearthstone there, I think, navigated quite well from both players. Left a very, very tight position. But that Wolpertinger draw after the bounce turn was so clutch.
Yeah. I was just going to say, that was just a very good game of Hearthstone to watch. I enjoyed that a lot. Hopefully we have some more, because it was so close from both sides so many times. I did think the Scabs would have potentially pushed it over the edge for McBanterface, but quite rightly you said, like, the Wolpertinger turn was huge. Like, one Wolpertinger, which would have been guaranteed, obviously, because he knew he had Wrangler back. One Wolpertinger would have been okay to keep up with the game, but the second one actually pushed Possessi ahead, I think. So, great game there. It doesn't mean we are going to even up the series 1-1. McBanterface is going to jump onto this Quest OTK Demon Hunter. We've seen it before. Just a quick note, of course. McBanterface running Need for Greed instead of the Viper in this list.
Yes, which generally I have said has been a good read in this tournament. Once again, I will praise Banterface's preparation. I think he's landed on the right read for the tournament. There would be plenty of ways coming into this that you would expect Viper instead of Need for Greed to be the go-to card for this tournament. If you're expecting lots of Paladins and you want to deal with Carrier, especially in your OTK decks, that's super important. If you're expecting a lot of LTK Warlocks, then dealing with Rod is super important, so you want Viper for that as well. But that neither of those has really been the case, right? Smattering of Paladins, smattering of Warlock, that's about it. And so I think Banterface has been spot on as to be one of the few players who have not been Viper gamers in this tournament.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, because it's also, at least to me, and I'm sure you'll laugh at me and correct me and say I'm stupid, I'm used to it by now, but the Viper Need for Greed decision isn't even like super binary, right? Of like, well, one's for weapons, one's not, right? One's if you don't need weapons, because the cards are different. Viper is a 1-mana tradable card and another tradable card in the deck versus Need for Greed being a 3-mana card when drawn to draw multiple cards. So a lot of the time we do see on those opening turns the sort of tradable, and maybe in some instances like make it like that works. But I guess
Raven, I'm just going to stop you. Need for Greed is also a tradable card.
They're both tradable. Yeah, I did find out as I went halfway through that. But the thing is, like, it is. Well, I was building to another point off the back.
Oh, okay.
I was just tripping myself over.
Yeah.
I was just meaning, is the overall just mana cost of it being able to draw more cards ever a hindrance? Is it ever that bad? Or do you just sack off and just use it as a tradable at that point anyway?
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. And also, like, it's still, even if you don't want to use it necessarily on the turn that you draw it, it's still a fine card to get, like, glide back into your deck and then you draw it again later off Kurtrus turn. Like, even off Kurtrus, you can draw it, you can choose to use it on the turn that you drew it, or even you can then wait, because then the discount from the Kurtrus will reapply because it has I-Beam logic as a card that, refers to itself. So I think, it's the cuttable card in the deck if you need to be paying attention to weapons in the metagame. But I think if you don't need to pay attention to weapons in the metagame, it is indisputably stronger to have in your deck than Viper.
Than the Spider tank. Hey, though, the Banterface getting off to a good start, has the Tusk Piercer. Locked, loaded, and ready to go. Well, would you say it's fair with Possessi having the Sigil? Those are the normal 2 combos you're looking for, right? Just starting one of those cards or the other just to get the draw going.
Yeah, and you can see when I was talking about like how you can get pretty good hand reads on your Demon Hunter opponents just based on what they did, I gave the example of starting with Quest Coin Sigil. Banterface now knows that Possessi had Sigil in hand and did not coin it out on turn 1, which eliminates a couple of things from the remainder of the hand, because normally if you're able to use a turn 1 Sigil to then draw 2 cards on turn 2 for 2 mana, you will generally do that to have the accelerated quest completion. So Banter can start ruling things out like double tradable or Spectral Sight in outcast position from his opponent's hand at this point, start to narrow things down a little bit.
Another happy guilty. Another happy guilty.
Speaking of double tradable.
Yep. Gotta trade that away. Spectral Sight was available there, but I think he's just holding on again, just keeping hold of more sort of active card draw cards. The tradable cards are always tradable, whereas Spectral, if you can get it over to the left or let it get shuffled back in from a glide, it's going to be more useful later on. Maybe a little bit unfortunate that Moarg's on the far left for him there. Not really a dumpable card to open that Spectral Sight up. There it is though, Sol. Glide. Been responsible for so much in this metagame.
It really has. It's got some crimes to answer for. I'm telling you that much.
I do love that he went from a card that everyone was like, oh, this is funny, and then just didn't really look at it more than once, and then to now it's just one of the singular most powerful cards in the game. It's great.
Banter gonna go fishing, doesn't hit any of the good stuff, but it's not a hard whiff. Sigil Runner is fine as long as you don't hit triple not card draw. You tend not to be too salty about your position. Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, with the swing guaranteed, right? If he wants to play Spectral now and then swing, draw the tradable.
Yeah, there's also, I think because he has so much mana left, he might look for a way to complete this without the weapon swing, because, you know, the weapon swing is draw a card for 0 mana, which, you know, is important for later turns when you have tighter mana. This turn, Banter has 1,000,000 mana to complete this with, right? The fact that he's already drawn a card for 0.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, well, the good thing was, either way, he would start with some form of spectral sight, then he can make the decision, right?
Yep, absolutely.
So, like, it was always an option there to start spectral, then just reanalyze how the turn looks, and like you said, retain the swing on that weapon.
Banter knows. He's been burned before. We've seen him play some absolute epics in terms of Demon Hunter Mirrors specifically, I believe. If I'm not getting my America's Law wrong, I believe he has been in some utter clown fiestas of Demon Hunter Mirrors over on their stream late in our evenings. He knows the power of Glide that can come to punish him, so he is dumping some cards very aggressively.
So funny is if you're just like an average Hearthstone player, you know, you play a few games a week or whatever, I don't know, and like you've played against OTK Demon Hunter, you're like, wait, what's McBanterface doing? He played a Moag and he's just in a Fell Screen Blast. What is going on? But then you actually work out why, and you're like, this guy's a genius.
And this is why I tend to like these kind of decks and these kind of matchups, and why I gravitate towards this kind of thing, because, you know, when you've been playing Hearthstone for going on 8 years now at this point.
We're old, Sol. We're old.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, the mechanics of the game, when you figure them out, it's very easy to kind of get your head around and understand, like, board battles. There is infinite complexity in board battles, but, you know, you start to understand how that makes sense because the game's kind of built around that. So when you start seeing a matchup where it's correct to just throw cards out of your hand and kill your own board, and that's just objectively the best thing that you can do, that just kind of rewires your brain in a really like cool and tactile way that I find super interesting. It just re-engages me with the game that I've been playing for the best part of a decade at this point.
Back in our day, we played Secret Paladin.
Yes. Well, speak for yourself.
Demons.
As we established in the Newlywed Game, Raven, I played Patron Warrior that entire metagame.
You played in tournaments, therefore you had to have more than just Patron Warrior. I'm sure you brought Paladin something.
I did definitely bring Secret Paladin to
don't try and palm this off. One of the most powerful decks in the meta. Sol's definitely bringing it. Full try.
Yeah, I definitely have.
Now though, Possessi is holding... Ooh, okay. Holding all the cards here. McBanterface is going to be dumping as much as possible, gets rid of that Immolation Aura by the looks of things, but does have Kurtris first. Or at least has it in hand first. I won't talk about whether he gets to play it first. We've all seen what can happen.
And I suppose we have to go over this again. Kurtris in hand in the Glide matchup. It is always morally correct. You have to do this. We've talked about this in a previous matchup. I think it involved McBanterface. You absolutely cannot wait until you can play Kurtris on the same turn. It's just too slow, and your opponent is probably just going to have OTK'd you from that point anyway. So you are absolutely forced to take this risk. And these risks is exactly what leads to these clowny situations where the Kurtris goes back in the deck.
I'm interrupting you. Calling it now. Does it come back for Banterface? We've seen this happen, I think, back to back.
No, not this time. I think he gets a Glide back for the other Kurtris is what happens.
Okay. Still a draw.
Unluckers.
He could
couple of tradables.
Yeah, he could still trade into it.
Tradables.
Again.
Pleasure doing business.
Oh!
Hey, kind of.
Does that count? I don't know if that counts. It's not getting on board this time.
It's not played, so it does not count.
Okay. So not bad. The Glide cost him sort of a half turn of initiative, right? He's gone from Kurtris being on board same turn, but he was the one doing it first, to Kurtris being on board same turn, but he's the one doing it second in the situation against Possessi. So not a disaster, but still a bit of a painful interaction with the Glide. But as I was saying, you just have to take that risk. It's just mandatory.
Oh, it's always Skull.
My quest, my revenge, it all ends here!
Possessi getting the Kurtris down, and this is the real problem. Like, having the more spare mana that McBanterface will have, because he'll be playing Kurtris on 7, is like better in some way to counter your opponent's Kurtrus, but it's still going to be a little bit difficult. He's going to trade this one away, draw a card at -2. Fell Scream not going to make a huge impact, so we're just going to sit with the Sigil and call that one a day. Not going to try and preload I-beams or anything. That seems like a terrible plan.
Yeah, agreed. And this one very, very finely balanced now. Like I said, Possessi just that half turn ahead. He's the first player to get a full Kurtrus turn available. But there's always a fear in this situation, right? Because your opponent might have a certain makeup of hand that they're actually able to go from 0 to OTK in a single Kurtrus turn. Yeah. And you're looking at a hand that definitely isn't doing that, which is making you very fearful about things, how things might pan out here. But breaking things down, it does seem like Possessi is that all-important half turn ahead.
Does he want to double jump here?
I think he's just going to...
Okay, he's just going to Skulk. Because at this point in the game, because both Kurtrus are down, you don't even necessarily always want to glide your opponent's hand, right? Because then, especially at this point, when you know Banterface's hand is just not really reduced.
Oh, it's just in play.
Oh, now
it's
that's
just
a
in
tempo
play.
I can get behind. There's a reason Possessi brought Hunter to this tournament. You could see it right there. Play a minion, it could deal 4, go.
And trade or go face, Raven, that's the big question now.
Face. Believe. Oh, Possessi.
He's not happy about it, but I think that's the right decision, right? Like, he knows looking at his hand that 22 is not really relevant for him, but he doesn't know looking at Banter's hand whether 22 is relevant for him. I think it's close, but I think he makes the right decision in the end.
Oh. This is normally the point where I just shout lethal. There is an Il'gynoth, there's a 0-mana Arcanist, and there's a Fell Scream Blast, but I believe it is.
Oh, yes, 9. Good, I'm happy.
Look, okay. I told you this is normally the point where I scream lethal because I see a reduced Il'gynoth and some combo pieces at 0 mana, okay? And more often than not, Sol, it simply is lethal, so don't even laugh. Lethal?
Time grows short.
We're up to 18, getting closer. Keep on trying, you know, broken clock is right twice a day and all that stuff.
Do you like clocks lately?
Same.
It's so close. The Banterface is going to get an additional draw next turn, of course. But did something happen or not happen there?
I feel like something
an I-beam
should have happened.
I think that was an I-beam for the 4-3, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's debatable, right? Because those I-beams are actually pretty clutch for just scrappy lethal if he needs to get scrappy lethal on the following turn with, like, Arcanist, Fell Screen Blast, and I-beams just thrown in there.
Opposed to Scooby lethal.
As opposed to Scooby lethal, yeah. When you get like a full 72, that's a Scooby lethal. But yeah, the I-beam on the 4-3 would do a couple of things. Like, firstly, play around glide a little bit, which I think is super important, because if you've just, on a Kurtrus turn, floated 3 or 4 mana and allowed your opponent just pass back, like, what have you got in your hand at that point, right? Like, you've got 4 or 5 combo pieces in your hand. That's what you've got in your hand. So Possessi ripping a glide here would be very much incentivized to use it, I'm sure.
You know what? A quick look at what's left in Possessi's deck. Really the key thing, of course, being the Guild Traders and the Il'gynoth at this point in the game. It does mean, though, that at least from the left, he can't really get to that glide, right? Because that Fell Screen Blast is the thing in the way. That thumbs up from Bance.
Yeah. I'm assuming this is enough now because of the extra minion specifically. Yeah, looks like it is. He has the extra target for the I-beam. That's going to allow him to go I-beam, then I-beam again, and then Arcanist with the Fell Screen Blast at the end. Yeah. So I didn't count it originally, but just based off Banter's reaction, I'm assuming he had lethal if there was no healing from Possessi, because then when the self I-beam came down, he looked a little bit disappointed, but then having drawn another cheap minion, you saw what happened there, right? He was able to shoot one I-beam at the Il'gynoth without killing it. He was able to shoot another I-beam at the Persistent Peddler, which he couldn't shoot at any other target because that would kill stuff and take it off the board at that point. Then play the Arcanist, then play the Fellscreen Blast for the full 18. So I take it all back because actually that means, once again, McBanterface absorbed data and output play, and actually the I-beam hold was important because I believe he would have potentially had lethal with the double I-beam in hand at that point anyway.
Yeah, it's one thing I might, not soon, but later on, I'll ask him about, because just looking at the camera reaction, it looks like he did want to play it that turn. So you know, we'll have to see, but
it's absolutely correct, right? Because without him drawing the Persistent Peddler, all he would be doing is the same play, but he would I-beam the Persistent Peddler on the other side of the board, right? And then he would still have that same lethal. So the fact that the I-beam shot the Persistent Peddler off the board on the other side, that's why he needed a draw. So I'm pretty sure there was indecision at the end of the turn, but I think at the end he would have been happy that he didn't play the I-beam as opposed to did.
I mean, one thing that impressed me the most about that lethal at the end there was the fact that halfway through the lethal, he shot his own Il'gynoth with an I-beam, and there was effects on board. If I had done that, my Il'gynoth would have died. I would be like, oh, lost the game, concede. So it takes a brave man to do that. But it does mean that McBanterface goes 2-1 up so far against Possessi. Just remember, the winner of this is going to go forward to that final and face Glory for the title of World Champion. Only Rogue left to grab a win with, and surprisingly, Sottle, we've seen this many times throughout this tournament. Rogue being left over to try and grab a win is not something I was expecting to see that often going into the World Championship.
Yeah, certainly. I think, you know, there might be a little bit of leftover trauma from unnerfed Garrote that we were dealing with. But I think when you match up the OTK Rogue against some, or Garrote Rogue against some of the other OTK decks that we're seeing, it is kind of the deck that lacks the disruption the most and gets disrupted the most, right? Like, sure, they can play around with Neophytes, and that's, you know, sometimes good stuff against Demon Hunter and Druid, but I think Druid has grown into that matchup in terms of being able to get past those big Neophyte turns, whereas, you know, Rogue dealing with Glide, for example, is an absolute nightmare. Rogue dealing with Celestial Alignment, for example, is an absolute nightmare unless they can set up very, very specific things. So I do think they have suffered just against some of the other OTK decks that are coming up against them, because they, although their plan A is probably the best out of any of them, the other decks are just so good at forcing them off plan A and onto kind of a non-existent plan B that they really struggle with, right?
Especially with the lack of, like, Kazakus in the list as well, right? You know, we're used to seeing, well, you can do something with golems. You can take the board and play tempo with the golems as a backup, and that just isn't the case anymore in current builds. So we'll see how this one pans out, though. With Banterface getting off to a decent start with this Octobot. Zessi not looking too bad either. At least he does have this Tusk Piercer, to start getting this cycle going.
Oh, you do it, right? It's a freaking Octobot. I'm pretty sure
I think you can sacrifice a Spectral to do this.
A Spectral? Wait, what's happening?
Wait,
you're about Chaos Leech. Coin Chaos Leech.
Yeah, I mean, he could have chosen another Spectral.
Oh, I
that
see.
Was in his Discover pool. So I think you've got to say no to that Spectral for this. Yeah, I'm with you. And so is Possessi, so we simply must be right.
Yep. Possessi does not make mistakes. Never seen it happen a single time.
Now, with no sigil, is this a bit too... no sigil on Possessive side, sorry, should I say. Is this a bit too early for a Neophyte?
Look what I won!
I think it is, yeah, and I think that's what Banter's spent the turn thinking about as well, is like, okay, if my opponent's gone Coin, Chaos Leech in that position, like, what's his hand where Cold Neophyte would actually be having a significant impact on the game? And I don't think there really is one, right? Like, this is the play that Possessi finds himself making, so now you can use the Neophyte to block a potential one-card completion in Glide, on top of various other things. You know, based on that dumping of cards, that could be dumping for a Spectral Sight, that could be dumping for a Glide. In this case, it's the former, but I do think this is a stronger potential turn for a Cult Neophyte, but Banterface is going somewhere completely different here and going with the Secret Passage instead.
He just wants to re-roll the hand. Does get Proud, and he can tradable something from this hand. He'll
Yeah,
trade
both
away
things,
the-
in fact.
Another happy guildie.
This is getting spicy though, right? Because Possessi has Outcast Spectral now, in which he can get this quest done because he can swing the weapon. And then next turn, you would imagine McBanterface would naturally retain a rather large hand because he's got field contact, he's got ways to proc it, he has a shroud in his hand as well. So he has to play this very carefully because we can see that there's a chance McBanterface will just walk straight into a glide turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Walking into a glide turn the turn after you've just used a secret passive shroud as well, which is a pretty brutal way to take it.
And the problem is, although we talk a lot about how you play around glide, especially as rogue, but you need the cards that you can dump in the hand, right? You can't throw away cards from your deck to play around glide. They have to be in hand, and right now there isn't that many of them that McBanterface can feasibly just throw away. And now as well, the single Neophyte doesn't even block a glide either. If it's already on the outcast position, of course.
Right.
There is always the train of thought that is, they don't have it, and then you just do stuff anyway. Because sometimes you just have to.
It's quiet.
I mean, that's the other part that's very, very difficult about this matchup, right? And about a lot of these matchups in general is we can spout off until our faces turn blue about, this is how you can play around glide. You added the point of well, sometimes you just don't have the tools to be able to do that. Sometimes you also just have the tools where your hand is of a certain pattern where it's well, if they don't have the glide, I just destroy them on
win.
turn 7. So sometimes you just shut your eyes and you know what, maybe my highest percentage line this game is just to say no glide. And I think that is absolutely the line that Banter has gone for here, and you can't really fault it based on the hand that I was looking at.
Not at all. I mean, this is a fantastic hand in any real matchup, right? It's just facing down glide. You've just got to accept it's going to happen at some point.
You're going to drop an I-beam? He is going to drop an I-beam, okay.
Got the mana too, may as well spend it on something you know is going to happen. And it all gets shuffled back.
Oh, Dismounted Sigil as well off the glide. It doesn't matter how many times I've seen this. 0 mana Sigil with 0 mana remaining after a quest completion. It's never stopped being just incredibly pleasing. It's so satisfying.
You do mention it every time, which means you must
so
like
good.
it.
Yeah.
Any big reason not to play it here from Possessi?
Well, I'm guessing he's just going to use the tools that he has. I guess he's saying he can... Yeah, this does make sense, actually, because he can complete quest next turn with Peddler trading away, coming back to the hand, Peddler trading away again after the weapon swing, and then the Guild Trader trading, and then he can drop the potential Sigil in 1 or 2 turns' time alongside maybe even a Kurtrus further down the line.
Right.
Essentially, he doesn't need it to have guaranteed quest completion next turn, so he's going to save the 0 mana draw 2, or I mean, I guess it's still draw 1, but you get the point, for a time where it's more flexible.
Yeah, and the stronger Kurtrus players, because Kurtrus itself is an inherently weak turn, right?
Yeah.
Just spend all of your mana on a card that is just a 7/7, and that's all it realistically does at that moment. But when you pair it with a Sigil, you know your next turn is going to more than make up for the relative slowness of the turn where you actually play Kurtrus.
Right.
Now McBanterface, again, taking in all the information here, but I think these Neophytes just have to come down. We can see it probably won't make much difference to Possessi's turn, but he has to do something, right? He needs to proc the Swindle. He's already been glowed, so he just has to actually respond in some way.
Doing business.
Does get the field contact back, though, which is a very big deal indeed. Possessi recognizing that he can weave in this hero power, no problem as well. This is now going to draw him up to 3. 2 more tradables in hand for draw number 4 and 5.
Oh. That change things?
Pleasure doing business.
Don't think so.
Just going to save the more powerful card draw for Kurtrus.
Yeah, expect so.
Makes sense. Awfully tempting every time I see it, though. You know, it's just a full mana, like Spectral Sight in outcast position, always feels difficult to turn down. But the more you learn about how the deck works, the more you learn to work out what card draw is good and when.
Time grows short.
Kind of an interesting one, right? Because you can spend 1 mana to draw an additional card and reduce it by 1, or you can wait, get it all later, but reduce it by 2. Not as completely straightforward choice.
Banter back again with an Octo Field Contact hand. This is about as good a recovery as you could possibly hope for here, and this is something that we've seen on multiple occasions. Banter willing to take a somewhat unimpressive Field Contact turn just to get a Divine Shield Field Contact on the board on the turn where his opponent is looking to play Kurtrus to try and potentially block that Kurtrus coming down. However, this Dreadlord's Bite that was snatched out of the ether from Possessi a number of turns ago has now suddenly become the key card in this game, because that enables perfect mana, perfect tempo. Kurtrus hits the board. The Field Contact Distraction Gambit does not work at all for Banterface. What a preemptive pick that Dreadlord's Bite was from Possessi.
Yep, somebody shout TJ needs to update the key cards for Demon Hunter. Chuck it in the list. Possessi didn't get to play the Sigil though because of the Neophyte, so that is something for McBanter's face. McBanter's face.
That sure is something for McBanter's face.
So many.
Oh, I'm not even upset I trip up because it's just funny saying the name wrong. But yeah, McBanterface's turn was had some recovery from it. He's Possessi's going to draw just less after this Kurtrus, but still he's got to pull something out the bag here. He's not getting there quite fast enough or quite convincing enough, right? He has Garrote in hand for 0 mana, does have Secret Passage to go dig in, but even though there's only 8 cards left, it feels like there's still a lot of work to do for McBanterface, and even that might not be true.
It does, yeah. But I think he's going about it the right way. Has to use this Shadow Step on the Field Contact again. 8 cards left remaining in deck. He does have the Octobot left remaining. He does have a 0 mana Garrote. He is now dropping down the Cutlass. This is the setup that we see time and time again in these late game situations. And we saw this, what was it, Nalgadam versus Gabby, where it came down to just a lack of glide from Gabby on a very, very crucial turn. Almost reversing the tides in a game where Nalgadam looked dead and buried. And in fact, a game that ended up much, much closer than it had any right to be towards the end. And if Possessi can't find another glide here to get rid of some of these discounted cards and that cheap Field Contact, McBanterface might just have a shot.
That's a lot of goes at card draw though, doesn't he, right? 3 tradables in hand, that's obviously 1 mana each. Gets to redraw, and everything else he draws then is the -2, which then draws more things. It's huge. That looked like a glide to me, so.
It did. But now decision time, right? Because this is a huge hand from Possessi at this point. See how much of it he can dump out. He can get the Sigil down preemptively.
Oh, we're going to see Tempo Peddler again then. I was excited.
Yeah, and he's going to choose not to do it here. He's going to allow the 1 mana contact over to Banterface. 7 cards remaining in deck after the draw from Banter with 9 mana. 0 mana Garrote, 1 mana contact.
Yeah, I guess Possess is saying if you don't actually kill me this turn, it's getting very likely with his hand that he will just respond and win, right?
Yes. Do we have remaining cards for Banterface here?
So many
all over it.
So in terms of minions, it's 1 Guild Trader, 2 Org Merchant. They'll be drawn off this Shroud. If it's exactly double Org Merchant, he's probably in business with the Octobot. There's 1. There's 2.
Okay.
Taking mana over card draw here with 5 cards left in deck.
There's some dead draws as well, right? Because Scabs is just a nothing card right now.
Yep, absolutely.
Bit of a problem. Possessive
spell
just on the
damage.
edge of his seat.
Contact coming down for 0. 0 for the spell damage again is going to draw a card. Penflinger is going to draw 1 more card for 0. That takes the deck down to 3 already. There's a lot of animation still to get through here because there is still a freaking Penflinger to get resolved. The bleeds are going in, but I just don't think there's enough time to get these animations through at this point.
He got the other Garrote.
He got the other Garrote,
I guess he couldn't passage, right?
Yeah, no way.
Or replay the... oh.
Yeah, just too slow in the end. That's where the considered style can come back to bite you. That was a very, very difficult line to calculate for sure. Because even like right at the beginning, there's the branching path, right? For anything to happen, I think you have to hit the first roll of hitting double Org Merchant, right, and not drawing the Guild Trader in that position, which I think would have just been straight up too expensive at that point, and not drawn cards off field contact. So even working out whether to go for that in the beginning is very, very hard to calculate. But yeah, in the end, I do think the rope was the enemy there for Banterface, and Possessi punishes accordingly to take us all the way down now to a final Game 5 mirror for all the marbles. Who is going to be going into the final to take on Glory? And is there a more fitting way to end this series, Raven, than this rogue mirror that we are now going to be rolling into?
It's true, and I think, as we just catch up on what happened that game, for me, one of the highlights and one of the things to definitely take away from just this matchup is that on one side, Hunter, pretty, not straightforward, but, got the win, in a good way. The Hand Warlock, the Handlock got a victory as well from a Banterface. So again, it's these outside picks are good reads from all of these players that have that sort of questionable fourth deck, I guess you can call it. But it's the guaranteed factors that are struggling a little bit more, right? We've seen Demon Hunter take losses. We've seen we've seen rogues take plenty of losses as well. We've seen druids susceptible to some aggro. So it's just very interesting that these outside picks seem to weirdly be the best performing decks when we're very used to seeing the fourth deck curse of like whatever your fourth deck is. That's the one that's always on the struggle bus. So just cool to see that these different approaches are paying off, and it's coming down to the Garrote Rogue on both sides. This could be over very, very quickly one way or the other.
It could well be, yeah. I do think Scabs has added a little bit of extra dimension to it, because quite often we saw this kind of back and forth battle where players would be a little bit cagey early on, maybe a little bit of battle for supremacy with Octobots and Neophytes in the early game, and then everyone would just contact each other on basically like 4 consecutive turns, or perhaps 6 consecutive turns with Shadow Steps thrown in there as well, right? And it was kind of the last player to land a board 1 in most positions. Very tempo-heavy matchup, supported by chip damage, and then supported by a little bit of that Garrote into bleed at the end. Now there is that Shadowcrafted Scabs that can come and just ruin those board states. That is a little less cut and dry, because it's much, much harder to definitively win board now that both players do have access to that Scabs for that big old vanish effect, resetting the board state back in the favor of whoever is playing the Scabs.
It's really tricky though as well, because I've been playing some Rogue, pretty much since the expansion came out, and playing against a lot of Rogue as well. And sometimes it can actually feel awkward to time Scabs, because sometimes you're forced into playing Scabs. It's if I don't Scabs, I'm likely to die. But then you're potentially giving good cards back to your opponent if you can't kill them off first. So it isn't a strict positive all of the time. Like I was playing Weapon Rogue with Scabs, and sometimes I was forced into Scabs in a Viper back to hand, and I was like, well, this is a nightmare. But I had to do it, and you don't get that choice sometimes, right? So again, in this matchup, if there's one player's gone heavy on tempo and the response ends up being Scabs, that is a 7-mana turn. Yes, there are 2 4/2s that are stealthed, but your opponent then gets, you'd imagine, most of those cards back to play the whole turn again, which again, with how card draw focused the deck is, could also lead to a loss one way or the other. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out. But I'm just excited, so I can't wait to see who's going to play against Glory, because on one hand, we have the current America's hero, which is McBanterface, and America's haven't been singly too successful over the past year or so of Hearthstone, and we've reminded them of the fact. But McBanterface could change all that. You have an American world champion again, and suddenly we're the ones getting laughed at for a while. But also on the other side of that, so a Possessi Glory final is just the final cherry on top for the APAC region this year, and what a year they've had so far.
It would just be that final stamp on the statement that, you know, Japan is the best country. That practice group has really been leading the initiative throughout. There's been, you know, individual innovations in decks and lineups and so on that they have taken credit for, and rightly so, because generally a couple of years ago, you talk about, you know, things that we would poke fun at. We would almost poke fun at the idea that like APAC would just submit Hunter Aces lists from last week in European Grandmasters, right? And I think that has absolutely flipped on its head, and more trends in deck building, lineup building, tech card inclusions are starting with that Alutemu Glory Possessi practice group, right? Though that Japanese contingent have started to spread the technology throughout the other regions, and what an incredible final stamp that would be if the final is between two players representing that group. It would be an incredible achievement for those two, not even getting into the idea of the potential repeat world champion among those two players that would be in the final.
Yeah, it would be really ridiculous, and I think that does come down for, you know, maybe it took some time to develop, and maybe we did need the trio of Possessi, Alutemu, Glory together in GM for it to happen. But I do believe that also comes down to APAC as a region. I feel, at least from, you know, my years casting them, is that they seem a little bit happier to experiment with things, right? I think a lot of, especially what we've seen now and again in Europe through GM, for example, it's a lot of, well, these are the good decks, let's just play these, you know, whereas in APAC you do see, so, you know, a little bit more wild ideas, at least from when I was casting. So I'm happy to see that overall, but I think one or maybe even both of the players just wanted a minute or two there before they jump in potentially their final game of the World Championship here. Possessi on the top versus McBanterface on the bottom. The winner of this single game of Hearthstone goes to the finals to face Glory.
Field contact Octobot on one side, field contact Scabs on the other, and a slightly worryingly blurry camera on one side as well, Raven. But I suppose if I know anything about the way that America's cameras works, this just means McBanterface is really excited, right? That's what I'm learning. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the TJ factor, I think it's called. Field contacts both sides, some card draw available for Possessi, and that secret passage up there as well, so he does have something, but this, at least on the surface, all looks like it might well come down to what we were talking about beforehand, the Scab's response into whatever the opponent's doing, the opponent in this case being McBanterface.
Yeah, the problem is just the overall quality of this hand now for Banter. Double Secret Passage potentially getting discounted alongside both field contacts as well. The only real missing piece of the puzzle right now is more fuel for the engine with the cheap field contacts, because the only battle cry will be the one used likely to proc the Octobot here.
Efficient is sufficient.
That's an upgrade. Probably.
But that is a fantastic opening discount for Banterface in this crucial Game 5 as he hits both field contacts.
It's so huge, isn't it? There's some time to kill, though, while he gets those active. Does have the double secret passage, and at 0 mana as well, even a 3 mana open secret passage isn't too terrible. We could see that come into play next turn. Let's see, on the other hand, I'm going to start secret passage, okay. Just leave him the mana for an Octobot, if he gets one. Or a prep shroud, okay, that'll do. Not the best draws from Shroud, though.
No, underwhelming would be how I would describe them.
Is that the option of going Penflinger onto the 2-1 and then it's stealth?
Yeah.
Does mean he technically draws one less card. The way he does this, that was a secret passage Orc Merchant, so he gets that out of the deck and then gets to retain the 2 cards he drew from Shroud anyway.
Right.
We might see something close to a mirrored opening here from Banterface for a secret passage here. Another Octobot. Does need the cards to reduce though. Again, double field contact going down to 1 mana is a heck of a reduction, and maybe that's just worth it in itself. We will need to start chaining the field contact effect.
And it's an equally underwhelming secret passage on the other side, I would say. The opening has been higher quality from a Banterface, but the secret passages did largely match each other.
What if he Penflingers his own Octo and then Brain Freezes the 2-1?
Yeah, I think that probably ends up being likely. He really wants to transition some of these cards back to his original hand, right? Where he has not only another Octobot that needs proccing, but 2 cheap field contacts that want food. So I think trying to find some way of getting these cards to come back out of the passage with him are pretty crucial. This is essentially your play, but he's dumping the Prize Plunderer as well, right? That's just a card that just doesn't go back into the deck, otherwise it's functionally the same thing.
The big question from Banterface next turn will be, does he go digging with the secret passage again?
Right.
Or does he just start to pop off? He does have 2 field contacts, right? So he can, I'll say, throw one away, if you know what I mean, right? Use one to just draw stuff and then use the second one for the power turns.
I think that decision will depend very heavily on what the draw off the top is for Banter.
Yeah. Possessing, meanwhile, though, has a lot of good stuff, but none of it meshes together very well. Because you know what it's missing? An Octobot.
An Octobot.
Yeah. Octobot literally just takes one of every single one of those cards and just meshes them together very nicely. One in each tentacle.
And then an extra 9th tentacle that's also holding a card for some reason.
He headbutts that one.
Ah, right, yeah, that makes sense. VFX team at Hearthstone, please work on that immediately for the next update. When you discount an Octobot, a tentacle comes out and just slaps each card in your hand.
Oh, yeah, that would be great.
If there's a 9th one, just headbutts it.
Yeah. Or it just headbutts the screen at you as a player. Boom. You're like, whoa. Okay.
Now, this is more like it. This is what you want to see when you open a secret passage.
The FX team just start putting jump scares in the game when you play cards. Definitely getting off topic now.
A little bit.
A Guild Trader Cult Neophyte. Decent pickups. Even the Cult Neophyte just as what, well, potentially will be going forward, a 1 mana proc of the field contact.
Yeah. But I think crucially now he spent 2 turns doing it, but he's dramatically improved the state of this original hand right now. You go back to it, he's got discount again with the second Octobot, who'll have 2 1-mana field contacts to go alongside that, and now he has enough fuel for the fire as well to start turboing through the deck. But that is the draw for Possessi. 16 cards left at the start of the turn. That was a 1 in 8, and it was a 1 in 8 he absolutely needed to hit to be able to keep pace with McBanterface here.
Say that 3 times fast.
No, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely huge. It was exactly what he's missing. And also opens up that even if he doesn't have a big turn this turn outside of proccing the Octobot, it then will reduce the scabs down, right? So if McBanterface pops off, Possessi can just throw it all the way back to hand and maybe burn some cards away, right?
Initiating overdrive.
For a brief moment, I was wondering if we were going to see the ever rare double field contact turn from Banterface, since they could potentially both be 1 mana with a lot of 0 mana cards, but I think
Oh no! Lorinda, he's here! You've said the words that summon him!
He just walks into my room and I'm like, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be casting as well. This is a unique situation though. This is the one time I'll defend it.
Okay.
A bold play.
Fully minion-based hand for Banterface here, so no discount off the Cutlass, but picking up a Shadow Step is really, really clutch now, because now we are reaching that point in the game where both players probably have access to field contact every turn they want it until the end of the game. It's just mapping out how you come out ahead in that game of field contact tennis, and now with the added layer of complexity of scabs thrown on top of that as well.
Yeah, the tricky thing here is unless a Shadow Step, he is going to Shadow Step. Okay. I was going to say, he would have lost the Penflinger, right? Because with the mana he had left, with the draws he had. But look at this. I don't like backing up Lorinda, but that is 2 1-mana field contacts and a lot of 0 mana cards.
Doing it! You might be doing it! They both cost 0.
That's what I mean! It's insane!
Too quiet. Give me that.
Just insta-draws his deck.
Alright, we'll deal with that when we get to it, because right now, Possessi is trying to formulate a 2-turn plan of his own.
He does have the Cult Neophyte as well. He knows a lot of this hand is reduced. He doesn't necessarily know it's all minions, but still, the Cult Neophyte, not a bad backup play anyway. I guess it's a reasonably big deal that, yes, the fact that Banterface's hand will cost almost 0 inherently gives him more mana, but there are no Garrotes being reduced, right? There are none of these spells being reduced down, so the Neophyte could actually have a rather big impact on how much mana Banterface has to play with.
This is still a huge turn for Possessi. So much has been done already, and he has spent half of his available resources on this turn. Still has another Octobot available in turn. This in hand. This is exactly what I've been talking about, where both players just kind of build up resources, power up, and then when one player goes, both players go. And I think Possessi just hit the limit there right at the last second. 6 cards left in deck, but Banterface is now absolutely going to go. Does start off paying 1 mana for the field contact.
Yeah, does have the Octo waiting in the wings. He decides he needs it, but is this like a setup turn, Sol? Is he just going to clear this board, draw his deck, and then say, next turn you are dead?
I think he might be,
Surely the Octo would have been played by now. That's what I thought, anyway.
Yeah, there's always this argument, right? Because he had a bunch of 0 mana cards in his hand already, so sometimes you will just play all of those 0 mana cards with a field contact, and then you draw costed cards from your deck, then you drop a field contact, then you discount all the new stuff that you've just drawn. But I think with a good chunk of spells and expensive cards left remaining in the deck when you're dealing with Cult Neophyte as well, I think that was a little bit scary. He might still choose to do that at the very, very end of the turn, right? Because he can still fit in Octobot and Ethereal Org Merchant for a proc if he wants to, but that will leave him with extremely limited spell damage to end the game from that point.
This is like when you and your friend are playing RTS and you both say you're not allowed to rush each other for 15 minutes. And then you both just pop off with full armies and full tech at the end. Look at these hands!
I know.
When you combine them all, they probably cost about 3 mana. And also, like, it's a relatively brave play from a Banterface last turn, doing the setup for almost guaranteed win, because it's not like Possessi has loads of cards left in his deck either. So he could well just be dead this turn anyway.
Right. But I think if Banterface was tracking the discounts, and these days with Rogue, there's a lot of discounts that need tracking. There is, preps remaining if there are preps in the deck. There are also the amount of discounted cards from Octobot left remaining in hand, but there's also the amount of times that Cutlasses have been potentially traded over the course of the game, right, as to how much mana can have been cheated onto those spells. So this is a brave, brave play from Banter, but he now knows that he has got hit with that Scabs, which I said could have been potentially backbreaking, and that's 2 Neophyte being played with it as well. 1 beforehand, 1 using the hero power, which is such a huge amount of disruption. And now the Neophyte's lost on the other side.
And this is one of the big problems with all of those reductions just not hitting the Garrotes, right? They were hitting all of the minions. Oh.
I wonder.
No, hang on. Let's just take a look. What McBanterface has left. Yeah, no steps already used. The scabs, of course, is in his hand.
Yeah. So just 2 Cutlass and the Swindle remaining and the 3 cards. Oh, that Neophyte burn is so brutal.
Does he just scabs back?
I think he's expecting to die if he does that.
Die anyway?
If
he doesn't do that, he has to lethal this turn, and I don't think he can.
Agreed, yeah. But again, I mean, that's the consideration, right? Like, he definitely knows that play Scabs is a possible play on this turn. He just spent all of that time looking for something better, and I don't think that something better existed. And now it is just a matter of Possessi going through the motions here, uninterrupted, unencumbered by the aura of Occult Neophyte. 0 mana Garrots in hand, 2 cards left remaining. Shadow Step is one of them. There it is. Yeah, that is going to be absolutely guaranteed as long as Possessi does not punt this one out of his window.
Yeah, Scab's hero power as well as the additional safety net in terms of spending mana for this turn too.
Yeah.
Possessi can do it all, and unless there's some gigantic blunder, which I do not expect to see from Possessi, it looks like he's going to be joining his practice partner in the finals of the World Championship. What a series, Sottle, and frankly, what an outcome for the finals.
Unbelievable, right? Like, actual best script writers in the business. Possessi versus Glory, Japan versus Japan, the champion versus the challenger, good friends, practice partners, players that have grown in infamy throughout the year as Japan has got more and more credit as we have gone on. What an ending we are in store for. Not to mention the 2 casters that are going to bring it to you will be very, very happy as well, with Derek Brown and Gia, I believe, coming up very, very shortly. The 2 APAC casters getting to cast essentially a home soil finals. But I cannot let it go any further without saying congratulations and well played to McBanterface. He will right now feel like the words congratulations are incredibly inappropriate. He will feel like he should not be congratulated because he has failed, right, in his own mind. But that is absolutely not the case. I think he has impressed a lot of people. I think he has stirred up a fantastic following on social media around the community as well. And I think, you know, over the last 6 months or so, 2nd season of Hearthstone Grandmasters onwards, like, a star has been born in the Hearthstone community. And I think McBanterface is one step away, perhaps, from taking that very top spot in the Hearthstone echelons. I think he has been very, very solid throughout this entire tournament. Cannot say enough good things about how well he's played. That one was perhaps 2 of the best performing players in the entire tournament. There has to be a winner, there has to be a loser, and it was the finest margins in the end that cost McBanterface. But there, in all its glory and in all its Possessi, is your world's final.
It's pretty incredible, isn't it? I'm even struggling for words at this point because it's all lining up. We say the script often, but now I'm actually starting to believe it's true. Glory versus Possessi. Derek and Gia, your APAC Grandmasters casters, actually going to be bringing you that final. And honestly, both players have just played super well over the course of the past, year and a half, 2 years, whatever you want to, recent past in competitive Hearthstone. Possessi as like the newer GM and the newer player to, I think, the general audience's eyes, considering how long Glory and Alutimu have been knocking around. Just instantly up there with the best of them, played insane, had some great specific moments and plays in Grandmasters, which you can see in a lot of those top 5 videos that Derek does throughout the seasons. And for him to get there and make it to the finals, to go against Glory is, frankly incredible. I can't wait to watch.
And of course, the final beat. There's so much to wrap together here. Glory, your current reigning and defending world champion, is defending it to the very, very last. His fingernails are dug so deep into that trophy. He is not letting go of it. You will have to take it over his dead body. He's done everything he can possibly do. He was in this exact same position a year ago where he stepped up against Yala as the underdog. Now the roles are reversed. He probably comes into this as the favorite, the world champion, the defending world champion. And I'm sure this is what he went to sleep 2 or 3 nights ago dreaming about, right? That his friend and his compatriot would be the one challenging them. To an extent, this is now win-win for these two players.
Yeah, it's the best outcome when you have such a close teammate effectively in the same tournament. The best one is I'll see you in the finals, and it's happened. So I'll just give you guys a fair warning. Last chance to go and grab a drink, take a very quick break while we get ready for the finals of the Hearthstone World Championship. It's going to be Possessi versus Glory. We'll be right back.
Shaman? Really?
Yeah, unlucky, Dark.
I forgot you're an old school Shaman degen.
I was a degen back in the Tunnel Trog Totem Golem days.
Yeah.
Rogue is my second, though.
Yeah, I thought like Galakron Rogue might pull it through, but embarrassing.
Well, given your previous answer.
I suppose I should double check, but I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this one, as I think all the casters do. Because I am terrible at my job.
Hey.
Nice, well done.
Point to me. You don't even have to write anything new, it's the same.
Oh yeah, why did I write that again? Malaysia, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
That counts, right?
Yeah, I think it's close enough. Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
This wasn't like before everything was named HCT blank yet, but
right.
it was from a similar era, so I would accept it. I don't know what our judges will say. Ombre. Oh. Same practice group?
Same practice group.
Okay.
Yeah, it's close, it's close.
Yeah.
Fury Hunter, okay, I like it, yeah.
It's a good pick though, Ombre. He always does his own thing. Hard not to like him.
He's just my favorite to watch, I think. Like it's always a good series when it's Jambre, guaranteed.
Okay. Yay! We did it!
Nicely done.
Was the all-time answer Boar Control, I think?
Also correct. Yeah,
okay,
well done.
Abar's such a bully.
I
know. Making these questions.
All right. Yeah, okay, rank 1 Andy over here. We get it. Oh, come on! Oh, come on! Don't make me write this, please! That's such bullying!
Abar
oh my
is a
god.
Huge bully.
This is so mean!
It's just currently though, Derek. You have time.
If one of these questions isn't who has the better eyesight, I'm going to be so annoyed because I feel like it's the one area I can maybe beat you in life. Yeah, okay. And I wrote it again. I don't know why. There's something wrong with me. Okay.
It's alright. you can improve your handwriting each time.
Hey,
Yay.
hey. Very gracious of you, very kind, thank you.
And I think you cook way more often than me, so just, for practice, at the minimum, you are ahead.
I mean, I feel like 50% minimum of our cast, at the end of the day, you're like, oh, I feel so sick. I've eaten 20 bags of pork scratchings and like a tub of Filipino ice cream or something. Like, there's always some fancy snack I've never heard of that you're just gorging on.
Why'd I bother erasing anything?
Hey. You know it.
That better be your next stream title, or else.
Oh, really? I disenchant every golden card I get. I just maximize or minimize spendage.
Me
where
too.
possible.
I disenchant everyone that I have a normal copy of already.
Same.
Basically.
Yeah.
So we might have about equal. So unless somebody thinks they're luckier than the other with opening packs.
Yeah, I mean, we're both losers because we both just outed that we're terrible ambassadors for the game. So thanks for that, Ava. I don't think there's been a single day in the past 2 years where I've left the house without at least one piece of Hearthstone merchandise on. It's just all I wear nowadays. I'm clothed by the Hearthstone team.
I think it's neat because the APAC events from 2017 to 2018, they all had their own T-shirts, and I think I was the only caster that went to every single APAC event because proximity. But I don't get the boxes, so maybe you're right.
Yeah, embarrassing. Hammocks, jackets, hats, cheese boards, glasses, puzzles, chili sauce. I've got it all.
Okay, you got the chili. Okay, fine. That counts for like 20 pieces of merch because it has culinary utility. So you win this one.
Exactly, and I can utilize that culinary abilities to greater effect because I am the better cook. So
Indeed.
yeah.
Having waited all year, it's finally time for the 2021 Hearthstone World Championship Grand Final. And Gia, it is gloating time. It is the APAC Supreme here. Both APAC casters, two APAC players, Possessi and Glory, fighting for that trophy and to be crowned the greatest player of 2021.
I'm going to make no secret of it. I was just squealing while waiting for us to come back to the cast so we could have the honor of commentating over the match between Possessi and Glory, two of the premier players from APAC, two of the best players in the world. Glory, arguably already the best player in the world. Last year he definitely was, and he has proved and continued it up until this point. Anybody who has tuned into APAC knows that these two have been in a perennial practice group with Alutamu, but I also want to draw attention to the fact that for this tournament in particular, I'm not honestly sure how much Alutamu was in the mix. I was hearing about the strategies a little bit from another friend of mine who casts the Japanese broadcast who asked Alutamu. But Alutamu wasn't necessarily always there practicing with all of them. Like, they were also just jamming nonstop on ladder. And even though we are used to seeing the trio come together in APAC, these two can definitely stand on their own feet. And they will have to, because it's a battle between the best of friends turned the best of rivals.
Oh, cannot wait. So much on the line. Getting our potential first back-to-back victor, or Possessi, who has just been one of the most dominant players in APAC over the past couple of years. Cannot wait to see how it's going to go down. But to start off this series, Gia, we know that all the Japanese players have been valuing Hunter very, very highly in terms of the pick and also the ban priority. But here we see Glory going for the Hunter ban against Possessi, but Possessi banning away the Paladin on the other side instead. Do you think that that ends up being a victory for Glory? Was Possessi forced into banning a Paladin that he didn't necessarily want to?
I'm not sure if it was forced, but I do think it is quite a victory for Glory here, given that, you know, Possessi himself did not have a Paladin, but if he valued it highly enough to ban away, then certainly that would imply that Possessi just thinks it is a better choice for the lineup as a whole. Notably, Glory was the only player in this entire tournament not to bring Garrote Rogue, and this is deliberately because he just feels it is not that high of a power level if you have to run the Rust-Rot Viper, and I guess he was of the opinion that Garrote Rogue needs to be running Viper because there would probably be more Paladins in the field, more Owl Warlocks in the field, but there didn't end up being that many of those classes. And then what happened for Possessi was he did bring Garrote Rogue, but it doesn't have the Viper in it, whereas Glory does have the Paladin, right? So suddenly that becomes quite the favorable for the Paladin with the Cariel and immovable object there. So I think that's what happened with this ban phase. If we look at these players' lineups against the field, I think they both made very good reads, but faced off against each other, I'd have to say that after the bans, Glory seems like he's in the lead.
Yeah, it's quite funny, isn't it? I could almost imagine both players trying to bait each other into bringing an incorrectly teched lineup, like them saying, oh, you know, you definitely want to put snakes in your lineup, and then Possessi takes out Paladin and Glory takes out the Vipers from his list. Like, there's some potential mind games going on here. But either way, we saw there that it is the Rogue starting things off for Possessi, and it's the Druid here for Glory. Both players have the Druid in their lineups, but I guess the really surprising thing is that Glory has gotten to this point without the Garrote Rogue entirely. I believe the only player not to include Garrote Rogue in his lineup, and clearly it's been working very well for him so far. But in terms of the Rogue versus the Druid, having seen these most recent iterations a little bit more, where are you at in terms of your feelings towards the matchup?
I definitely still think it leans Druid favored. The power of alignment is not to be ignored, but Rogue players can gain tons of percentage just by going for a heavy tempo start, timing their neophytes well, trying to get the most disruption possible out of the shadow steps. But I do think the stars need to align with that type of hand. We saw a perfect example from Xiaobai earlier on today, where he did keep a hand that gave him the best possible chance of tempoing out, but he still needed to draw field contact and Octobot at the right time to really complete all the puzzle pieces of having that perfect storm of aggression, because you can sometimes fizzle out with that game plan as Rogue. However, I still think it's the better way of approaching it compared to the Garrote lethal, because for one, that's going to come too late. For two, you're probably going to get aligned, so you can't even play that many cards all in one turn. And thirdly, like, there's going to be so much armor for the Druid that you might not even be able to beat those breakpoints.
Yeah, that's right. For Possessi on the Rogue, it often feels like a rush to just do as much of your game plan as you can before alignment, because in that pre-alignment battle, it's not even close. Rogue is being so much more efficient, applying so much more pressure, getting towards their win condition so much quicker. But after the alignment, it's an entirely different story. The Druid just starts to become completely unstoppable. Only Neophyte has a chance of slowing them down by that point. But here we see Glory, speaking of the early game plan for Druid, keeping the jerry-rig, that makes sense. It's just a decent early play that thins your deck as well. But Anaconda is a very interesting key piece of this puzzle.
Yeah, these two kept together, I think, start to really shed light on Glory's game plan. The cycle from the jerry-rig gets you closer in one way or another to the alignment, and then the Anaconda really makes the post-alignment world work. But I want to highlight Possessi's mulligan. Just earlier today, we heavily praised Xiao Bai for keeping the Prize Plunder plus Neophyte plus Secret Passage, and that's almost exactly what Possessi was offered, just Guardian instead of Prize Plunder. And it was also on the play, but he turned down that entirely, and we're starting to see again differences in playstyle, in opinion of the matchup, because Possessi here was probably thinking to himself, that's not even good enough. I also need Octobot in order to get the tempo start rolling. And Possessi is a player that chooses when he's going to play around Glide very deliberately and when he's going to throw caution to the wind. And now we are starting to see yet another difference in opinion.
Very reserved start for Possessi right out the gate, right? Not wanting to go for the Neophyte, not wanting to go for the Shroud quite yet either. But for Glory, what was looking to be a very slow hand has just started skyrocketing forward with Wild Heart Guff off the top. The entire game plan of this deck can change, and especially with the Celestial alignment as well. This hand that looked like it needed a little bit of something extra just looks fantastic now for Glory. He can ramp on the following turn with the hero power to get to alignment that little bit quicker, and then with Anaconda and potentially 2 nourishes thanks to the jerry-rig and the one in hand, this is looking fantastic for our reigning world champ.
And for Possessi, the Neophyte that he turned down on turn 2 is going to be a bit of a problem to time effectively, right? Because the Guff ramp is from a hero power, it's not from a spell. The Neophyte will not interrupt that. And potentially the Neophyte could still be played going into an alignment turn, but Glory, I mean, if Possessi has not put forward enough pressure, I think Glory is fine waiting an additional turn to go for alignment, because as soon as that comes down, he's just popping all the way off with the Anaconda. So for Possessi now, it is going to be the first field contact. It looks like he has Prep Swindle to start the train going, really looking for Guardian Og Merchant, you'd have to imagine, to protect the field contact from rushing minions / Lunar Eclipse.
Yeah, that's right. The one question was about Penflinger first, but I think he might actually have been wandering into overdraw territory there. And with this way, he gets himself what looks to be a Guardian Orc Merchant, the perfect card in this instance. A card that actually means he is not forced into stepping the field contact, which is perfect. You really would rather be stepping the Neophyte or maybe an Octobot in this kind of matchup.
Yeah, you can say that, okay, if you leave the contact on the field, even though it has Divine Shield, there are ways that Glory can deal with it, but they're all 2-card combinations, right? And in basic Hearthstone rules, stepping a card back to your hand is just negative tempo. So Possessi takes the risk that the 2-card combination isn't there, and it isn't, and it's going to be heavily rewarded because he keeps the cycle going non-stop here. Glory just taking the entire turn only to ramp using the hero power button, doesn't want to use Nourish because that's saved to go alongside Anaconda post-alignment. And he's going to go up to 8 mana next turn. So Neophyte just 1 is not going to stop Celestial alignment, but that's why Possessi is straight away going for this Shadow Step. 2 procs of the Neophyte aura means that Glory cannot align next turn. And in the meantime, Possessi can develop so much more pressure, get all these minions going face, no Garrots needed.
There's just such a gorgeous interplay in both players here, with Glory going for the ramp hero power 2 turns ago and on the previous turn, meant that he got up to exactly 8 mana, which is, I think, a much more important breakpoint than 7, because it allows you to play a Celestial alignment through a Cult Neophyte aura. Unfortunately for him, Possessi has 2 Cult Neophyte auras on this turn with the Shadow Step that he was able to get down as well, which means that this field contact is likely to be sticking. The alignment cannot be played. Cenarian Ward can't be played. You can only just about play a Nourish, but that is just a very underwhelming use of your mana on this turn.
Yes, it is indeed. The one thing Glory has going for him is health total. He's had a lot of armor due to Guff, and there's technically only 10 represented on the other side here, so maybe he can wait one more turn, but it's starting to get scary, right? Because if you have to spend a whole nother turn just going for alignment, you're gonna take that 10 once more, plus whatever Possessi develops after that. So Glory already, I think, needs to be thinking about what is his alternate game plan if not alignment, and that generally comes in the form of setting up Solar plus Cenarion Ward. He has managed to get a hold of that combination now, so for Possessi, it's a matter of whether he can find another Neophyte effect, like the second copy, or another Shadow Step to stop this combination.
I mean, he can just draw the entire rest of his deck now, right? It's only Celestial Alignment that can stop him from going for lethal next turn, which is something you very much have to bear in mind. Because if you use your Octobot now, and then you get Celestial Alignmented afterwards, that is where things can get a little... Draw enough cards, deal enough damage, without even playing the Octobot.
Yeah, it can be saved for post-alignment to get all of your cards from 1 to 0. And when we talk about, yes, you're able to draw your entire deck, in theory, it doesn't mean that you're able to get lethal all at once as well, because the Octobot is only going to discount what's in hand at the beginning of the turn. The other Garrote was still in deck for Possessi, so there was no way he could have gotten a guaranteed Garrote lethal that turn. Instead, just going for the best anti-alignment / anti-solar plus Cenarion play, and he set it up beautifully here. Glory has hit Brasswing earlier today. Can he do something similar? 2 copies?
I think that's probably got to be play here, right? Because Glory can go ramp with the hero power, Solar Cenarion, set up for Anaconda plus alignment on the following turn. But all of that is, of course, dependent on what he hits beforehand. We need some powerhouse 8-drops, and these are not quite that. It's almost there with the Dreadwing, but I don't think that's quite going to be enough.
But Possessi has very little time to work with here. He preemptively played Garrote last turn, which is something you hardly ever see, but he knew that if Glory was just going to go for a defensive play, then Possessi wanted to have as much mana available to go for just proccing the spell damage and getting all of the hero powers in. Having the Garrote preemptively shuffled is actually good in this situation. The bleeds coming through are still going to benefit from the spell damage from these Ethereal Aug Merchants, and possibly the Guild Trader. Very little hand space to work with, very little board space, and very little time. Possessi is making the best of it, though.
I mean, Possessi is just doing stuff right now. Like, he's trying to hit lethal, I think, first priority, but he's very cleverly deviating now to still maybe getting the lethal, but more likely clearing off this board, playing a Neophyte as well, I think, is a very important part of this turn.
Definitely see it. Second Prize Plunderer gonna deal with the Dread Fang, but that means that there is no board space to go for another Neophyte. I think that this turn, Possessi did suffer a bit from lack of time.
I think you're right. And that means that Glory can now go Anaconda plus alignment plus the Nourishes on the same turn. It's a slim chance, but it's possible that this is actually lethal on this very turn.
Glory also could suffer from lack of time, but he is absolutely not hesitating because of exactly what you said. He is looking for Mr. Smite, there it is, looking for survival of the fittest, looking for the other Solar Eclipse, and he can get enough burst damage because both Jerry Rigs are in hand. They can go up to 10 attack each if he finds that Solar Eclipse plus survival, but neither of those are in hand right now, so he has to deviate because I'm not seeing any further card draw here unless it comes from Nature Studies, but that will be full cost again. Does he have to bloom hero power for draw here?
Oh, we can't see the discover options. Ah, the worst bug ever. Pounce, not a bad card to get here, in all honesty.
Just going to deal with the field contact, but that is not enough to stop Possessi's remaining minions, let alone the other field contact and Guild Trader. Oh, Tyrion, okay. With the alignment in play, Possessi has very little mana to work with. The Octobot was not preloaded on the board, so he cannot discount the entire hand that I can see.
Shadow Step the Octobot still doesn't work, does it? There's no way to get the discount here. He can go for Scabs, obviously, is the first thing I'm looking at that would just completely eviscerate this hand. Anaconda goes back up to 6 mana. It would only be the Owls that would be playable in response.
Yeah, I think that's the only realistic play here. Leaving up Anaconda is just a death sentence for Possessi. And even though he will be, like, depending on how the trades go, he could just have too many cards in his hand that he would burn the next draw. I don't think that's a big deal. He can just kind of get there off the back of the 4-2 stealths and the field contact that's in hand. But he is going to trade away most of these things and only return the Neophyte. And cleverly doesn't kill Tyrion before that happens, which means that Glory doesn't get the 5-3 Ashbringer weapon.
That's right, and now all of a sudden Glory is looking to be in some pretty big trouble. He can go for Celestial Alignment again on this turn to try and set up for Anaconda, but he's left with no Nourishes left in deck. The best card draw he has, realistically, is the Moonlit Guidance, I believe of which there are 2 still in the deck to maybe double down on a Solar Eclipse, or the Survival of the Fittest that we were talking about is so important at this point in the game. But until he gets to that point, the best he can do is just a couple of Owls on this turn, which is okay, but it just gives Possessi all the time in the world to try and get his own win condition.
Definitely feels like it. The stealth minions obviously cannot be interacted with either. And the alignment, number 2, is not even playable here because of the Neophyte aura. So Glory doesn't really have a choice other than to just accept that he's taking minimum another 8 damage from the board, and then has to come up with some miracles on the very next turn, which I agree with you probably has to come in the form of the Moonlit Guidance.
No, you're right. I'm still in the headspace where the turn after you pop off, you have 2 mana as the Druid, but here he obviously only has 1. After popping off on the same turn, he played the alignment, and Glory's doing all he can, playing all the threatage he can here, but surely with an Octobot and a...
Potions, flasks, BOE,
or even just Hero Power, Guild Trader, and then trade. Yeah, I think this just does it.
Yeah, the 8 damage from the minions means that Possessi only had to deal 12 more from the bleeds, and the 2 spell damage plus the draw for the last 2 bleeds should complete it perfectly. Possessi looked like he wasn't sure of the lethal until the very last second there, but he knew it. He counted it beforehand. It is so hard not to doubt yourself here. And look at what it means. Possessi at GM of APAC, we are used to seeing him be one of the most chill, somewhat stoic, cool as a cucumber players, but this entire world, it's been just such a treat to see how much it truly does mean to him, no matter how much he tries to act like it doesn't faze him at all.
No, exactly. Possessi has just been wearing his heart on his sleeve, which is an absolute treat for you and I to get to see. I absolutely agree. Seeing some real emotion from the player who we know deep down how much this all means to him, but we rarely get to actually see it on his face. And I got to say again, that was an incredible first game to kick things off in our World Championship finals. But there was some slight hints of nervousness there from Possessi. That one turn where he didn't get down a Neophyte allowed Glory to go for that big pop-off turn with the Lady Anaconda and the Celestial Alignment on the same turn. That was pretty much just a blunder, I'm going to say. He was too focused on trying to go for the lethal and ignored the possibility of trying to just deny his opponent a powerful turn and get the win that way. He kind of ended up in a middle ground between the two where he wasn't quite getting the efficiency of both, whereas just trading in the spell damage Octobot first was probably a safer play to go for. But it's all behind him now. He got the win on the Rogue. The big difference between their 2 lineups is already ticked off, and he can now move on to his own Druid, although it is teched slightly differently with only 1 Jerry and a Germination, slotted in there instead.
Minus Jerry plus Jeremy for this one, which is, I gotta say, a pretty greedy tech here, but if he did expect to run up into the mirror, just Germinations to help you copy Anaconda if need be, or Mr. Smite, or the Jerry itself, if you are just going for the lethal, can allow you a bit more burst damage with it's kind of like you give up the flexibility of card draw versus burst on the Jerry Rig Carpenter for copying burst / copying Anaconda Aura. And then copying the Anaconda Aura obviously is not super useful in a post-alignment world, but it does allow you to go for pop-offs even without having played the Celestial Alignment. Obviously, both techs have their ups and downs here. Faced off against Demon Hunter in particular, though, I'm not quite sure if you'd rather have the Jerry Rig or the Germination. Maybe the Germination if you were running a Glowfly version, but that's not quite the case.
Yeah, it's a really weird one to answer because my instincts say Jerry, because in a post-glide world, Jerry Rig Carpenter is a little bit better just because it's an individually very powerful card that leads to more card draw afterwards. But in terms of the tricks that you can pull off, like, you really shouldn't understate how powerful it can be. Even if you just ramp up to Malagos and then copy an extra 412, that's really difficult for Demon Hunter to deal with. They struggle to be able to deal with such high health on the board. But for Glory here, it is pretty much the standard stuff. He's got the Need for Greed instead of the Rust Drop Viper, but aside from that, just very, very standard stuff. And I'm so glad that we're getting to see this, because this to me is just such an interesting matchup. As you and I were talking about on the first day of the World Championships, or as I was talking about while you were graciously not calling me an idiot for whatever nonsense I was spouting. I feel like it's changed a lot over the course of both of these decks' history, with very interesting oscillations in how the win rate has changed between the two decks. And as it's currently stat, with no brutes in the Demon Hunter and slightly less disruption than we may have historically seen, I do think that the Druid is overall in a good spot. The punish post-alignment is not quite so strong as it once was. However, if you can get off a turbo Kurtrus before they play the alignment, that is where things get very, very interesting.
Indeed. Then that is the point where the Druid kind of has to juggle the risks of allowing the Demon Hunter, if they have saved any card draw in hand, to possibly go for their own OTK, because I find there are very few situations where Druid can just say, I'm not going to play alignment whatsoever in this matchup. Like, at the very beginning of this tournament, Possessi versus Gabby, Possessi just blatantly disrespected Glide, and it paid off huge for him. That's not necessarily the only way he can approach this matchup now, though, because with this opening hand, he lacks hard ramp here. He has the Lightning Blooms and not the Overgrowth, but he does have Guff. So maybe he can go for something like what Glory did on the previous game, just have an early Guff and then use the hero power to get up to, say, consecutive Cenarian Wards. That is something that Demon Hunter can also potentially struggle to deal with.
Yeah, the curve works out gorgeously, right? You have Bloom Coin Guff, and then you have 2 mana on the following turn to hero power to ramp. That will get you up to Nourish, which you can choose at that point whether you want to ramp or card draw. With the second one in hand, I'd probably lean towards card draw, and then you can just start playing threats. You don't even have to bother with Celestial Alignment necessarily. You can just go Cenarian, lock Halara, and hope that that's big enough.
Yeah, those tend to be very big indeed, and we've talked about how the average quality of 8-drop seems to have improved with the Fractured and Alterac Valley expansion. There's quite a few rushing 8/8s here, and a lot with additional upsides as well. And there is always that footnote of Taint Heart Tormentor being the 8-drop to end them all when faced off against OTK Demon Hunter. For now, though, Possessi does just have a very simple hero power for ramp here, you'd have to imagine.
Yeah, looks that way. I think even if you are really desperately looking for that Celestial Alignment, the best way to do that is hero power for mana and then draw with the Nourish instead, leading into turn 7, which admittedly might even just be better than the line I was thinking of, nourishing for mana first and then following up with Nourish for draw. But Possessi is no stranger to a weird play that we have not predicted, so I don't want to call anything set in stone so far, as he's surprised us many a time before.
Definitely not. But while he's still thinking about that, we have to check in with the state of affairs for Glory's hand, which has this Il'gynoth in a very awkward position indeed, blocking the Glide, which is one of the best tools that Demon Hunter has to mess with the plans of the Ramp Druid. So we'll see if Glory is just going to let rip with the Glide to progress his own quest, because it's certainly not going to be outcast from this original hand.
Yeah, I think I'm probably starting with double jump first, because you can then just go for glide if you draw it, or even spectral sight if you draw that instead, which is also a reasonable outcome. I-beam, unfortunately, is the whiff in this scenario. That's what you didn't want to see.
Let's go for the acrobatics to finish the quest though, and he can still of course equip the Tusk Piercer, preload the first swing so he can get the Peddler that he would, I'd have to imagine, trade back next turn from the swing. And that means that the glide could just be for a post-Kurtrus world, which is still very, very valid in the matchup. Alright, here is the Nourish turn for Possessi. Like you said, draw is an available option, but you know, he could still be thinking about ramping here because you still get to press the hero power button after that. Yeah. And it allows you to potentially play Solar plus Cenarion with Lightning Bloom if you hit the Solar next turn. It doesn't find it, but Anaconda is still, of course, very interesting.
I was honestly so split as to what he was going to go for there. I simply did not know. I think, given that you are expecting Kurtrus to come down the following turn, drawing does not... Or, sorry, you're expecting Kurtrus to be added to hand next turn. Drawing doesn't necessarily make sense because the thing you would be drawing for is alignment, which does not actually look that good at this point in the game. What I think we may see again, given that this is another guff game for the Druid, is ramping up to that 13 mana point and then trying to go for a one-turn lethal with Anaconda, the alignment, draw your deck, and then this time, hopefully, you actually hit the the Solar Eclipse and the Survival of the Fittest and kill them with Mr. Smite.
Pretty interesting spot for Glory now, though. The Need for Greed should not be cast here because he would overdraw the Kurtrus upon the quest completion. He could have traded it and maybe swung his weapon or traded another thing to get Kurtrus that way, but he's just going in with the Glide instead here. Says he's not happy with the state of that original hand. It did have Il'gynoth, to be fair. So he's actually, even though he is making the deck thicker and more diluted here, he's making it so that all of those cards have the potential to cost less when they're drawn, which they don't have that potential if they start in hand before Kurtrus.
Many options here once again. Like, I don't think it's a Celestial Alignment turn, so I don't necessarily favor starting with the Moonlit Guidance. But even just ramp with the hero power and then Cenarion Ward is something you could consider. Ramping and drawing would not be absurd as well to try and find Solar Cenarion for the following couple turns.
You could still Moonlit Guidance, but not necessarily priority pick the alignment. Like, Possessi is running Germination. That's still something to consider to go with Anaconda. Survival of the Fittest at this point could also be a pick, even though it would be kind of awkward if you haven't already played the Cenarion Ward. But I think this is what he was looking for in particular. The big money is the Solar Eclipse to go with the Cenarion Ward. However, there's not quite the mana to get all of that to go together. Is this a tempo Anaconda?
This is bold. I was going to say, do you ramp with the Nourish? Do you draw with the Nourish? Completely forgetting the idea that you can just play Anaconda. You don't even have to get any special value out of it. And to be fair, what can Glory do about it? Are you really going to turn down Demon Slayer Kurtrus? Given that you are an OTK Demon Hunter, right? Like, this is your entire game plan.
Oh, this is so cool from Possessi. I just have a quick story. On ladder the other day, I said, as Mozaki Mage, let me just try playing Mozaki into their Kurtrus turn after I'd seen some removal shuffled back into the deck because they played Glide. It's a very similar situation for Possessi, right? He's playing the big legendary, the win condition, as a disruption card timed perfectly into what Glory wants to do, which is play the Kurtrus. And because it's post-Glide, there's not a high chance that there's the perfect like Moarg I-Beam combination plus the swing to get rid of it. And now Glory did go digging first. He hit Skull on the studies. He is looking for removal options on the Anaconda. And he can swing to make the I-Beam cost 0 because of the way that interaction works. It's not outcast anymore. So he does get the discount from the Skull, and that's the Anaconda cleared. That is huge. A risk on either side.
That was so risky from Glory, like, so much of the deck did not kill the Anaconda there and would still have left Demon Slayer Kurtrus unplayed. But he takes the risk, massively rewarded, and now Possessi has to get there with just a single solar scenario, and it's an incredibly powerful play, but will it be enough to carry him through? Because outside of that, there's not all too much going for him right now. These 8 drops that he gets are again okay.
So many Deviate Dreadfangs today. I mean, I was gonna say anything that doesn't immediately threaten lethal and isn't a Taint Heart Tormentor probably means that Glory can still win by just playing Kurtrus this turn. But it is scary. All of those 4-2s can create a board out of nowhere, especially if there's a survival of the fittest added into the mix. And it does significantly narrow the time that Glory has to actually get a lethal of his own, because that 4-9 is sticking around.
Doing business.
It is indeed no messing around with trying to find an answer to it on this turn. He is just going with his own win condition. And now for Possessi, it's still pre-alignment, so we can't really start thinking about any kind of plays with survival of the fittest quite yet. But if nothing else, he can very efficiently deal with this Kurtrus thanks to the 4-2s, and then try and start applying some real pressure on the following turn.
Yep, just starting off with the Lunar Eclipse puts the Kurtrus to the perfect breakpoint for the rushing 4-2s to go in. There is the alignment now, but it feels highly unnecessary at this point because it means that Glory with any card draw effect in hand, everything from the deck costs 0 because of the Kurtrus aura. So it is just going to be what looks like overgrowth into composting, if need be.
Composting's nutty here, right? You can even fit in a hero power for mana alongside that, right? I think would be perfectly snugly fitting into the correct amount of mana available. Doesn't want to overdraw, okay, just going for composting for 4 instead of the full 5.
Yeah, I like this a lot. And trading away the one that didn't have their death rattle, it looks like. Oh, okay, my bad. Animation kind of confused me a bit there, but there is the survival now, which means that if Glory doesn't deal with this board, he is very dead. Alternatively, he could find a lethal of his own, but the card draw is so expensive here. Acrobatics eating up a whole 3 mana. Il'gynoth would eat up 4 mana if he draws it here. And the Moarg still costs 2 in hand, so it's gotta be perfect sequence of draws to get actual lethal here, and if not, it's gonna have to be a bailout into clearing the board, which usually involves Immolation Aura.
Ooh, that glide is very, very spicy looking, isn't it? I guess you could try and give them some of the card draw from composting and then shuffle back in with maybe some play like how would you go about it? Maybe even like Talented Arcanist, Guild Trader, and Moarg just to blitz the minions on the left.
Oh, that's so many combo pieces. I think what Glory's doing is enough here, right? Because he does heal out of range of survival of the fittest by just dealing with these 2 minions. Yes, the 4-9 sticks around and will regenerate 4-2s, but from Glory's perspective, that's not going to matter so much because Glory is aiming to just kill Possessi on the next turn. So all he needs to do is survive, and so far it is looking to come together. The need for greed can be played for further card draw, and he still has the Guild Trader in there to go along with this Moarg, Il'gynoth, and Fellscream Blast. Possessi, however, has 17 mana to work with and a Malagos.
So if he's somehow able to play Solar Survival of the Fittest, that would add 16 to this 9, which would be 25 altogether. So I don't think there's any way for him to hit lethal on this turn, given that still no Celestial Alignment has been played.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Is there any way he can disrupt Glory a bit more? Nature Studies into Cenarian Ward into a disruptive 8-drop.
No ward found.
Could be a thing.
Complete garbage on that.
Can he ever end on alignment and just say, if you have any of the crucial combo pieces in hand already, then that's actually disrupting the combo, right? Because for Glory, he wants to like draw them in order to have them cost 0, but if they're already in hand, they cost 1. So it is just going to be the Celestial here, which means that Glory cannot deal a lethal this turn.
He's going for it and just saying, You have to find some way to answer this board or kill me right now, lest the game end on the spot. Guild Trader, Spectral Sight, these are reasonable enough draws, and obviously Need for Greed can be used to draw the rest. But with a 1-mana Il'gynoth, he cannot spend any mana and hope to get lethal.
Yeah, it's just impossible from my view. All the glides have been used, all the studies have been used. So, I mean, not that the studies would give you a playable glide, because it would go back to 3 mana with the studies aura. And so, there's just no way to get lethal. You cannot play Il'gynoth and Fellscream Blast all at the same turn. You can play Il'gynoth and Chaos Leech, but that's not nearly enough. Even if you could fit in the Moarg and the Guild Trader, Possessi's armor is just far too out of reach. It looks like Possessi is going to a very quick 2-0 lead, but we cannot count Glory out just yet. Similar things have happened earlier on today even.
So you can draw with the weapon, which makes the I-Beam cost 0. So you can go Guild Trader, Immolation Aura, and then Chaos Leap and I-Beam and another. Whoa, this is 12 damage AoE if he wants it. Oh no, it's not, because the other one costs 1. How much removal even is this?
Not enough, from what I can see. I mean,
you want to play an Arcanist?
With the Immolation, you mean? It wouldn't actually have killed that much more, doesn't feel like.
Yeah, I guess he was just trying to save up for the combo. There was so much armor to get through. Either way, I think Glory would have been dead in that instance, and here he is very, very dead indeed, as, like you said, Possessi 2-0 up in the Grand Finals.
Okay, apologies for getting too excited there. There was obviously still things that Glory could have gone for, but it's always that catch-22 as OTK Demon Hunter, right? Where you can go for surviving one further turn, but that often means giving up your chances at winning the game in the long term if you have to use too many combo pieces, too many spell damage minions, because this is Druid we're talking about. They can get well above 30 health, and if you don't have all of that support for the Il'gynoth, not to mention the Il'gynoth and the Moarg and the Fellscream all still cost 1 at that point, so you'd have to wait for like 3 mana to come round, which is ages in a post-alignment world. I think it was pretty much a given that Glory had no clean way out of there. But is there a way for him back into the series? There is 1 deck left for Possessi in the OTK Demon Hunter, and Glory can fight back with the same matchup from the other side. He could take a Mirror, or he could play the Hunter, which has quickly become the signature deck and probably the bring of the tournament from these 2 players and Gabby.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that we have all 3 players with the Demon Hunter through to the semi-finals, 2 of them in the finals as well, clearly demonstrates the power of the deck. And here, as you said, with the Demon Hunter left over for Possessi, I obviously want this to go to Game 5 because I'm having the time of my life right now. But there would not be more of a perfect way for him to just take the win right out of the gate. Because if you had to pick a deck of 2021, it has to be OTK Demon Hunter, right? It has been brought across almost every metagame. It has been nerfed, I feel like, countless times at this point. But still, this deck, this bloomin' deck, somehow finds a way to wheedle its way back into the metagame, to many players' delight, to many players' frustration as well, I'm totally sure. And for me, it's just one of the biggest delights to cast because there's so much going on with this deck, so much room for artistry and for demonstration of an incredibly in-depth level of knowledge with the deck. And Possessi, to me, has just been one of the absolute best players with this deck across the entire year.
If we backtrack all the way to how Possessi even qualified for the World Championship at winning APAC GM Season 1, it was mostly off the back of this deck. Possessi, obviously at the time, OTK Demon Hunter was very different. It didn't have the quest. Il'gynoth was 4 mana. You were still running Skull of Gul'dan and really relying on good discounts to win the mirror. It has changed a lot with the inclusion of Glide and of course the quest and all of the nerfs, but Possessi still understands the core concept of the deck, and it felt like he had gotten ahead of the curve before anyone, and that's how he qualified in the first place. But Glory is not going to give him an easy time. Overgrowth in the opening hand into alignment. However, there is also a glide for Possessi that can get into outcast position very easily. This is a close one, Derek.
Oh, gee, it's just a best of the best. That's what I call Japanese Hearthstone. Nuts curve with the druid versus an early glide. Like, this is what Japanese players just do in Hearthstone, and it's the perfect way to round out the year for 2021. Because, like you say, it's the perfect hand for Glory, pretty much. It's just a little bit of card draw that's missing, and he would be absolutely laughing. Whereas Possessi, that glide to complete the quest, to disrupt his opponent, get rid of this stinky Il'gynoth that you do not want in hand at this point whatsoever. It's the dream.
Thank you, Noth. I mean, Alutamu might be feeling a bit of FOMO by not being in this final, but he's here in spirit. It's the glide, his signature card. All right, 1 studies can be played first here for Possessi. He can choose whether he wants to commit the second one. Spectral Sight doesn't quite progress the quest on its own, but it feels like just a good pick, even if you're not necessarily going to play it. Say if he's going to bank that discount for the glide, Spectral Sight's a good card to have back in your deck after a glide.
I was going to say make the same argument for glide. Like, I kind of rather have another glide in my deck than another Spectral Sight, just because there's a reasonable chance that you get it somewhere in the middle of your hand, and glide is still a very good card to have in the middle of your hand, right?
True. And you can just make us both happy, Possessi picking one of each towards the end. Yeah, the glide is insane as well. I will never forget the game where 6 of them were played. Glory here, not the greatest choices from his own studies. Probably just Lunar Eclipse. Okay, Living Seed can draw the owls, right? So anything that is cycle, I do favor.
Yeah, it just thins your deck a little bit more, which I'm perfectly okay with. Coin, glide, absolutely no messing around here whatsoever. And Glory, while we're seeing some new expressions from our players here in the World Championship, that's one that we know very well from APAC Grandmasters. That is the dissatisfaction that comes from being glided for the 50,000th time. And for Possessi, he threw away a good hand, and he gets himself back another fantastic hand. This is easy peasy quest completion next turn again.
And that means Kurtrus potentially in hand before an alignment can get played, which could be all the difference in the world. Glory here, not quite the greatest mana available to him. Solar Nature Studies is the play here because he was going to float a lot of mana most situations if he just plays 1 Nature Study. So he's looking for many ways as possible to get mana spent here, and the discount is banked for the alignment as well.
Exactly, it's perfect. I was thinking he needs a Wild Growth, a Lightning Bloom, maybe even just an Innovate off of this Nature Studies to be able to get up to the alignment sooner. But this does it perfectly. Alignment next turn. This is how you get the alignment down before Kurtrus comes into play. This is what Glory needed to pull himself back into this game, because now, as quick as Possessi wants to complete his quest, unless he can do 2 stages on 4 mana, which is a tall order even for him, it's looking like this Kurtrus is not going to be set to 1 mana.
Yeah, I mean, I'm struggling to come up with any combination of cards that can be discounted to get the double quest completion, but without a Sigil or a Tusk Piercer preloaded, it does feel nigh on impossible. And this was the absolute window that Glory had to meet, right? If he had to go for that alignment post Kurtrus, his chances were looking very, very slim indeed. But after this insta alignment, there is an Il'gynoth available to Possessi if he feels like he is far enough behind that he's just gonna windmill slam it. I saw him hovering it. We are seeing the old stinky Noth coming down for tempo.
Tempo Il'gynoth in the grand finals of the Hearthstone World Championship. You think you've seen it all, but always Possessi is willing to surprise you with plays that no other player would have the guts to make. But here, Glory going with a very juicy looking Solar Arbor and gets another Dreadwing for the 3rd time in this one series.
How is this card just, I mean, oh gosh, what's the name of it back in the old Token Druid days? This is a new Griffin. Yeah, APAC Griffin. It's come back in a different form. The spiritual successor all the way at the World Championship. Possessi though, I mean, he can kill one of these things, but he will not have his Il'gynoth survive the next turn. his last-ditch effort at coming together with a tempo game plan is not going to pan out. Glory gets a win on the board.
It was nothing spectacular from Glory there, but it was just such a clever spot to hit that one play of Solar plus the nature studies. That play alone is what won him that game instantaneously. It's one that I hope most of the players here would have hit, but still, if you miss, I think that would have been over on the spot because Kurtz would have been in hand, would have been able to be played, and then it's an entirely different game you're looking at. But in this instance, Glory finds the play, is rewarded for it, and we're going to at least a Game 4 G, if not a Game 5, and it is going to be that face hunter that has been the cornerstone, I think the real secret sauce for the success of both the Japanese players and Gabby to a lesser extent as well. Against the Demon Hunter once again, we have seen what Possessi can do in this matchup. We've seen what Glory can do in this matchup. But this time it's going to be Glory on the Hunter, Possessi on the Demon Hunter. How are we feeling about this one?
Man, I think I threw out the hot take on day one, right? That I feel like Hunter might just be favored in the matchup versus Demon Hunter with the addition of the Trog and, of course, all of the buff spells to back that up. Even before that was a thing, skilled Hunter players could time their threats appropriately. They knew when to get off the board and start making the potential heal effects from the Demon Hunter less convenient, right? They would force the Demon Hunter to have to shoot their own Morgs in order to get enough healing. And if they do end up leaving like a talented Arcanist on the board, then you punish with the Rhino. And that game plan is still available here, but now supported by a stronger opening curve by these three lovely key cards put here by TJ. Thank you very much. Hunter is just a deck that as I was talking to Band Zero, who is one of the Japanese casters, he just said that all three of Alutamu, Glory, and Possessi just agree that it's strong, and they didn't necessarily come to that conclusion together. I think he might have talked to them separately or gotten the information separately. They've just been jamming it on ladder. They've realized that it's just so well suited to prey on the combo decks in this meta, and they've been so rewarded for it thus far. Really excited to see whether Glory can pull it off.
Me too. Huge implications, of course, for this particular game in the series. If Glory wins, it will all come down to a Demon Hunter mirror to decide the World Championship finals. But Glory does need to win here just to keep the dream of a back-to-back Hearthstone World Champion alive and stop his very good friend, practice partner, Possessi, from becoming the World Champion. And while we've been talking about the excellent hands that you can get with Trog in the starting hand, buffing them up, this Gia is the absolute nightmare starting hand for Glory, and his face says it all.
Oh no, Derek. This is not it. That's not a Trog, that's a weapon. Quick shot, not gonna be able to draw a card for pretty much the entire game. Initiate coming off curve. Maybe if it sticks, the ramming mount can get the job done. And so far, Possessi doesn't really look like he has a convenient way of dealing with this. I don't think he wants to expend a Fell Scream Blast on a singular minion, but a look in the studies might change that.
Yeah, exactly. I think Studies is probably the play you're going for anyway to set up for a cheaper Spectral on the following turn. And if you're greeted with an I-Beam, of course, or maybe even a Chaos Leech that could be coined out, you'd consider killing it off.
Spectral?
Actually complete quest right here, right? Still with just coin Spectral site. Yeah, makes sense.
So interesting that he is choosing to play the left Spectral rather than the discovered one, because he could have started with the discovered Spectral and then coined double jump to progress quest that way, and that would have meant that he had an easier to outcast second Spectral site, but maybe there was some result from double jump that would have changed the turn. I was thinking I-Beam might be the difference maker, right? Because that can deal with the initiate, but he's turned it down anyway, so curious what Possessi was going for there. Anyway, for Glory, it's just such a big deal. He's been salvaged somewhat by the Intrepid Initiate sticking around, and now has the Wrangler to follow up with a double Rhino hand if he likes.
A very interesting play by Possessi as well was to hold on to the Sigil on the previous turn, and I feel like it may have been his spidey senses tingling that next turn would be a removal turn rather than a draw turn. Because if that is going to be the case, you really don't want to waste the sigil on drawing a card that doesn't then complete that layer of quest. And if that was his reasoning, I would argue it's worked out pretty well, because he has a couple of ways to go about clearing this, be it Talented Arcanist plus I-Beam, or now Tusk Piercer plus the I-Beam instead. Either way, this sigil is going to get much more value having been saved for one crucial turn.
Yeah, the timing of that is just so clever. And between the Tusk Piercer and the Arcanist, I do prefer the Arcanist so that he doesn't have to face tank the 5 and also just has a minion on board. It's not Rhino turn just yet, so you're not necessarily going to get punished for it, but Possessi disagrees. He's going for the Tusk Piercer instead, which of course has its own upside of just preloading the card draw that you will get from the broken Piercer next turn.
Ooh, okay, I think it's probably still the Warsong Wrangler, but given that you've seen a sigil come up, was there any consideration for Neophyte to deny a level of quest?
A brief consideration, but spend your mana. This is Face Hunter. You love to see the basics here at the World Championship. This choice I find is a lot closer because Vulpertinger can still be taken and you're not necessarily off curve because you already have like one Rhino for the first one. But because taking the second one buffs the first one, I do like Glory's choice here. And now he has set up the sort of board that does warrant potentially clearing here. And if there is a Moarg or Arcanist left over, Glory can immediately punish with either of the Rhinos. But, you know, he should play the one that was drawn more recently.
A really interesting conundrum actually presented to Possessi here, is whether or not you go for the Arcanist / Guild Trader plus Fellscream Blast on this turn, because it's only 2 minions, which is not ideal, of course. But are you ever actually going to see more than 2 minions for the rest of the game? If you're clearing them up here anyway with, say, I-Beam plus Weapon Swing, it may just be singular big minions hitting you in the face for the rest of the game.
Very true. And he could also just say 5 damage presented on board and the weapon. If he has a read on Rhino, maybe that's like not enough reason to even clear the board. He would just want to keep progressing his quest potentially. And is going to commit the Sigil Runner, which is a Rhino target. But just one target, I think, is forgivable here.
Whoa,
and he could just Immolation to remove his own target as well.
Exactly, yeah, I would look at that a lot more heavily, but in the end, he just passes. Okay, this is spicy, because clearly this is inviting a trampling Rhino, right? You know almost 100% that that is going to be your opponent's, if not best, a possible play for them on the following turn. But it looks like he's almost trying to bait that into happening with this line.
Yeah, I mean, you know how Matadors have that red cloth for the Bulls? Possessi has his Crimson Sigil Runner for the Rhino here. It works out really nice, right? Obviously, he's going to take a ton of damage, 6 from the trample effect, plus the 6 that's already represented on board, and the weapon swing. But if that's the case, Possessi gets the full 3 targets for the big Fellscream Blast, Guild Trader, Arcanist, Moarg, whatever, heal all the way back up and be ahead on board. And Glory says, I am not taking the bait. This is just some next level Hearthstone on both sides.
The mind games at work here are unbelievable. Like, Possessi doesn't clear and heal a board against Face Hunter, one of the most aggressive decks in the game, and then Glory just doesn't take the maximum amount of face damage on the other side. Because, again, he's afraid of that Fellscream Blast, which can target up to 3 minions. And so if you have the full 3 minions down, then you're giving them the maximum amount of heal. And also, Gia, it wouldn't be an all-APAC final without at least some kind of disconnect issues here, which, thankfully at least, look to not be too severe.
You know, if you didn't make that joke, I was absolutely going to go for it. But thank goodness it was just a brief hiccup here, because Possessi has a very difficult turn on his hand. He could still take the 2-target Fellscream Blast, and he kind of has to survive if he has any inkling of there being spell-based burst damage. But this is exactly what Glory was waiting for, right? Even before the Trug was added to the Face Hunter deck, this was the interaction that gave skilled Face Hunter players the percentage to win in the matchup, right? You force the Demon Hunter player to develop their own minions because they need to heal through that first layer of pressure you put forth, and then you punish with the Rhino here. To be fair, the tramples are like, it's a lot of damage, but if he wants to take max damage, he has to either leave a Guild Trader or a Moarg on board, which seems very risky. So maybe Glory doesn't take max trample here and just gets rid of the 2 high health minions.
It's awkward. If the Moarg only had like one more attack, or the Guild Trader, I suppose, you could then sacrifice off your Rhino, which I feel like you'd actually prefer here, because you don't want that Sigil Runner to be left to go off the board. You want it to be left there to guarantee a Rhino target next turn. And because of that possibility for the 1/1 to trade away, I think you're actually just supposed to take max damage and attack into a 1/1 here as well. Like, spell damage is scary, but I would say it's more important to get the max face damage through. But Glory looks like he disagrees. Oh, what does he?
Oh, it's close. He is unsure. He's taking the safe line here. And honestly, if we're talking max damage, there was actually an opportunity to eke out a little bit more if he wanted to play Volpertinger first and then Rhino.
True.
You could actually have the Tingers attack with the True Aim Crescent into the Moarg and then the Rhino trample after. Not necessarily sure if that's good, but it's just another layer to the different options that Glory had this turn. It's really difficult, and both players are still in a difficult spot. It's still anyone's game. Possessi doesn't have that much health to work with. He does still have healing, but with one Fell Scream down, he definitely doesn't want to use this other one. And just one Eye Beam with the Talented Arcanist doesn't feel like enough either.
I think that's a very good spot with Volpertinger first. I think I actually like that line most of all, just to be able to convert these minions into damage without having to let them stick on board for a turn to allow more healing off of Eye Beams or Fell Scream Blasts on the other side. But it is what it is now. We're in the world that we're in, and Possessi has to find a way to clear this up and try and heal at the same time, which, I mean, could just come in the form of like trade into the Rhino, Eye Beam, and end with Guild Trader.
He used the Trog to create another target for the Fell Scream Blast. That is so cool. This is the best. I'm having the time of my life. It's 9 heal instead of 6 because of the Trog. I didn't even think of that. And then that makes us look back and reflect on, was Volpertinger first the play there?
All these absolute NA and Europe plebs arguing for a Trog nerf. Here in APAC, we know Trog needs a buff to bring it up to power level with the rest of the cards in the expansion. But for Glory here, he gets himself a perfect board for this second Rhino, right? 2 minions, 3 health, 1 health. This is so much damage he is pushing forward. He knows that all the Fell Scream Blasts have been used, so it is just open season on these minions. Throw them down on the board, launch everything face on next turn, and even though Possessi has a very, very easy peasy clear on this turn with Immolation Aura and the Eye Beam as well, I question whether it will be enough healing to help him survive these hero powers.
Healing, and let alone, how is he going to win the game with an OTK with 2 Fell Screens gone and an Eye Beam? But, I mean, he can still get there with just tempo, right? Minion sticking on board, Hunter does tend to fizzle out at this point. Glory's hand is a whole bunch of nothing at the moment. But, like you said, the healing is so important here. This Eye Beam is just not enough to quite get there on its own, and Possessi actually doesn't even have the mana to do the full clear anymore. I don't know if he miscounted there, but Fell Scream or Eye Beam only here, not both, which means the Rhino's around. Oh my goodness! The nerves are just starting to get to everyone!
Yeah, I was afraid that we'd get a Possessi moment. I was afraid that we'd have to let the world know that this sometimes actually happens. He is one of, if not the best player that we have in Asia Pacific. But stuff like this just sometimes happens. It breaks my heart to see. But he will just miscount by 1. The smallest mistakes can start to creep in when the nerves are there. And because of that, Gia, despite being 2-0 up at the start, a quick miscalculation for Possessi means that we're down to Game 5 in the World Championship Grand Finals. Demon Hunter versus Demon Hunter. My voice can hardly take it at this point, but I am so excited to see how this one is going to go. Will Possessi finally be able to put a big tournament win to his name, or will Glory make Hearthstone history by being the first back-to-back Hearthstone World Champion?
first repeat champion and first back-to-back, he would be also bringing up, I mean, either of these players, if they do win, would be bringing up the total tally of APAC's world champions to be on par with Europe.
Hey.
We did not lie here. We counted. Europe has Pavel, Oskaka, and Hunter Ace. APAC currently has Tom and Glory, and we could have Glory repeat that or Possessi. It doesn't matter if we haven't won a Masters Tour. APAC is just the best here. But okay, I'm going to rein it in a little bit. I want to get a little bit nostalgic too. I kind of remember the very first Masters Tour where Possessi made a big name for himself at Masters Tour Las Vegas. Just coming onto the scene, playing some Cyclone Mage out of his mind, drawing Pocket Galaxy a lot. It was great. He's just grown so much. You know, we have still seen these moments here and there of the nerves starting to get to him, but honestly, I'm glad to see that there's emotion involved with Possessi. He just seems like one of the most nonchalant players in APAC. You can see it from his Twitter, even just clicking the translate button. You can kind of see that he has this dry sense of humor.
Yep.
And now we're bringing out the good and the bad from him here, faced off against Glory, who, with this experience, seems to be letting none of the pressure get to him. So far, the play has been mostly clean, I would say. There was hesitation, but nothing that completely destroyed his game plan thus yet. But if anything, Derek, the Demon Hunter mirror can be more stressful than any of them.
It's such an intricate matchup to play. I can't wait to delve into it. But I love that you bring up the history of Possessi here, because if we think back to like Hearthstone, Japan in Hearthstone Grandmasters, we think of them now as a trio of Possessi, Alutemu, and Glory, with the amount of success they've had, a very staunch practice group. It was originally a duo. It was Glory and Alutemu in Hearthstone Grandmasters. Possessi qualified very early on in the system, but he still was not an original Grandmaster. And while it may seem ridiculous at this point to say, I feel like he will have had to think he has something to prove that he's still earned that spot amongst the rest of the players. And with mistakes like that creeping in, the questions do have to be asked, but I still believe nonetheless. I think that he will be showing us some incredibly strong Hearthstone along the way here in this Demon Hunter final, because as we said, this is his premier deck. This is what he qualified through to the World Championships on the back of, for the most part, was just playing this deck better than anyone else. And so before we head into the final match, in terms of the list, it's pretty much identical. I think it's just a Viper for Possessi and a Need for Greed for Glory. And because of that, it's essentially a mirror match with the most tense of players it's possible to be. This is it, Gia. We are about to decide the Hearthstone 2021 World Champion.
Two players with the utmost respect for each other. This time last year, Glory was giving a winner's interview where he talked about how Possessi was like, okay, I'm bored, I'm gonna help you practice. And that was part of the reason that Glory got to win. And now look at them fighting each other, best of friends, turned into the best of rivals here at the finals. We already saw just how well they know each other and how well they know the matchup with that next level exchange of the Rhino bait into not taking the bait in the last match. I would love to see what they have in store for the Demon Hunter mirror, but right off the bat, we saw Glory with the full keep, just with tradable cards, any guaranteed draw effect. For that first layer of quest progression for Demon Hunter, even if you just take one card for one draw, that's generally fine, right? On 3 mana, you will be able to get that first layer done. Mulligan makes a lot of sense. For Possessi, things need to be planned in advance. There is a glide, but that's a card that you generally want to save to deal with your opponent's Kurtrus.
Oh, with two of them in hand, though, things start to get very, very spicy. I think if your opponent draws a whole bunch of cards on this turn, then you are very happily going to go with the glide anyway. Or maybe if they even just leave the coin in hand, you'd go for the glide. It's still a reasonable way to disrupt them, shuffle some mediocre cards back in. But like you say, for Possessi, a turn 3 glide is far from the dream scenario here, because you would much rather shuffle that Kurtrus in and turn the tides. But for Possessi, I guess if he goes for the glide first, if Glory cannot complete quest on this turn, he won't even necessarily need to disrupt Kurtrus, because he'll be the player doing it first.
Yeah, very true. And the weird thing about playing glide on 3 mana in the mirror is sometimes if your opponent hasn't even progressed their stage 1 playing the glide completes their stage 1 for them. So in some ways, it's a relief for Possessi that Glory did actually commit the card draw effects to finish stage 1 here. Stage 2, of course, needs 5 draws, so the glide, even in outcast position, will not be able to benefit Glory here. Possessi is just going to see when it's in his second studies here. It's a Spectral Sight, which is an amazing card to put back in the deck post-glide, and he is just going to start the train of shuffles. Let's see what both our players get back in hand. Not particularly great for Possessi. 2 tradables, but 2 combo pieces. Not the best.
Yeah, far from fantastic. Whereas for Glory on the other side, okay, it's not ideal because right now this is not quest progression on this turn quite yet, but it's not bad, right? It's guaranteed on the following turn, especially with this Tusk Piercer picked up. So it might mean that it's a turn off the pedal and setting up for quest progression next turn instead. But that's a very big deal. If you then offset that initiative and Possessi is 1 turn ahead in the quest tennis and he will be the first player to get down Kurtrus, Glory is in a much worse position than he was last turn.
I mean, look how far we've come from glaive-bound tennis to quest tennis. Glory choosing not to use his last mana on the studies, I think, is wise. If I were him, that studies could just be held onto as an emergency switch. If Possessi gets his Kurtrus sooner than Glory, then the studies is one last chance to maybe glide it away if he hasn't drawn his natural glide and had it in outcast position. Glory still has ways of progressing his own quest even without the studies, with the Tusk Piercer preloaded, with the acrobatics, and of course with the Guild Trader, but definitely Possessi is ahead here in terms of getting Kurtrus online.
Glory still has, of course, as I said, guaranteed quest progression on this turn. I think most likely he's going to be trying to actually save this Illidari studies here, right? Because he can go for just a nice clean quest progression on this turn, pray that he draws double jump to try and get glide even more consistently, and then next turn you break open the Illidari studies to look for glide, you break open the hopefully drawn double jump to find glide as well, and you just try and get that opponent's Kurtrus back into their deck.
It's getting so tense here. Peddler, of course, shuffled back before the Tusk Piercer break, and he is considering holding on to Acrobatics because he can just progress quest by using the 2 tradables instead. Acrobatics obviously is a great card after Kurtrus to get even further card draw, so I like the deviation from Glory here. Gonna go ahead and dump a Talented Arcanist as well. I agree, get rid of combo pieces that aren't necessary in case you get Glidden. But will he get Glidden?
That's the question. That is the question indeed, because for Possessi here, while he is definitely aware of the fact that glide is definitely what Glory wants to do most of all, there's not much you can do about it. You're never going to not complete quest on this turn, unless I am truly astounded by a very wild Possessi-ish play. You just get it in hand, hope to play it next turn, or at the very least, hope to redraw it if your opponent does glide you.
Okay, he's going for it. Kurtrus in hand after this last card draw effect is committed with the Guild Trader and then the Tusk Piercer break, you'd have to imagine. Oh, or just Peddler back because that's the draw. Okay, so now Glory, hands together in prayer. We are looking for glide, double jump, or glide from Illidari studies. There are a lot of ways to get to it, but so far none are guaranteed.
Very possibly the most important Illidari studies of Glory's life. I don't even know if we're going to get to see the options. There we go, but that is a miss on the glide. Possessi, the tension is absolutely killing him, but surely he has to know now his opponent isn't going to BM him like this. If it wasn't there, he would pick it straight away, and it does mean no glide. Possessi gets down his Kurtrus, and he is looking to be the vast favorite heading into this final game with the Kurtrus coming down next turn. It's looking fantastic for Possessi.
However, Glory can also get his quest progressed here and have his own Kurtrus in hand because of the Acrobatics aura, which is I mean, if you're not able to glide their Kurtrus, the next best thing you can do is play your own Kurtrus. Yes, he ends the turn on 10 cards. Really no choice about it in the matter because he had to play the Spectral Sight to get the Acrobatics Aura to activate. So there is obviously a chance of losing on the spot if you overdraw Il'gynoth. But if he doesn't do that, still anyone's game. Obviously, Possessi's ahead by being able to play Kurtrus first, but the Il'gynoth being already in hand is not really great for Possessi because it's so expensive.
It is, but it has been discounted, as has a Fell Scream and a Talented Arcanist, which means he's getting pretty close to getting the combo done, even without this Il'gynoth lending a hand as well.
Sort of, but I still think he needs
Sort of.
like heavy discounts on the next combo pieces. You need 0 cost Arcanist or Moarg to really get this to pop soon enough. Glory is faced with a somewhat similar situation with discounted Moarg and Talented Arcanist. But oh my gosh, this is a 1 in 15 for the craziest Worlds highlight you will ever see in your life off this next draw for Glory.
Well, let's see. He needs not Il'gynoth as the next card. Sigil of Alacrity, fine. The game continues here as with an opposing Kurtrus on the board. You're not happy, of course, because that is 7 damage you're going to take, and your opponent has the initiative. But it does mean he's at least still in the game. There's a chance for Glory to get that second World Championship trophy.
Job's done.
And what a story it would be. Glory's come so far. Remember at the start of APAC GM, we were always talking about how he kind of played second fiddle to Alutemu. Not that he is an inferior player by any means, he was just more reserved. Glory's personality comes out from his play more than anything, his work ethic, and it could culminate all in this, but Possessi has picked up a glide now. That is a way to reset the the expensive cards in his hand, but of course you want to dump all these useless cards first. Immolation Aura, not in the deck for this matchup. I-Beam, not necessary if you are going for a Fell Scream Blast lethal. You just want to distill your deck into card draw, into combo pieces, and that is exactly what the glide does here. Glory doesn't have the chance of dumping his own cards, but could end up with enough card draw. Oh, it's so tense! Wait, it's all combo pieces for Possessi in hand. What is this?
That is not what you wanted to see. You need card draw as an incredibly high priority here, as Glory gets himself a much, much better hand here. Acrobatics, Glide, Tradables, I-Beam to kill off the Kurtrus. This is a nutty hand to get after Glide. He could even be looking at lethal on this turn.
Not particularly likely, but not impossible. He had to get the absolute best outcomes. Vengeful Spirit off the studies coming back to bite him a little bit. Obviously, he didn't have any good options at that point, but it is a whiff. Possessi, you can visibly see the stress getting to him now. And Glory is looking at a glide of his own, but at this point, yes, do not use the Outcast one. That is helping Possessi in this situation. He is just dumping the non-combo pieces and non-card draw cards, aside from the Vengeful Spirit, which would have taken away the Studies aura.
Another happy gilding.
Okay.
Again, he's just ended up drawing dead here. Both players have no card draw, but almost every combo piece they need. This is going to be so scrappy for the World Championship title.
That's an Il'gynoth off the top.
Another happy gilding.
Tradable. He is 1 Fell Scream Blast away from the World Championship trophy.
Oh, more Tradables!
More Tradables!
Oh my god! That's it!
That's a Fell Scream! That is 36 damage. The classic Il'gynoth, double Moarg, Talented Arcanist. Enough targets on board to get the combo damage there. Possessi is your 2021 Hearthstone Grandmasters World Champion.
The fight of his life from Glory. He won it last year. He came a game of Hearthstone away, a draw in that game away from becoming the back-to-back champion. But in the end, it is Possessi who is crowned your champion. The emotion we can see on his face, brought to tears by his victory. It's, I'm emotional myself, Gia. We've seen such a journey for Possessi over his seasons of Grandmasters, and to see it culminate like this is so well deserved. I could not be more proud and more happy for him.
Goodness. it's just been an incredible journey, just like you said. Possessi, throughout the day, showed cracks, right? For very, very rare instances of emotion. It did not result in perfect play, but absolutely anybody who is paying attention could see the amount of work he's put in, the depth of understanding of the matchups. The stress got to him, sure, at certain points when he was trying to beat the rope as Garrote Rogue, but that brilliant, brilliant play of like just feeding glory, Crimson Sigil runner for the Rhino, the response against that, I think it just shows that he has been putting the work in this meta. He's made no secret of not necessarily liking it, but you know what he likes, and that is winning, and he has absolutely done it this time.
That's right, it's the dream for Possessi, and it's the dream for casters as well, because what is the one thing we like more than a perfectly played series of Hearthstone? A perfectly played series of Hearthstone with one really obvious mistake that we get to meme about afterwards. That is just the true APAC special that we love to see from Possessi. But overall, just an incredibly well-played tournament. I think it's, you know, we've seen from different players, different like tenets, different pillars of Hearthstone play that have put them in such good position. Like I think from Xiaobai, it was the mulligan understanding. From McBanth's face, it was a very clever lineup bring. The handlock was very, very well constructed, I think, for this tournament. But for Possessi, it's just these little intricate plays that I would never, ever see if he wasn't to make them. These plays that seem absurd at first glance, but he always seems to make them look absolutely amazing. And because of that, he is crowned our world champion. It seems incredible now to think back to his seasons in Grandmasters where he qualified through to Grandmasters in Season 1, came a series away from winning both seasons of Grandmasters, and then also then finishes by becoming the world champion. It is one of the most dominant years of Hearthstone that you will ever see. It's just kind of unfortunate for Possessi that it was in the or I guess unfortunate for Gabby, if you want to look at it that way, that it was Possessi who had this year, because it is two of the most dominant stories in Hearthstone that we've ever seen from both of these two players.
We could go on and on about it. Honestly, Possessi has kind of made me revisit the argument of whether playstyle is a thing in constructed Hearthstone. I think it definitely is a thing in Battlegrounds, but it feels like for the longest time there's always a correct play or a higher percentage play in any given situation. But from Possessi, I'm always just so astounded by the timing of when he's gone for things like Secret Passage, by the risks he takes into Glide, and the risks he takes with just anything, right? He went for a mulligan that was completely different from Xiaobai on the Rogue, and we already thought that that was amazing, but he still manages to make it work. Possessi, I feel, should be looked at as an authority for how to play matchups in ways that other people have not necessarily considered, and I'm glad that we'll be able to get his thoughts very soon.
That's right, truly one of the best Hearthstone players that we have seen in a very long time. But you don't have to hear our word for it. You can get to hear the thoughts of our 2021 Hearthstone World Champion, who's standing by with TJ. Hello, everybody. I'm joined by the 2021 Hearthstone World Champion, Possessi. I'm also joined by our interpreter, Rika, who's going to help us communicate throughout this interview. So, of course, the question that I have to ask first, Possessi, you did it. You're the world champion. What is going through your mind right now?
.世界王者になった心境はまず。
いやまあもう嬉しいです。本当にもう目標だったんでずっとようやくというか
So yeah, I'm very happy
ようやくな
because
れ
I was aiming to be, and I'm finally champion.
Yeah, and you know what better way it could have ended, right? Your opponent in the finals was Glory, a fellow Japanese player, previous world champion, and of course, you know, your practice partner, one of your practice partners throughout the year. What was it like having him as an opponent in the finals?
決勝の相手がグローリーさんで、去年の世界王者かつ同じ日本人かつずっとグラマスの練習相手っていうことで、決勝の相手になったって決まった時にどんな気持ちでしたか？
まあ正直本当にどっちが来てもめちゃくちゃ強いなって感じだったんで、まあなんだろう、もともとどっちが来ても本当に強いからもう心構えはもうできてたんで、まあやることをやろうって感じでしたね。
So both of them were both of the players that would come up, either Gabby or Glory, would be a formidable opponent in either case. So I just felt like I just had to do what I had to do.
Did you and Glory exchange any words prior to the match, prior to the finals?
じゃあ決勝の前にグローリーさんに何か言いましたか？なんか2人で会話したりとか。
ああ、まあそのまあ大会の前にどうせ反対のブラケットだしちょっと情報交換しないみたいな話してて、その時に、まあ、決勝で当たらない限りはまあ情報交換しても問題ないしようぜって感じでお互い話してやってたんですけど、決勝に当たって本当に決勝で当たるとはねみたいな会話をちょっとチャットでしてましたね。
So since we were in the complete other sides of the bracket, we were like, oh, we're not going to hit each other unless we're in the finals, so let's share some information. And come finals, we're like, I can't believe we actually are are going against each other in the finals, like right before the match started.
Can you let us in on what type of information you shared? Was it, you know, deck strategies and things like that, knowing that it was very unlikely that you guys would play?
やっぱりそういうふうな多分当たることはないだろうみたいな感じで、そういうふうにデッキとかそういうふうななんか戦略的なことを交わしたりはしてたんですか？
まあある程度って感じですね。まあでもいつもよりはちょっとまあちょっと少なかったかもぐらいで、まあ交わしてました。
We did a little bit of sharing of strategies, but it was less. I think it was less than usual.
Well, should be glad about that because I'm sure it paid off because you had to beat him. But talking about the series as a whole, so you went up quickly 2-0 in the series with just the OTK Demon Hunter as the last deck remaining to get a win. And then Glory took one win, and then he took a second win. So what was kind of going through your mind, both when you went up 2-0 and then when it eventually went to a game number 5? How did your mindset change throughout the series?
やっぱり最初の2戦を結構パパッと勝って残りを OTK デモハンだって感じで3戦に臨んでた時と、やっぱりグローリーさんが3戦目4戦目取って最終的に5戦目までもつれ込んだっていう時のこの心境の変化とかこの試合全体を通しての考え方を教えてください。
まあ正直デーモンハンターがまあ結構抜けづらいから全然油断できないなとはで、まあ2-2まで行く覚悟はしてたんですけど、いざ2-2になるとやっぱりもうわーって感じでもう死ぬのか俺はみたいな感じでもうやばかったですね。
So I realized it was going to be pretty hard for my OTK Demon Hunter to make it through. So I was really prepared for a game 5 after I went up 2-0. But once it hit, we went to 2-2. I was like, man, it really happened. Oh my god! It's like, am I really going to like lose here? So it was in a slightly tilted.
Well, I'm sure it was just a bunch of relief and, talking about sort of that final game, right? Because we've seen so many OTK Demon Hunter mirrors, it feels. And then once you complete quest, the glide, right? That's always on your mind. Did you, once you saw that you completed the quest, got the Kurtrus in hand, and didn't see Glide from Glory, did you know that it was in the bag then? Did you know that the match was won right then?
やっぱりその5戦目の時にクエスト終わってカートラス出してグローリーさんが角出してこなかったっていう時に勝ちを確認しました。
いやあんまりですね。向こう側が角1枚も切ってなかったからなんか先にドローとしたとしてもなんかシャッフルで戻されてトントンの状態に戻されてあんまり角打たれてない状態のカートラス先出しは確信できるほどのものじゃなかったんでって感じですね。
So since he didn't glide at all and I think all of the shuffling kind of made it an even match, so I really wasn't too sure of my victory just because I had the Kurtrus out.
Well, it turned out that it's just the tradables at the end was just so much drama, right, to finish it off. So it was such a fitting end. But I want to talk about what's next, right? You achieved it. You won the world championship. But what are you going to do now? Are you going to take a break? Are you going to go on vacation? Are you just going to stay at home and keep jamming more Hearthstone? What's next for Possessi?
まあ最後の試合のそのシャッフルのドラマが生まれたということで試合が終わりました。これからどうしますか？お休み取りますか？どっか旅行に行ったりしますか？それともお家にいて普通にハースストーン遊んだりしますか？
ちょっとお休みというかまあ人に会いに行きたいですね。ちょっと最近家にずっとこもってハースストーンだったんでちょっとお休みですね。またすぐ再開すると思います。
I need a break. I want to go see people. I haven't seen people in so long because I've just been cooped up in my house playing Hearthstone for a while now. So I just want to go out and see people. But I'm sure I'll be back and playing Hearthstone after a short break.
Yeah, you have a 2022 World Championship to look forward to. So got to start playing again at some point. But that's all the questions I had. But I did want to give you the opportunity to thank any individuals or any Hearthstone players who may have helped you along the way, or just any final words. So go ahead.
まあそんなに2022年もあるしそんなに長くは休めませんよねってことでここで最後に今までのこの世界王者になるまでの道のりに助けてくれた人とか特に何か一言を言いたい人や選手がいたらここでバーンとお礼を言っちゃってください。
誰かな。いやまあでも誰っていうよりはやっぱり日本のコミュニティで本当にハースストーンを日本はなんかあんまりハースストーンが流行ってない割には本当に強いプレイヤーが多くてでやっぱそれがすごいモチベーションになってやっぱ続けれてきた強くなれたと思うんで本当に日本のみんなありがとうって感じでお願いします。
So, I can't think of anyone in particular, but I really have to give a shout out to the entire Japanese Hearthstone community because Hearthstone is not exactly the most popular game in Japan, but we have such strong players, and that just gives me the motivation to practice and become better and become stronger and to stay at the top of the global game. So I would like to give a huge thank you to the entire Japanese community.
Well, I think at this point, no one can doubt that Japan is probably the top country in Hearthstone esports, or at least the country to beat right now. An all Japanese final, which is just incredible. So I want to say for myself, Possessing, once again, a big congratulations. It was a pleasure to watch you throughout the year, and I'm happy that you're a world champion. So congratulations.
まあこれで日本人の決勝だったし、日本が今ハースストーンのトップに君臨しているっていうことは間違いないと思うので、今回もまた優勝おめでとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございました。
So thank you.
All right, well, thank you again, Possessing, and thank you, Rika, for the interpretation. And with that, let's send it back over to Derek and Gia to close out the World Championship.
Thank you so much to Possessi for sitting down with TJ, giving us some of his thoughts despite the obvious, incredibly, relieved, excited, jubilant, just overall exhausted state that he is clearly in, because I think I speak for all of us when he has absolutely earned a rest here. The amount of effort that he has put in to get to be the World Championship truly boggles the mind, and enjoy it. You've earned it, my friend.
It's just incredible to see the emotion overwhelming him. And honestly, even though this is the end of this year, I feel like Possessi's win just sets up so many storylines for next year. The rivalry we had between Possessi and Gabby going on Twitter, the only trash talk we ever get in Hearthstone. Gabby's gonna be back with a vengeance. We have Alutemu looking on from beyond the scenes, just trying to make sure that he can finally get up there with his two friends who have now become the world champion. It's just, Glory also gonna have that fire underneath him, right? Hoping to make sure that he can get all the way back up to the stage. It was one game away from being the first repeat Hearthstone world champion. McBanterface as well, no longer going to be considered the new kid on the block. It has been no secret whatsoever that he is just one of the most analytical, data-oriented, and high work ethic players the scene has ever had, and all of them will be coming back with a vengeance next year, I am sure.
That's right. I hope that all 4 of our competitors through to the semi-finals, all 8 of the players, in fact, who made it through to the World Championship can hold their head high, because they put in a tremendous amount of work to get here and played out of their mind, did themselves all very, very proud. And of course, congratulations to me, the predictions champion, never doubted, Possessi, day one, I knew it was going to happen. And of course, I had an absolute blast casting the World Championship Finals. I'm going to go sleep for about 3 days as well, alongside Possessi, I think. But Gia, any other closing thoughts before I send our lovely viewers away for the end of the show?
I'll just thank you, of course, on behalf of everybody among the casters, the crew, the entire Hearthstone esports team. Thank you for sticking with us throughout the broadcast, throughout the entire year. It is going to be very different starting next year. If you missed any of those details, make sure you head on to the Hearthstone Twitter and the Play Hearthstone website to see all of the changes in store for 2022 and see how you can achieve your dream just like Possessi.
That's right. Yeah, I believe qualifiers are starting for the next Masters Tour actually very soon. Tomorrow, actually, for that matter, the first Masters Tour of the year next year. So you can already start getting excited, start getting your feet into the water of 2022 Hearthstone esports. But thank you so much for watching. I am incredibly excited for what next year has to bring in Hearthstone. But for now, I'm just going to bask in the excitement and the fantastic action that we had all weekend here, and congratulate Possessi once again on being our 2021 Hearthstone World Champion. Thank you so much, and we'll see you next year.
Not when they just drew a field contact when they had 3 cards left in their deck.
What a game. You said it had to be big.
Oh my god, Kurt, not like this. I feel so bad. It had to be solar off the top. And then the altar. I don't believe this.